This is Atomic Shinobi, and today I'm going to narrate first part of What If Naruto Was Trained by His Future Self. If you enjoy this video, please like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Now, wasting no time, let's start the story.
Ramen. 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 Iruka laughed, his eyes closed and teeth bared, as he ruffled the little Naruto's hair with his hand. Naruto. You know you should watch what you eat, right? It might prove disadvantageous for you in the long run. With a wave of his hand, the blonde new genin dismissed Iruka's remark and began gobbling up the ramen, giving the impression that he would almost finish the bowl. The young one gave his teacher a wink after he used one bowl. You know, you say those things every day, Iruka. Sensei, but today, you sound different. Who are you? Iruka grinned and hesitantly began to say, Don't be ridiculous, Naruto. It's me, while wave his hands wildly. Naruto gave a loud snort. I'm a genin now, you know. You can't fool a genin from Konoha that easily. Release your henge. The phony Iruka said, Really? To be honest, not even a Junin would be able to see through me with this ability. But then, I'm trying to imitate the one person you know the best. I figured I wouldn't be good enough to fool myself. With his back to them, Tucci, the owner of the ramen shop, could not make out what the two were discussing over the sound of boiling water. Thus, when he turned around, he was astounded to see that Iruka and Naruto had vanished. A second later, the old man yelled, Damn it, not you two, Iruka, you two had better pay up next time I see you. Ayame, where are you? Where are we? Who are you? What are you going to do, fake Iruka, sensei? The Chunin muttered as he pulled Naruto along, Calm down, you little brat. Damn, I never knew it was this noisy. Don't worry, I'm on your side. With a stern expression, Naruto forcefully pushed the elderly man's hand off his sleeve. He yelled again, What makes you think I believe you? Iruka gave a sharp glare in return, but after a moment, she smiled, Very well, Naruto. What followed stunned Naruto beyond belief. Iruka. Sensei gradually transformed into a different person. Someone who resembled the Yondaime Hokage, his idol. What? A man wearing a black cloak with dark red flames on the sleeves and the cloak itself was standing in the spot where Konoha Chunin Amino Iruka had stood. I'm you, about 30 years from now. A bit more, but who the hell cares? I came to warn you, against orders from my comrades. Pointing to the taller Naruto, the smaller Naruto laughed and said, Me? You're me? That's impossible. I have comrades? Wait, you're lying. You can't be me. Who do you think you're fooling? The great Uzumaki Naruto? Dream on, me. Wannabe. You should have tried this in the morning, mister. The taller man actually laughed at that, then sighed and resumed his conversation. I'm doing something that has never been done before. I truly am from the future. Right now, I've brought you back to my time. I currently enjoy the rank Nide Mizukage. I am 48 years old, but still look like I'm 23. Ah, what's an Azukage? It means I am the leader of Whirlpool Country, Naruto. Once more angrily pointing his finger in the future Naruto's face, Naruto exclaimed, Ha, that proves it, a future me would definitely become Hokage, leader and protector of Konoha. You're a fraud, I can see right through you. The older one pushed the offending index finger away and said, Well, you don't have to believe me. You just have to listen to me. Naruto, I'm going to train you, make you stronger so you can make a difference. The future right now isn't as bright as we want it to be. Your real problems start when the Kyuubi inside of you is no longer watching your back and front. You know about the Kyuubi? Who are you? Naruto, the future side. I told you. I am you 30.6 years from now. I have mastered many things no shinobi has ever mastered. Time traveling is one of those. He put his finger to his chest and said, I told you, I don't believe you, I'm just going to call you fake me, or fake Naruto. There's only one Naruto. Sama. And that's me. You can try as hard as you want, but you won't be me. The Azukage gave a shrug. I guess you're right, I'm not you. But then, you will be me, someday. I simply was you. How about some proof, then? I know for a fact that you only have 3 orange jumpsuits and that you have to wash them every day. I also know you're completely in love with Haruno Sakura. I know you want to have friends, but no one wants to be friends with you. I know you've cried yesterday night, when Mizuki attacked you and Iruka. Sensei. Before that, you haven't cried since you were 5 years old. A sigh before deciding to continue. I know you want to beat Uchiha Sasuke so you can show the entire academy that you're not a dead. Last, and the most important thing, I know what happens to you every single night. The younger Naruto's eyes grew wide at that. You can't. Future Naruto gave a sympathetic nod of his head. I know, Naruto, it's a side effect of the Shikifuin being used on you. But, I've created a seal to speed up the process. Little Naruto scowled, clearly not getting the joke. Every night, for a full hour, you go through excruciating pain, starting from your stomach, your seal, and ending with your brain, the one thing that controls your entire body. What's actually happening is a chakra collision. Your chakra, the Kyuubi's chakra and the Shikifuin's chakra left on the seal on your stomach by the Yondaime Hokage. I have no idea what you're talking about, mister, but do you mind just taking me back home? You're creepy. A chuckle was the reply. That's what I would say too, yeah, but I'm telling you the truth. You have to believe me. If you do, then maybe, we can save a lot of shinobi in a lot of villages. Your real Genin exam starts tomorrow, right? With Hitaki Kakashi as your Junin instructor. P.F. Everyone knows that already. Don't think you can convince me just like that. From the future, yeah right. Dude, I was such a flake when I was younger. The older blonde said, grinning broadly, and shook his head. We're going to train for 4 months. After that, my time will be up and all will be left in your hands. 4 months? Are you crazy? I'm a busy guy, I'm a Genin now, I'm going to have missions. No worries, I'll teleport you back just in time for your Genin examination. I want to make sure you don't need any training anymore before you go back. So, where are you taking me now, then? Fukasaku, we'll start with the easiest training. After 4 months. Namikaze. Sensei, how come you are the leader of Whirlpool and not Leaf? Future Naruto bowed his head slightly. Because Konoha was destroyed. I want you to make sure that doesn't happen. Can you do that? With regret, the younger blonde smiled. I promise to ensure a brighter future for us with this. He looked at his own hands. I'll destroy everyone. Returning to the present, I have with me 2 bells. These bells are your objective. Capture these and you're Genin straight. Away. You have until sunset. If you have no bell, you're going back to the academy and can try again next year. Understood? The 13-year-old Genin, with pink hair, exclaimed, but there are only 2 bells, sensei. The copy. Ninja smiled from behind his mask, tilting his head. Yup, there are, very observant of you, Haruno Sakura. Next to her, the Uchiha Avenger gave a snort. So, one of us is going to fail, right? I promise it won't be me. Sasuke thought to himself as he hurriedly cowered down into the bushes. Sakura did the same, and Naruto frowned at the well-known Hitaki Kakashi. Damn it, I wish future me had explained to me what this test was about. Kakashi looked at the short Genin and said, you're a bit off, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto exclaimed, the only thing that seems a little off is your hairdo. I might as well sit this one out until I figure out what to do with this weird guy because I'm not allowed to reveal too much. Kakashi noticed Naruto hiding as well, so he checked his vision twice. Strange. I thought he would come charging at me right away. He thought, perhaps he's not the hothead Hokage. Sama told me he was. But then something else clicked in his mind. His clothes were unique, didn't they? Suddenly, the copy ninja's eye grew larger. I don't feel Naruto. Finding Sasuke and Sakura is simple, but how peculiar. Whatever, I suppose I'll just have to smell him out, the Junin thought, directing chakra toward his nose. There he is, indeed. He took a book out of one of his many pockets and began reading, cocking his head back to show that he was not worried about anything. He laughed strangely at a picture in the book he was reading and exclaimed, you know, if you don't come at me with intent to kill, you won't get these bells. Naruto was thinking more about what his future self had told him than he was about the test, a half-mile from where Kakashi was standing. He was afraid of some things, but he vowed to stop himself from being afraid of everything. 3 hours ago, he had returned from the future and witnessed the death of his future self before his very eyes. Simultaneously, the final caution from future Naruto entered my thoughts. This is the result of excessive time travel, Naruto. Your body simply cannot withstand the space. Namikaze. Sensei, I'll figure out a way to make it perfect, Naruto said to himself. I'll figure out how to make everything perfect. When Naruto returned his focus to his present goal and attempted to approach his Junin instructor once more, he discovered Sasuke buried beneath the earth, with only his head protruding. "That's hilarious right now," Naruto laughed to himself. A woman's scream suddenly erupted to his right, and Naruto shot in that direction with incredible speed. "I recognize Sakura-chan." One eye narrowed as it watched from a little closer. "That moves too quickly," Kakashi thought as he followed Naruto. "Hokage Sama hasn't told me Naruto was that quick." Upon touching down in front of an unconscious Sakura, Naruto exhaled with relief. "Nothing bad happens to Sakura-chan," he said to himself in his head. As he murmured, "She was caught in Genjutsu." His eyes widened at the unexpected appearance of his new teacher behind him. "Kakashi Sensei?" The wielder of the Sharingan began. "How come you know a Genjutsu was used on her?" "Lucky guess," nervously said Naruto. Lesson 3. Taijutsu. The blonde gritted his teeth as the kick to his stomach sent him smashing into a tree. He leapt to his feet and glanced around, only to discover that Kakashi had vanished. From all around him, a voice said, "Quick recovery time, Naruto. You're not too shabby. He's better than I anticipated." "Namikaze Sensei told me I would be in a team with Sasuke and Sakura-chan, but if I can beat Kakashi, I get a bell. Aside from that, if I can't use my Kunai na, I'm not going to beat Kakashi," he mused to himself. "After this, I'll have to continue my training." Up in the trees, Kakashi grinned to himself while Naruto once more retreated into hiding. "He should be searching for me, but he won't give up hiding. Very different from the character I was told about. Naruto, if anyone could have been provoked, it would have been you. What in this situation is illogical?" After he had finally pulled himself from the ground, Sasuke was panting. "Damn that Kakashi, he's going to pay for this," he thought as he collected himself and looked around. "Sakura and that Dobi haven't accomplished anything yet, but even if they did, it would be for naught. I have to get this finished." The indolent voice of his future Junin instructor said, "Ah, you're up and about again, Sasuke? I almost forgot about you." The Uchiha exhaled. "Kaden Gukakyu no Jutsu." But the copy.nin evaded the fireball with ease. This time, after applying the technique, his hands dropped to his knees. "Out of chakra. Sasuke, you shouldn't pour too much chakra in a technique that's bound to miss your opponent. If anything, you should have used too little and make it into a diversion." The boy with raven hair yelled, "Shut up," he exclaimed, "just watch," while executing hand seals once more. This time, Kakashi emerged from behind him, his left hand locked around the right of the Uchiha. "That would have been lights out, Sasuke. You definitely need control. But you sure don't lack motivation to hurt me." He laughed. His outbursts are quite concerning. Glancing sideways, Kakashi exclaimed, "Yo, sensei. Let go of him," as 5 Narutos rushed in his direction. Kage Bunshin, really, impressive for a genin, but it won't work, thought the gray-haired veteran, who quickly dispatched all 5 shadow clones before realizing that none of them were the true Naruto. When he did, a flurry of kunai and shuriken flew towards him. Kage kunai and Kage shuriken? The copycat was left wondering, "I didn't know he could do that," as he disappeared and reappeared a few meters to the right, observing the numerous kunai and shuriken strike the ground in front of them. Kakashi's eye narrowed. "I can only smell him. I can't sense him. This is beyond what a genin can do. I ought to be able to hear what he does. So, in order to find Naruto, I will have to rely solely on my nose." One Haruno Sakura woke up not too far away. "Where am I?" An answer came from above, saying, "We're on a training ground. I don't know which one this is." When the girl with the pink hair looked up, she saw Naruto perched on a tree branch. "I don't know what to do, Sakura-chan. Kakashi Sensei is a lot stronger than us." The pinkhead's quick and harsh response was, "Naruto, leave me alone. Where is Sasuke-kun?" With a sigh, the knuckle-head blonde gestured with his finger in front of him. "Sasuke's out of chakra. He can't do anything right now." Sakura rushed towards Sasuke, saying, "Shut up, Naruto. Sasuke-kun can always do something. He's the number 1 in our class, you idiot." Naruto appeared shocked. Naruto scratched the back of his head and said, "Ah. Okay." He uttered the question aloud. "I never knew Sakura had so little chakra in her." Flipping a page, Kakashi said, "Ah, Sakura, back in the land of the living. How was your little nightmare?" Sasuke was panting behind him. By turning his back on Sasuke, the Junin was humiliating him even more. "Perhaps you have a bit more fight in you than Sasuke has?" "That's impossible. No one has more fight in him than Sasuke-kun has," Sakura screamed. Kakashi deadpanned, "I don't think I have to stop reading for this. Come at me, Sakura." Kakashi scowled as Sakura charged forward. How careless. She moves so slowly, has no weapon in her hands, isn't gathering chakra or creating hand seals, and she's so emotional. Kakashi disappeared as soon as she heard movement coming from behind, causing Sakura to collapse into Sasuke, who was ready to surprise the Junin with a surprise attack. "Ah, Sasuke-kun. I'm sorry." Sasuke shoved Sakura away from him angrily, saying, "Get off of me. Stay out of this, you're way too weak." Sasuke moved away from Sakura and began to pant once more. "Shit, why am I so exhausted?" With a hesitant step, Sakura got up from the ground and asked the Uchiha, "Sasuke-kun? Are you alright? Sasuke-kun?" "Sasuke. Teme." Sakura and Sasuke shouted as they turned to face Naruto, who was standing behind them. He bellowed, "You don't look so good." The Uchiha responded, "Be quiet, Udobi. I haven't seen you try anything yet." Naruto gave a shrug. "I will, I guess, as if, Naruto. If Sasuke-kun won't succeed, you won't either." Kakashi saw the three of them standing together and scowled. They appear strange when they're that close to one another, for some reason. "I wonder how Naruto will combat me now." His eye then widened. His speed and stealth are on a very high level. That isn't feasible. When did he do that? Naruto smiled within. "You said anything goes, Kakashi. Sensei. You were too busy watching Sakura and Sasuke to notice me right next to you." "Near me, exactly." The copy.nin was perplexed. "How?" The blonde had two bells hanging from her right hand. "I'm a genin now, straight away. I'm giving this other bell to both Sakura and Sasuke, so they both can be in my team." He made the choice. "Time to train your new team, sensei." Sakura and Sasuke were staring at the bells in Naruto's hands, looking like dead fish. "Hokage. Sama." The elderly man looked away from the documents stacked on his desk to face the former Anbu captain. "What is it, Kakashi?" With a distinct tone of suspicion, he said, "I have a report on my genin examination. Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke have all passed within the hour. Something strange happened. I regret to inform you that I did not have my Sharingan activated to know what actually and exactly happened." "Ah, elaborate further, Kakashi." The third stood up from his chair and gave command. "I can tell you're a bit upset. This must be something serious." Kakashi quickly bowed. Haruno Sakura has performed below average, but holds promise if guided properly. Uchiha Sasuke is above the average genin already, although he needs to be set straight in certain cases. Uzumaki Naruto, however, he has shown almost nothing but more than the other two. The third laughed. "Almost nothing? So Sakura and Sasuke are less than almost nothing?" "Hokage. Sama. Naruto's strong, stronger than you've told me." "Of course he is. He surpasses every opinion, that's just what he does. Remember that, Kakashi." With a fixed gaze on the Sandaime, Kakashi let out a sigh. "Understood, Hokage. Sama. If anything, I'm sure I'll be enjoying teaching this team." While strolling through the village's streets, Naruto muttered to himself, "Kurenai. Sensei, Kurenai. Sensei, who the hell is Kurenai? Sensei. Anyway. Namikaze. Sensei told me to find her as soon as I could, but couldn't he have told me what she looked like? Oi, if it isn't Naruto, what brings you out here so late?" Gazing up from his contemplation, Naruto saw Shikamaru and an elderly man who appeared to be the former. Shikamaru. Shikamaru rubbed his right ear and muttered, "Ah, this is my father." Observing Naruto look at the older man, he explained languidly, "He's drunk, obviously. My mother forced me to drag him back home. Managed to make me deaf on one side in the process. So, you haven't answered the question, Naruto." "Huh? What question?" Nara, the younger, gave him a forehead slap. "As troublesome as always. Huh, Naruto. What are you doing out so late? I already told you my reasons." "Ah. Naruto exclaimed, looking thoughtful. I'm looking for this woman named Kurenai. Sensei, maybe you can help me? The future genius with black hair shook his head. The name sounds familiar, but I can't help you. The elder Nara stumbled and said, You're looking for Kurenai? Haha, a young brat like you, looking for the cutest woman of Konoha? Shikamaru burst in, Hey, you said mom was the cutest. Shikaku snapped, I say that when she's around, son. But Kurenai, huh? You might find her at a training ground this time around. Heard she was training a fresh genin team this year. Shikamaru scowled. Ah, that's right. She's the Junin instructor of Kiba and the two silent ones of our class. Naruto inquired, Silent ones? Who are they? He then began dragging his father once more. Obviously, Hyuga Hinata and Aburame Shino. Sheesh, Naruto, you never pay attention, do you? He exclaimed. Over his shoulder, the shadow user yelled, See you around, you bothersome guy. Naruto just kept staring. Shikamaru, he really is a strange guy. What's wrong, Hinata? Someone's approaching us, Kurenai. Sensei. But, this person doesn't seem to be having any chakra. My buds tell me they are, confused. Yuhi Kurenai attempted to sense if there were any shinobi or villager nearby, but she was unable to. Even a villager exhibits chakra presence, asking Hinata, Hinata, can you see him? The girl with blue hair nodded while turning on her Byakugan. Why, yes. The Junin with black hair scowled at Hinata's response. Perhaps a relative? Maybe her father? I can smell him. It's that dead. Last, Naruto. I can recognize that horrible smell anytime. Anywhere. Kiba yelled as usual. Let's continue, already. That guy's worth nothing, anyway. Shino turned to his instructor, wondering, peculiar. Before, my buds always seemed agitated whenever Naruto.san is around. But now, he doesn't seem to have a chakra presence. What has happened to him? Can you sense him, Kurenai? Sensei? The Inuzuka laughed at his own joke, saying, Shay, it's not like it matters, Shino. That guy had so little chakra, having nothing is just about equal. We've wasted enough time talking about him already. Kurenai abruptly and gravely said, Something's wrong, Kiba. To emit no chakra at all, you have to be either dead or extremely skilled. As in, Junin level. Behind his glasses, Shino's eyes narrowed. I see. Shino, Kiba, and Kurenai turned to face the stammering Hinata, who was blushing a little too. He seems to be calling your name, Kurenai. Sensei. That's odd, I've never talked to Uzumaki Naruto before. Are you sure he's not looking for any of you three? Replied Kurenai. Hey, that idiot has no friends, so he automatically has no one to look for, Kurenai. Sensei. Kiba chuckled. I mean, no one ever talks to him. He always talks to everyone, but we all just ignore his annoying sounds. Kurenai began sternly, Kiba. You're saying he has no friends and are laughing about it? That's harsh. Hinata's eyes widened even more when she saw Naruto suddenly standing behind her. She quickly spun around, deactivating her Byakugan, to see Naruto grinning at her. Yo, Hinata. Can you help me find Kurenai? Sensei. Kurenai narrowed his eyes dangerously. That speed was too fast for a genin, but there are still no signs of any chakra, she said, glancing at his attire. Entirely dark. A black symbol was attached to his belt, along with black gloves, a black belt, black t-shirt, black pants, black sandals, and black Hite.8. What the symbol meant was, Uzumaki? Still trying to figure out why she couldn't sense him when he was just standing in front of her, Kurenai began. I am Yuhi Kurenai. You must be Uzumaki Naruto. Can I help you? The blonde genin nodded, yes. He was still bowing when Kurenai nodded her head and a soft smile spread across her face. I must learn how to use and defend against genjutsu. It is my weakness, she exclaimed. You say that's your weakness? Kiba asked. Man, if I could make a list of your weaknesses, I think I'll be making the thickest book there is. While Hinata was fidgeting and clearly uncomfortable, Shino remained silent. No, Kiba. You must learn from this. Naruto.kun has confirmed his weaknesses and has come to me for aid. It takes guts to confirm your own weaknesses. She then confronted Naruto. But I'm afraid I have to disappoint. I have my own team and if I'm not mistaken, Kakashi is your teacher now. He can help you with genjutsu as well. Without delay, Naruto shook his head. But you're better than him in genjutsu, please help me, he gave a bow. The Junin was taken aback by the unexpected acclaim. Being told you're superior to the renowned copy ninja is not something that happens very often. Not at all frequently. Well, even if that's true, I still won't be able to help you. Kiba cried, hey, man. Leave our sensei alone, Naruto. She's ours. Naruto looked from Kurenai to Kiba and back again, recalling what his future self had told him. Just ignore those people, Naruto. Some people just won't help you because of what's inside of you. There are multiple routes to reach your destination. Suddenly, the rejection he experienced brought back a memory. He was once told this by Namikaze Sensei. Naruto gave Kurenai a startled look and a glare, but what he was aiming at her was not anger. It was more about blame and disappointment. The blonde turned away and murmured darkly, fine. Why is she so afraid of you? With his arms crossed over one another, Sasuke appeared unaffected by his surroundings. Truly, chasing silly cats and mending unnecessary fences, ridiculous. I am not sure. It's quite unusual, replied Naruto, gazing at the trembling cat in front of them. With a start, Sasuke said, Kakashi, we've captured the cat. It was never a question at all, just, we can go back now. Sakura picked her up, and Naruto shrugged away from the cat. Let us return, she uttered. Perched on a tree branch, Naruto was reading a book and giggling now and then. Sasuke was lying on the ground, leaning against the same tree, trying to look sleepy so Sakura, the girl in front of him, wouldn't approach him. Hey, Kakashi is never on time. I'm so glad I could purchase this book. Naruto. Don't you think you're a bit too young for that book? The blonde closed the book and smiled upward, directly into Kakashi's face. I have no parents telling what not to do, Kakashi. Sensei. He answered, leaping down to greet his other two students. That doesn't mean you can do anything you want. Alright. Let's head for a mission, shall we? Naruto began enumerating the techniques he knew and those that, if at all possible, his future self had advised him not to use as they strolled through the village at a leisurely pace. No excessive chakra techniques. No Fuden techniques. No Madden techniques. No Fuinjutsu. No Sage mode. No Fox mode. Yukin. No Kinjutsu save for the Kage Bunshin. And what were the other techniques? Yes, as he said, last resorts really are the last resort. The use of trump cards is never appropriate. As soon as the Hokage heard the word C rank, he spoke abruptly. You have any objection against this? I was planning to give you another D rank one, but with you as their sensei, I'm sure you'll be able to do a C rank now. Naruto's eyes widened gleefully as he stared at the old man in front of him. He responded loudly and abruptly, Are you for real, old man? After blinking, Naruto exclaimed, Naruto! Show some respect, and realized that Iruka was seated next to the third. It had been months since he last saw his old teacher. Conversely, it had been days since Iruka had seen Naruto. Naruto bowed. Ah, sorry, Iruka. Sensei, but seriously, this is awesome. Sasuke grinned. At last, an alternative to pulling weeds. C rank? Will everything work out okay? The last member of Team 7 pondered. I hope Kakashi Sensei is competent. The mission is simple. Escort a bridge. Build her back to the wave. There shouldn't be any trouble doing this, and I believe with you there. The client is very lucky. The Hokage said while staring at Kakashi. Good luck, Team 7. Once his group had turned toward the door, Naruto said, Kakashi Sensei, you guys go ahead. I need to ask the old man something. Iruka's voice resurfaced. Naruto. Respect, remember? Little brat? Nervously, Naruto chuckled. Right, Hokage. Sama. The Sandaime just grinned. Can I help you, Naruto? The third was shocked to see the blonde genin truly bowing. I need help with genjutsu. I've already asked Kurenai Sensei, but she said she has no time. I know no one else. He paused to observe Naruto's lack of response. I'm surprised you know Kurenai is talented with genjutsu, but I'm even more surprised to see you interested in it. To be very honest, Naruto, you are not the type for genjutsu. Naruto's head shot up from its lowered position. Exactly, I'm completely helpless when it's used against me. The third's eyes squinted slightly. The third was thinking as Naruto and Iruka watched. You're awfully bright today, aren't you? You have a point by saying it's your weakness. There are many genjutsu wielders in Konoha, but only few can teach it to others. Besides Kurenai, there are 4. With a nod, Naruto hoped to receive some names at this point. The third did, in fact, grant his request. 2 of them might be able to work with your special chakra situation. Mitarashi Anko and Azuki Yugo. They're both very busy, so I'll ask if they feel like helping a genin when I see them. You won't look for them, understood? The elderly man took this matter very seriously, and Naruto swallowed nervously. Yes. Listen up, Naruto. There are people out there not hesitating to kill you or your precious people. I want you to be ready for people like that. Don't show them any mercy. Don't give them a single chance. You need to be ready to kill them before they kill you or any of your friends or family. Please, Naruto, you have to understand, I made mistakes. I let my enemies live and paid the price for it. I don't want you to make the same mistake. As he left Konoha with his allies and his sensei, the bridge builder Tazuna, Naruto's eyes grew hard. Namikaze. Sensei, don't worry, I won't let you down. Ugh. Namikaze Naruto couldn't help but recall how similar his own response to this specific dish had been when he looked at the younger version of himself. Naruto. This food actually makes it harder for you to concentrate your chakra. Deal with the horrible taste and you'll find yourself progressing a lot quicker than you'd normally do in training. Now, create 200 shadow clones. Sensei. After a hand seal, and the clearing was no longer truly what it was called. Now, you'll work on gathering sage chakra with 100 clones, while the other 100 clones will prevent you from turning into a toad. So, there will be 100 cage bunshin holding the tool Fukasaku usually uses this to stop the toad transformation. A old toad chuckled by his ankle. Fukasaku looked up at the almost 50-year-old Naruto and said, "Interesting. I knew you would come up with something diabolical, Naruto-chan. Even though it's so obvious." Naruto pointed to his younger self and said, "Thanks to these, we can keep on going without any rest. I've had these especially made for me that me. Sakura perfected these 2 pills for me and they work against the effects of the cage bunshin and chakra depletion." Looking at the small Naruto in front of them, the old toad remarked, "It is refreshing to see you try so hard again. Of all of the people who have come here, you and Jiraiya were ultimately the only ones capable of using the sage chakra. Now that I've finally seen the third, it's just you again." The Azukage laughed for a moment. Fukasaku. Shisho, after this, we'll have to work on his Yukin and Madden techniques. Only after he has mastered the sage chakra, will he be able to do these. Won't it be wiser to work on his Fuuten and Fuinjutsu first? Shaking his head, the older blonde said, "No, as I've realized, Fuinjutsu came naturally to me as soon I worked on it. I will leave him with the basics. I will show him all of my Fuuten techniques, and he'll be able to improve on them, knowing myself." You're turning him into a sage at age 13, Naruto-chan. Fukasaku arched an eyebrow at Naruto, who was grinning broadly and gazing up at him. "Well, I've always wanted myself to be really strong. And, I've always liked myself, we deserve it. As long as you also tell him of every risk that comes with every technique." Of course. Fuuten. Rasen Shuriken no Jutsu. Holy crap, he thought to himself as he witnessed his future self execute a huge, amazing, and, kind of jutsu routine that left him speechless. The Azukage turned to face him as the technique faded, smiling at the unrestrained enthusiasm. "This is currently one of my weakest Fuuten techniques, Naruto. You're in for a wild ride." He screamed, "Oh hell yeah," as he and the elder Naruto stood inside a crate that was only half the size of Konoha. "So, if you can time-travel like that, why don't you just go back in time and kill the ones responsible for what happened to Konoha? It's not that simple. The people having done this don't know they're going to, in the past. In fact, there are a few who were even forced to do bad things, because others didn't have the power to do it. So good people have done bad things because they didn't know any better. Or even worse, someone outside of even my knowledge, threatened to kill precious people." He then dropped his head. "Allow me to give you a few names and a few hints, Naruto." Eagerly, the younger blonde nodded. "Uchiha Madara. He will threaten someone close to you in order for you to do something for him. Something he himself is incapable of because he doesn't have the chakra to do it. I know you're young and most of the things I'm saying probably mean question marks for you, so I've also written down a lot in a blood scroll only able to see for our eyes. Hey, not even a relative can see it. Not that we have any. Naruto scowled as he nodded. Even though everything he had just heard was documented, he didn't fully understand it, so. Uchiha Sasuke. He is someone who needs help. His eyes are being held in the wrong direction by the people around him. I want you to set him straight. You'll understand once you really get to know him. Uchiha Sasuke. Man. That bastard really is that big of a deal even in your life? This much in the future? That sucks. The infant sighed. He narrows his eyes and looks at the smaller Naruto. There are many more, but these two are probably the most bothersome. Be careful whenever you encounter this Uchiha Madara. His narrowed eyes briefly held warning, too. The first time you encounter him, he will wear an orange mask. Do not hesitate to kill him. Here are some tips for you, Naruto. Although having allies and friends is crucial, you should be aware that your adversaries will harm them in order to harm you. It may wish to reduce the number of friends you have, but true power comes from having friends. You acquire something from them that no amount of training could ever provide. He received a scowl for that. Naruto, have faith. He then squinted, saying, I will call out a few names, and I want you to make them your allies. Remember these names, Naruto. With your friend's faith, you'll find yourself with power you never knew you had. Fukasaku was watching Naruto demonstrate his previous demonic technique when he thought, this will definitely upset Ma. The chakra amount channeled through those fingers was absurd. Tadaru no Yoma, Yukin. Little Naruto crumbled to his butt upon witnessing the effects of Namikaze. Sensei's technique, the demonic tail whip, where a large mountain had once stood. Remember, Naruto, that there are two styles, Kenpo and Ninpo. Nearly all shinobi employ the Ninpo style, Naruto. The Kenpo style encompasses an endless number of techniques. And you're going to become an expert at them all, I promise. But Yukin is a skill that only Jinchuriki can acquire, he said, smiling at Naruto's stunned expression. Now, allow me to demonstrate the next. Mature no Yoma, Yukin, returning to the present. Naruto walked behind Sakura and Tazuna, gritting his teeth. Yukin techniques and Madden techniques are so impossible. Then, he murmured to himself, well, at least I've been given Ego Kaiki, but Sensei told me about 3 others, but I forgot their names. And Namikaze. Sensei told me not to use those pills before I would meet this person named Senju Tsunade. I'm going to ask the old man as soon as I get back just who the hell that is. He gave a shrug. Have we arrived yet? He said without warning. A sudden exclamation point appeared next to Naruto's head as his pink-haired teammate turned to face him quickly and yelled, Shut up, Naruto, simply remain silent, as you have been doing the entire time. The blonde pouted for a little while before his senses alerted him to the fact that something was wrong. What? He exclaimed. His Junin instructor was destroyed right in front of his eyes. Hey. Wait a minute, he used Kawarimi? He scowled to himself. I'm so stupid, that guy was really slow, actually, HMPH, and besides, Namikaze. Sensei would have surely told me if Kakashi Sensei would be killed or not. Naruto. Be mindful. Sakura's scream brought him back to the present. Oshish. Cursing. Naruto leapt backwards faster than his attacker could follow, causing the attack to miss by a significant margin. As Sakura and Tazuna stood in front of him, Sasuke was actually grinning, having used a kunai to pin a chain that the attackers had been wielding to a tree. Finally something interesting, he thought to himself. The two enemies, by the way, were running for Sakura. Chan, and the young Jinchuriki saw that they attacked with chains and claws that were tipped with poison. He added, as a side note, oh, and Tazuna and the bastard. Oh no, that's not going to happen. The blonde screamed as he charged forward at a speed he had never used before, crashing into Kakashi just as the latter was about to headlock the two demon brothers. The sight of all 4 of them sprawled out on the ground startled Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna. Kakashi, the first to regain consciousness after the unexpected event, held a kunai to each of his adversaries and sighed, it's over. I'm sorry, Sensei, Naruto said, picking himself up and giving himself a painful scratch on the back of his head. After an hour, Team 7 was able to see the mission more clearly because of Tazuna, the bridge builder, who had explained everything to them. It seemed that Gato, a wealthy man, had plans to murder him. Naruto only comprehended that throughout the entire narrative. Nay, Sensei, is there any Fudan technique you could teach me? He bellowed loudly. Fudan is definitely not what he appears to be. Is this the Kyuubi's doing, perhaps? Is his body adjusting to it, somewhat? The Sharingan wielder asked himself, reflecting on how quickly he had returned to the Demon Brothers situation and why he would want to learn wind techniques. I apologize, Naruto. The copy.nin answered as if he was not thinking at all. I don't know any Fudan jutsu, but I'll be teaching all three of you something far more interesting, he exclaimed, weirdly cheerfully. Then his attitude shifted, saying, Duck, everybody. I'm sorry, Naruto, for you to witness this. Congrats, Namikaze. Sensei, I thought my limit was 4, but, apparently, it was 3. What a surprise, a chilly voice said, sounding indifferent. Hitaki Kakashi, copy. Cat ninja with roughly 1,000 techniques at his disposal. Though I'll check the rumor, I believe that to be a little over the top. Before looking up into the face of one, Momochi Zabuza, Kakashi first made sure his students and client were okay. How delightful. Suddenly, something clicked in Naruto's mind. Naruto, remember these names well, his future self had said to him. Let's see, the liver, the stomach, the he. Hooray! Who's going to stop me now? Gazing down at one of Kakashi's students, Zabuza bellowed, You brat, you will be the first to fall. When the demon of the mist got ready, Kakashi got ready to stop him. Where is Haku? Impossible, this kid, he knows Haku. A Konoha Genin knows Haku? Zabuza exclaimed, almost toppling over his own sword that was stuck in the 3 he had swung it into. Naruto, shut up. Let me handle this one. You can't handle him at all right now. His students watched as the copy. Cat revealed his copier. This will require. The renowned Sharingan. Can I already see it? Once more, the icy voice spoke. Haku and Momochi Zabuza. These two could be your first 2 allies outside of Konoha as they are traveling together, if my memory serves me correctly. But keep in mind, don't divulge too much information. With wide eyes, Naruto exclaimed, Shit, I shouldn't have yelled out to him. Remain there. As he attacked Zabuza, who retaliated, Kakashi gave the order. Naruto sighed and closed his eyes, giving a hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, time to stop pretending, right, Namikaze? Sensei? Dobi, what are you doing? What is he up to? His teammate asked, glaring at the 4 shadow clones that had suddenly materialized around Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna. His eyes widened as the 4 Kage Bunshin began performing hand seals. Kenpo. Shishi Engine Fuinjutsu. All 4 of the clones let out yells. To the surprise of Sakura, Sasuke, and Tazuna, a purple barrier appeared around them, saying, Guys, don't touch it, before making his way toward Kakashi and Zabuza. The real Naruto issued a warning, saying, That thing will burn you to death. The 4 shadow clones, meanwhile, were maintaining the barrier. Listen to what he says, Sakura, Sasuke, Tazuna. Kakashi abruptly appeared next to the real Naruto, keeping Zabuza in his line of sight while giving him a stern look. This barrier carries a high risk of injury. After this, you will explain to me how you know this technique, he said, turning to face Naruto. I'll support you, Kakashi. Sensei, the blonde proclaimed, dismissing Kakashi's plea. Shaking his head, the renowned copy ninja said, No, it's too risky. Zabuza is Junin level, so he will easily kill you. Naruto, leave this to me. The youthful Uzumaki sighed as Kakashi returned to engage Zabuza in a taijutsu duel. That barrier will keep them completely safe, even though it's peculiar and very unlikely. Kakashi thought to himself as he easily sidestepped a swing from Zabuza's blade and returned fire with a similarly easy swipe from his kunai. Naruto, the dead. Last, knows Fuinjutsu. It simply is impossible for a kid his age to know the difficulties. Still, he performed it perfectly, even I can't do that technique. They were fighting near a large pool when Zabuza gave Kakashi a vicious kick that sent him flying into the water after he had taken a few blows through water clones. This is, Suiro no Jutsu, Sweden. As Zabuza completed his evaluation, Kakashi lost consciousness and found himself imprisoned in a watery grave. The renowned Hitaki Kakashi, caught in such a menial technique. Zabuza laughed sarcastically, Okay, brat, time's up. How the mighty have fallen. The demon of the mist gloated, Now. The only way to destroy that annoying barrier is to kill a genin. This will be very hard. The water clone smirked when the boy he had hit turned out to be a shadow clone, saying, Cage Bunshin again. Such an annoying brat, before Naruto could even process what was happening. Quite intriguing, Kakashi. The real Zabuza said, let's see how he holds up against 10 of my water clones. You seem to have at least one good student in your team. Zabuza found the real Naruto with ease, and 10 water clones quickly surrounded him. Take a look at this. Rengoku. Kuusui no Jutsu Kenpo. As the water clones all vanished into nothing around Naruto, Kakashi and Zabuza expressed their indignation with utter shock. What the hell did he do? What was that technique? I don't understand, the real Zabuza muttered. Naruto just laughed and gave his head a quick scratch. Hey, it seems like I haven't used any chakra at all. He then turned serious and glared at Zabuza. Here we go. The game is now over. Zabuza snarled as more water clones surfaced from the water, but his eyes grew wide as Naruto charged forward, effortlessly slicing through all of his water clones. This kid, he's no genin. Such speed, Zabuza exclaimed. Additionally, Kakashi thought that Naruto was hiding something. Zabuza leapt backward and swiftly executed some hand seals, not wanting to be an easy target. Sweden. Suiryuden no Jutsu. After that, Naruto became an easy target for the Water Dragon Blast, which caused him to crash into a tree. However, because Kakashi had broken free from the water prison, Naruto was spared further attacks. Nice work, Naruto, he said, before glaring at the irate Zabuza. Let me tell you, I won't fall for the same trick twice. So, it seems he has no damage at all from that attack just now. That's impossible, though, he said without speaking. Sasuke watched the purple barrier surrounding him, wondering, what's going on? What kind of technique is this? What can you do, Naruto? That dead last knows some interesting techniques. Tazuna muttered, finding the purple barrier a little unsettling. Even though this thing is protecting me, I don't feel super safe. This thing was created by that little kid? I've never read about something like this. How come Naruto knows this? Could this be a Kekai Genkai of his? Sakura nodded in agreement. It seems those 4 clones can't move. If they do, this barrier will probably dissolve. If that's true. Sasuke, carrying a kunai, threw it at one of the clones, saying, let's see. Kasuke.kun. Sakura cried out as the barrier vanished along with the clone, which vanished the moment the kunai struck it. Ah, I thought so. Sasuke laughed. Sorry, dead last, but I don't need protection. The young raven-haired child slowly began walking towards Naruto, while Kakashi and Zabuza were still butting heads, and Sakura stayed by his side. He swallowed nervously and watched the world no longer through purple eyesight. Ah, I hope this will turn out alright. Tazuna.san, don't worry, we'll keep you safe. He smiled at the girl with the pink hair, but not so much that it showed in his eyes. Bastard, what the devil did you do? Tazuna was to be protected by that barrier. Naruto was glaring daggers at Sasuke not far from Tazuna and Sakura. Dobi, what method was that? He asked, snubbing the other person's query. Sasuke, now is not the moment. Kakashi, Sensei may require our assistance. With a sigh, Naruto crossed his arms and said, geez, ruining my shadow clone like that. I'll have to make those shadow clones protect themselves inside the barrier as well. How to do that, though? He said, squinting his eyes at Sasuke. Following their observation of the Sharingan's power, at least its ability to copy, Team 7 saw their teacher emerge victorious in the conflict, declaring, it is over. Without moving, he was startled to feel needles stab him. A moment later, a hunter.nin materialized next to Zabuza, addressing him as Konoha Shinobi. Because the hunter.nin was wearing a mask, Kakashi was unable to determine the hunter Nin's gender. Thank you. This criminal has been my target for a very long time. Kenpo. Oitsumeru no Jutsu. Buseiken. Naruto performed another technique as he had appeared beside the hunter.nin and Zabuza and had his hand on Zabuza's shoulder. The blonde then turned to the hunter.nin. Did you kill him? The masked shinobi nodded, and he watched, sighed, damn it, I guess that jutsu won't work anyway, then. Haku, the boy hiding behind the mask, wondered, well, then. I did sense chakra from that technique, but I see no effects. What did he do? I'm going to miss you. Very strange. He just left, huh? Kakashi said, jumping down from the tree branch he was standing on and landing next to Naruto. Naruto, you and I need to, he muttered. Kakashi collapsed from chakra exhaustion, and Naruto was just able to grab hold of him. Naruto. Awaken. URGHTUH. Wow, that's awful. You're salivating. What? Opening his eyes, he saw a big blurry field of pink in front of him. Blinking and squinting them finally gave way to a clear vision. Sakura. Chan. Naruto, just stand up. Now that he's awake, Kakashi. Sensei wants to speak with each of us. Don't let Sasuke-kun wait any longer than necessary. Move quickly. She practically screamed in his ear before turning around and abandoning him on the floor of a strange room. Where am I at this moment? Let's see. I've encountered Momochi Zabuza, the first ally Namikaze. Sensei told me about. But he's an enemy. How can he become my ally? Did Namikaze Sensei screw up or something? Well, he's dead now, anyway. Damn that hunter.nin. After that, we had to carry Kakashi all the way here. This is. Oh right. This is Tazuna's place. He didn't have any extra beds or us, so we had to sleep on the floor. Now I remember. I'm always a mess in the morning. Naruto, get moving. Hurry up, hurry up. Kakashi, looking at his 3 students in front of him, said, well, we have some good news and some bad news. I'll start with the good. We're going to be training hard and in large quantities. Get ready, everyone. The bad news is that Zabuza may still be alive, though I'm not positive. Kakashi saw the widening of Naruto's eyes and exclaimed, is that true? I don't understand his reaction. Junin, who had gray hair, pondered while nodding. As he closed his eyes, Naruto thought, let's see about that. It was a tracking technique taught to him by a man named Jiraiya. He had no idea who this Jiraiya was, but he knew Namikaze. Sensei held him in high regard. It was a technique thought to him by his future self, the Buseiken. Oitsumeru no Jutsu. He had used it on Zabuza just before the hunter.nin took him away. He had inserted a small amount of chakra into one of Zabuza's chakra points, allowing him to locate his own chakra and locate a person. This method is typically employed for allies, making it simple to locate them when they are in danger or disappear. But this is also how it operates. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Never mind, Kakashi. Sensei. Even if I could sense my own chakra, which was pretty close, the person might still be dead. I'm merely having fun. The surviving members of Team 7 sighed and said, we ought to discuss what you did back there, Naruto. Could you both leave the 2 of us here for a little while, Sakura and Sasuke? Actually, I'm interested as well, Kakashi. The superhero replied. All of a sudden, this dead. Last show's techniques I've never seen before. Sakura agreed with a swift nod. Yeah, that's not even something I've encountered in any book I've read. I think I've perused every book in the library so far. Is there a limit to bloodlines? Sakura, Sakuke. Naruto may be personally involved in this. I'm his sensei. You 2 are his teammates. I have to be able to instruct him, and if I don't know anything about him, I can't do that. He will tell you in due course. However, he needs to tell me right away from both of you listening in. So please, give me a few minutes, and I'll start training you. With a sigh, Sasuke turned away, saying, Shay, how annoying. Sakura merely trailed behind him, giving Naruto one last confused glance over her shoulder. Naruto appeared extremely apprehensive as Kakashi glared at him. May I now ask how you became knowledgeable about Fuinjutsu? Or those additional methods you employed? Using the Sharingan, I was able to partially replicate one of your methods. Buseiken. Oitsumeru no Jutsu. The element Buseiken is something I've never heard of before. Naruto thought to himself, well, I came across a book called Kenpo, Kakashi. Sensei. This is what Namikaze Sensei warned me about. Someone asking me questions about how I know what I know. Now, what did he say I had to say again? A dangerous narrowing of the eye said, he's lying, there is no such book. I then got to reading it. As it happens, the book originated in Whirlpool country. Yes, there were some pretty amazing techniques in there, a variety of methods that assisted you in defending your pals. All I had to do was learn them. In that manner, I would become the greatest Hokage of all time. Yes, Kakashi, Sensei? Whirlpool. Country? A coincidence? Kakashi attempted to look past Naruto's apprehensive smile, but was unable to discern any malice. Naruto's a good guy, definitely. But he then grinned behind his mask. When we get back to Konoha, would you mind showing me this book? Naruto feigned a smile and said, Thank you, Namikaze. Sensei. One day after I got back from school, I saw my entire room empty. Someone stole stuff from my home, while I was enrolled in classes. Kakashi nodded his head and said, Of course. He's the Kyuubi container and people out there really hate him. I feel sorry for him. An emotive lie is a good lie. It was said to him that if he took the time to understand everything that occurred and everything he heard around him would make perfect sense. Naruto sat down too, tossing some wood down to keep the fire going in the middle of their group. I'm surprised. Tree. Walking went a lot quicker than I expected. I figured it would take more than a day, but you've proven me wrong. The lazy copycat stated to his teammates. Not only that, the three of you even mastered water walking today. I wonder what I can get you to do tomorrow. Naruto exclaimed, a new jutsu sounds good to me, sensei. With excitement. Food and Doden are my current affinities. Does Kakashi sensei even know any of those? Kakashi waved once before using Shunshin to vanish. Well, I'll think about it. I'm heading out to sleep. I'll leave guard duty up to you three. Gazing at his two teammates, Naruto was genuinely unsure of how to feel about them. Although he had a deep affection for Sakura, Namikaze. Sensei's predictions about the future were keeping him very busy. After all, they were pretty important. Although he never really liked Sasuke, he figured he might as well give the Uchiha some thought since he was already a pain in the ass and would only get worse in the future. Naruto. His gaze left the fire he was observing to look at Sakura. What is it, Sakura-chan? You talked with Kakashi sensei, right? Well, Sasuke-kun and I actually want to know what about. The girl replied. Indeed, it would be appropriate to begin by discussing how Adobe could pick up tree and water walking skills more quickly than humans. Inner Sakura was furious. It wasn't important, we just talked about Konoha. He sensed a glare from someone. The blonde gave one Uchiha Sasuke a scorching look as he turned his head slightly. He spat out, rising from the ground to tower over Naruto, saying, You're lying, Dobi. You used a strange technique back there and somehow you made 10 water clones disappear in 1 second. I want to know how you did that. Well. His female teammate interrupted, asking, Do you have a bloodline limit, Naruto? I've never seen that barrier-type technique before. With a sigh, the Yondaime-san scratched the top of his head, trying to think of a way to explain this without giving too much away. Well, I know Fuinjutsu a bit, I guess. The method of sealing. It's something my family specialized in. Your family? I thought you were. Sakura interrupted Naruto, saying, Right. The Avenger snorted, but Naruto just kept saying, I don't have any family anymore. Just like Sasuke. But they left me a few scrolls. One of them taught me about Fuinjutsu. Sasuke said, What about the others? What was in them? Naruto lied and said, they were empty. In any case, he was lying when he said that the scrolls had never been there. So, what more do you know? Asked Uchiha. Naruto grinned as he met Sasuke's gaze. Not that much. Not much at all. Sakura was watching her two teammates beneath her while hanging upside down from a tree branch. She had become an expert at walking among trees, requiring very little chakra to accomplish. Sasuke-kun, she thought to herself as she watched the Uchiha hurl fireballs at an insignificant boulder. He has such strength, and he simply never stops becoming stronger. Her eyes darted to Naruto, who was merely perched on the ground, and she asked herself, is that idiot meditating? That is just not possible. A boisterous guy meditating, a la Naruto. Still, the young Haruno scowled as she had to acknowledge that Naruto was far more powerful than she had previously believed. He faced off against the massive sword wielding man by himself and came out unscathed. In fact, he assisted Kakashi in getting away. Naruto. I never imagined he would be concealing things. While teaching Sasuke how to use his fire techniques more skillfully, Kakashi instructed Sakura to continue walking on trees until her chakra ran out. This was done with the intention of raising her chakra amount. In the meantime, Naruto was speaking with the Kyuubi that resided inside his head. Foolish human, your future self has shown us our future and I was not in it. Not only have I been confronted with such impossible a fact, you've allowed him to speed up the process by working on the seals. I hold nothing on my own any longer, and now you've come here to gloat? You should feel very lucky I am restricted in movement. My breath alone would have been enough to dispose of you while you're in front of this cage. The blonde little human let out a long sigh and then fixed the fox demon with a serious look. You can use the Nijushin, Kyubi. Pathetic little bug, you obviously do not understand the limits of that technique, nor the requirements or the certain disappointment after its usage. Perhaps, we could do the Futagogakure no Jutsu? Or perhaps even better, the Fushi Tensai? Naruto laughed. What are you here for? Your presence annoys me greatly, Uzumaki Naruto. You act as if you want to release me. It is a task given to me by myself in the future. I have to kill you, not absorb you. I can't kill you in myself, because I would be killing me, too. He can hear dark, mocking laughter all around him. For the first time, you're actually amusing me. You do realize that next to being invincible, I also happen to be quite immortal. You cannot kill me, weak garbage that you are. But fear not, no one can kill me, after all. You've come here to speak of such nonsense in front of me? Get out of here, already. You don't understand. I have to, otherwise, my offspring. As the Kyubi realized what was happening, there was a startling silence. Naruto glared at the Kyubi. Ah. I see. This puts me in a better position than before, while the great Fox Lord grinned down at him. Tell me, Uzumaki Naruto, what are your future self's plans? He told me to release you and then kill you. With that, his children, no, our children, would live on. My chakra can deal with demonic chakra, but apparently I am the only one in all of existence who can. Not apparently, human. Your chakra had to adapt to mine as soon as I got sealed in you. The reason? A Shinigami never breaks an agreement. The Kyubi let out a scream. Was your chakra not adapted the way it was now, the Shinigami would have not been able to seal myself inside of you when the Yondaime Hokage made the proposition. You would have died as soon as the sealing had started, was it not for the Shinigami altering your chakra. This way, the Shinigami held his end of the deal perfectly and made himself deserve a fine soul. Your father's. The Kyubi took a moment to let that detail penetrate the tiny blonde's mind. So, now that your ignorance has slightly decreased, continue telling me of your plans. So, the other Jinchuriki. I know not. I find myself uncaring in how other Biju have been sealed. But my guess is, they haven't been sealed by usage of the Shikifuin. So their chakra isn't as special as yours. Now, continue, the fox said. I am very interested in how you can make me use the Fushi Tensai. So, do not mention your plans with the Futagogakure, as that will never happen. All right, the youthful Uzumaki complained. Since you can't take control of me, as that would mean certain death, well, he told me that other people could come to this place. Other humans? Here? Wondered aloud the Kyubi. He then laughed, causing the grounds to tremble in fear. Perhaps he means the Uchiha, with their accursed eyes. It is possible they can pierce your mind and get to me. How ingenious. I did not expect you, or your future self to think of something so abysmal. With his eyes closed, Naruto nodded his head. Yes, he wanted me to lure Uchiha in here, so you can use the Fushi Tensai on him. Furthermore, the Kyubi continued. He thought further ahead with this, and unfortunately, I will not fall for this. Naruto gave a fierce look. You think I am ignorant, Uzumaki? No other body can handle my demonic chakra but yours. Should I fall for this and actually attempt to take over another body, it will mean my and the Uchiha's immediate death. So, the cut-off Kyubi was not pleased with it. Exactly. There's only one option and we both know it, Kyubi. It's the Futagogakure. The nine-tailed Biju said angrily, HMPH, that will never happen. Begone, infuriating insect. You've taken too much of my time. I would rather let myself get eviscerated by your Fuinjutsu like as planned and take your offspring with me, then do this disgusting technique. Naruto returned to the world of the living and was met with his team's inquisitive looks. You really go far away when you meditate, huh, Naruto? Kakashi frowned while grinning. I told you, I don't know any Kaden techniques. Those are simply impossible for me to do. Alright? What do you want? Naruto screamed. God, I had no idea this bastard could be so obnoxious. With his fists clenched, Sasuke gave off a glare. Naruto, I know you know more than what you've shown us. You are the dead. Last, yet, you've learned tree. Walking faster than me. That is very, very unlikely. Tell me what you know. The blonde screamed, having had enough of Sasuke forcing him to demonstrate techniques and other things all the time. Look. What I know won't do you any good. The same goes the other way around. Besides, what is your chakra affinity, anyway? Sakura was observing them already, but Kakashi lifted his head from his Come Paradise book and fixed his gaze on the pair as well. Oh? Is Naruto familiar with chakra affinities? I'm confident now that he hasn't shared all of his knowledge with me. However, on the other hand, of course he didn't. He approached Sakura and placed a hand on her shoulder. Sakura, follow me. Naruto has just given us something interesting to talk about. Sasuke's piercing yet perplexed gaze shifted from Naruto to the other half of Team 7 as they approached. Well, maybe for once Kakashi will reveal something to us that I'm unaware of. Talking about affinities, Naruto. I think that's a bit too advanced for a genin to know of, but perhaps I should just explain. Do you know your affinity, Naruto? Kakashi asked. The blonde nodded, and the copy.nin went on, handing each of his 3 students a piece of paper. Affinities, it's actually about which element you control at the moment. It can be fire, electricity, wind, water and earth. We'll find out about yours when you focus your chakra in that piece of paper. Sasuke's document creased. The Uchiha scowled at the paper. Ah, Sasuke, your chakra affinity is electricity. In fact, he was expecting fire. Sasuke's head snapped to Sakura's as she truly burned up. They all turned to face Naruto, but nothing happened to his. Obviously, yours is fire, Sakura. The Junin asked, Naruto, would you mind focusing chakra in it? The response was a snort, which none of them had anticipated. Nothing is happening. Kakashi observed the piece of paper in Naruto's hands after revealing his Sharingan. He is channeling chakra in it, that much is true, but what is going on? And after that, the paper just vanished. It simply disappeared. Kakashi's Sharingan revealed what his eyes had never seen before. That was a lot like that, but that's not possible. Still, it did occur. Now, Kakashi was extremely suspicious of Naruto, but he came to the conclusion that Naruto was clueless about what had just happened based on the blonde's sincere confusion. Madden? Kakashi inquired. Kakashi shrugged and hid his Sharingan. I guess you just burned up your paper, huh, Naruto? Ah, said the team's female member. I didn't see it burn? So, Naruto has fire too? The educator with gray hair stroked the back of his head. No, that's not what I meant, Sakura. He poured too much chakra in it, so he kinda made the paper all useless. Kakashi told the truth. Naruto, you're getting so ridiculous. I'm investigating this thoroughly. As soon as I figure it out. Without a doubt, Sandaime Hokage will know what to do. Sakura rolled her eyes as she saw the blonde embarrassedly scratch the back of his head. Such a moron. There was a snort from the Avenger. Well, now that we know Sasuke has lightning type affinity and Sakura has fire type, perhaps you should both teach some techniques from that element. Kakashi laughed. Naruto, show them a technique. The loudmouth exclaimed, what? I don't know any of those. Merely verifying, the copy.nin pondered. He turned to leave the group after saying, fine, I'll show you, tomorrow. Sakura lost her face when Sasuke did. All Naruto could do was laugh while Kakashi left. He sure is lazy, huh? Sakura gave Naruto a menacing glare and said, Naruto, you nodded when Kakashi asked you what your chakra affinity was. So, what is it? The curious look on Sasuke's face brought a smile to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's face. I actually know a lot about chakra affinities, Sakura. Chan. Someone told me about them. If you go on a date with me, I'll tell you. He was on the ground with a red mark on his left cheek and muttered, shit. Fine, no date. Huh? Well, I ain't telling you nothing unless you and Sasuke go to Ichiraku Ramen with me once we're back in Konoha. Naruto. Sakura gritted her teeth and began slowly, want me to hit you really hard now? With a hopeful glance at Sasuke, Naruto said, hey, it's not that bad is it? I mean, Sasuke'll be there, too? Right, bastard? I won't, was his icy response. He continued to glare at Naruto, though, as though the glare would provide the answers to his present problems. It was Naruto's turn to snort this time. Then, no deal, go ask Kakashi, I'm going meditating. Naruto vanished before any of them could seize him, leaving his two students staring in disbelief at the location where the blonde was standing. Holy hell. Naruto can do Shunshin no Jutsu. Sakura would have heard Sasuke grit his teeth in rage if she had superhuman sound shinobi-style hearing. That is the last one. Why does he know everything that he does? He gave Sakura a scowl. Sakura. Sakura blushed. What is it? Sasuke-kun. Actually, this might be the first time. No, it was the first time Sasuke struck up a discussion with her. His glaring eyes narrowed, actually making Sakura blush harder. We will go to Ichiraku Ramen with Naruto once we get back to Konoha. Kakashi won't be teaching anything at the moment, so we're gonna look for Naruto now. He'll tell us more about this thing. Understood? She jumped and exclaimed, yes, Sasuke-kun. We'll find that idiot easily, simultaneously. Actually, she was itching to give Sasuke a hug. He said as he leapt quickly away, then hurry up. Sakura looked appreciatively at the spot where Sasuke was standing, saying, Sasuke-kun is so cool. That was almost as fast as a Shunshin no Jutsu. I guess I go look for that idiot now. Excuse me? He was truly perplexed. Were all the Konoha shinobi so dim-witted as to nod off in the middle of nowhere? Haku's expression was doubtful as he fixed his gaze on the blonde. This child truly caused some difficulties for Zabuza. Sama, didn't he? It was probably just serendipity, he thought to himself, grinning at the picture of the ostensibly chaste shinobi resting against a tree. The blonde didn't appear to be very attractive, like a brat instead of a gifted ninja. But then, appearances can be very deceiving, Haku thought, recalling how his own opponents had frequently had the same impression of him. Naruto opened his eyes and asked, huh? But all he did was rub away his sleep. With a blink, Haku filled his basket with plants and extended his hand to assist Naruto in standing up. You'll catch a cold sleeping in a place like this. Naruto grinned as he accepted the hand. Wave residents sure are friendly, huh? Totally not like Konoha. He muttered to himself. He turned to face the basket and said, thanks for waking me up, miss. You collecting weeds or something? The apprentice of Zabuza grinned. The boy with black hair said, oh, these aren't just weeds. These are special plants that are actually medicines that, when used properly, can save lives. He's probably a rookie, Genin. Naruto gave a head nod. He acknowledged, I know absolutely nothing about that. So, what time is it? Around 5 in the morning, I suppose. Why do you ask? The blonde narrowed his eyes and realized that this girl was actually friendly, cuter even than Sakura. Chan. Wow, that early? You sure are working early, lady. He's quite noisy for a shinobi. However, there's something more profound about him. Haku realized he could not read this child at all as he looked directly into Naruto's eyes. Interesting. Maybe he's not so harmless after all. The fake hunter.nin said, as are you. What are you doing here so early in the morning? Training. Meditating. Actually, you're meditating, right? A boisterous boy such as he is. Haku laughed. I see. That must be difficult. Could you be a ninja, by any chance? The Jinchuriki laughed and puffed up his chest. Oh, you can tell, huh? Is sure as hell one. Amazing, huh? So, why are you training? To Haku's surprise, the blonde began yelling, I need to become stronger, strong enough to become the strongest shinobi in my village. So everyone will acknowledge my strength. He thought, what a very strange shinobi this is. Are you getting stronger for you, or for someone else? Naruto looked at Haku, his eyes suddenly serious. The boy with black hair felt as though he was standing in front of someone else entirely at that very moment. I have to get strong. Strong enough so I can protect everyone. Haku's eyes grew wide at this. To safeguard everyone? Haku squinted, seeing the pain in Naruto's eyes. Oh, at last the first feeling manifests itself. His suffering might very well surpass mine in every way. After all, this boy is not your typical child. Marvelous. Yes, I have to protect everyone, because no one else will be able to. I cannot fail this. What tenacity, Haku said, closing his eyes and extending a hand to Naruto. Without hesitation, Naruto shook his hand and said, you will become strong. And so, I've met someone else who has given me hope in a similar way. Haku turned to walk away, but halted when he felt two chakra signatures appear next to the blonde child. Let us meet again somewhere. Glancing around, he saw his two teammates. How stupid of me not to have noticed it earlier. There is so much chakra surrounding that boy. How did he get to be where I found him? Hey, lady. These are my teammates. Haku bowed. Ah. Nice to meet you. Also, I am a boy. Sakura didn't think Naruto was serious, and Sasuke nearly lost consciousness due to shock. After all, this guy truly did resemble a girl. What? But you surpass Sakura-chan in cuteness. Naruto let out an inward cry. Choosing to ignore his own perplexity about the boy who looked like a girl, Sasuke said, Dobi, we've agreed on your deal. Teach us about chakra affinities now. Haku turned to face them. His eyes narrowed. Affinities of the chakras? So, the young child is more than he seems to be, he said, grinning. However, he is a genuinely decent person. Wait. My name's Uzumaki Naruto, lady. Haku pivoted and grinned. Haku said, my name is Haku, nice to. As soon as he noticed Naruto's body language drastically change. Of course, he called my name during his team's battle against Zabuza. Sama. He was aware of me already. He thought as he noticed Naruto's eyes enlarge as well. Shit. After saying that, Haku vanished right away. Haku, the blonde said, her eyes still wide. Sasuke scowled, so, he was a shinobi. Nice going, dead. Last. The following day. Alright, team. Here's what we'll do. Should we encounter Zabuza and his little hunter Nin again, we'll let Naruto perform his barrier technique. Sasuke, Kakashi glared at the Uchiha. I expect you won't attack your teammate again, this time. The boy with black hair answered, it was a shadow clone, Kakashi, what does it matter? Besides, I won't be inside that barrier this time. To Kakashi's dismay, Sasuke interrupted. Sasuke, you still attacked Naruto. Not only that, but in doing so, you brought our client back in danger. The young Uchiha muttered, I understand, Kakashi. Reprimanding him didn't sit well with him at all. What's the harm in eliminating one or two shadow clones anyhow? The blonde shot back, it doesn't matter, Kakashi. Sensei. I've learned how to create an extra barrier around my clones from the inside now as well. So, this time, there will be no breaking the barrier unless I cancel out the technique, he boasted. To be honest, if we run into that sick shinobi again, getting trapped with Tazuna in that barrier isn't such a bad idea, Sakura deadpanned. Did he discover how to protect his own clones during the Shishi engine, then? In this brief period of time? How improbable, the copycat discovered. Anyway, let's get back to training. I'll be fine by tomorrow, so starting tomorrow, we'll all be helping Tazuna-san on the bridge. Naruto gave a snort. I'll just use Kage Bunshin and finish that bridge on my own. Sakura slapped him across the back. Naruto. You'll just destroy the bridge, knowing you. Rubbing the lump on his head, Naruto scowled at Sakura. But his thoughts were elsewhere. I'll be facing Zabuza and Haku next time. This time, I might have to sacrifice everything to keep everyone alive. Sasuke-kun and I are going on a date when we return to Konoha. As Sakura lay in bed, she thought happily. I'll just tell Naruto to shut up so we can spend some time together alone. Sakura grimaced at the events of the past few days as she fixed her gaze on the ceiling. In reality, her blonde teammate from last place was instructing them on chakra affinities. Hearing him discuss such complicated topics was really strange. Her eyes widened in an instant. Hey, hold on a second. I was never informed by Naruto of his chakra affinity. That idiot. Abruptly, her gaze went to the door of her makeshift bedroom in Tsunami's home. Tazuna's daughter was Tsunami. Since Sasuke and Naruto were still out training, she assumed that the sound she heard in the hallway might have come from one of them. She made her way to the door and peered through the tiny gap she had made by slamming it open. Aha! It's Naruto and Sasuke-kun. They appear awful. So worn out. When Sasuke-kun is tired, he looks great. They came to a halt and she observed as they gazed down. Was there anything lying around the floor? The voice caught her off guard, asking, why do you try so hard? She recognized it as being that of Inari, Tsunami's son. No matter how hard you try, you're still no match for Gatu's men. No matter what you do, the strong will always win. Whatever, kid. Sakura's eyes shifted from the ground to Naruto's as Inari was standing directly in front of her door. What did that consist of? How come he suddenly had such a different appearance? Was this how Naruto looked in a serious situation? Glancing over at Sasuke, she saw that he was staring at Naruto as well, albeit with a frown on his face. "I'm not like you." Inari's response came through quicker than it could have. "I'd hate to be like you. You don't know anything about this country, yet you're being so nosy," Sakura responded. The young boy was in tears. Once more glancing between Sasuke and Naruto, she saw that Sasuke was attempting to ignore everything, but that Naruto was actually assisting Sasuke in getting to her feet. Whoa, Sasuke-kun is really tired. Then she turned to face Naruto, who was actually staring at Inari with a grin on his face. Inari cried out, "What the hell do you know about me? I'm different from you. You're always smiling, having fun. You don't know how hard life can be." Sakura wanted to argue that wasn't the case, but she restrained herself. She had been defending the dead. Last since when? She then noticed Naruto's expression. But it's true, Naruto and Sasuke are both aware of how difficult life can be, are they not? Naruto's harsh voice caused Sakura's eyes to widen. "So, it's okay for you to pose as the star of a tragedy and cry all day?" Sakura asked. "So, merciless. Just keep on crying forever, idiot." Sakura observed with disbelief as Sasuke angrily snapped at Naruto, obviously not understanding how the small child was being spoken to by Naruto. "Naruto. You little sissy." Sakura pulled open her door. She was about to punch Naruto because he was making the boy cry even more. "That's enough, Naruto," she exclaimed. Of course, the noise caused everyone in the house to wake up. Sakura's inner voice raged. He gave Sakura a glare that was unlike anything Sasuke had ever given her, and it felt even colder. "Whatever," he said, releasing Sasuke and turning to leave. The Uchiha quickly found support by leaning against the wall. Sakura turned to face Inari, who was sobbing uncontrollably. "Inari-kun," she uttered first. Inari yelled, "Shut up," and fled in the opposite direction of Naruto. Sakura sighed, then turned to assist Sasuke. It didn't really bother her because she expected and received the response, "Don't. I don't need any help, Sakura." She was about to return to her bedroom when he said, "You didn't understand, so you had no right stopping this conversation here." She froze, not expecting him to continue. "You don't understand me and you don't understand Naruto either. Stop pretending you do, it's annoying." As Sasuke made his way to his room through the wall, she listened. As she shut the door, she was actually clenching her jaw and scowling at her feet. He is correct, I have no understanding of them at all. However, you overlook it, they also don't comprehend who we are, Sakura's inner demon roared. Sakura nodded her head, her features displaying a dance of determination. "It's time for us all to get to know one another, you're right. It appears that when we return to Konoha, I won't be asking Naruto to shut up." "Naruto, these clothes are special. I designed them." "Well, you did too. Eventually." The younger, blonde Jinchuriki laughed, the older scratching the back of his head in mild confusion. "Each piece of this clothing has a seal implemented on them. I will explain to you now how to use them." Naruto gave a nod. "First off, your headband. The Godem Hokage held a technique in her arsenal that stores chakra and taught me the basics of it. I've created a hite 8 that can store chakra. You basically pour chakra into the headband and it'll remain there. It has to touch your forehead, though. You yourself will be drained of it, of course. But you and me both know we have a whole lot of chakra. I'd advise you to store chakra in the hite 8 and take a day's rest after that. If you want to drain chakra from the headband, just think of pulling chakra out of it. It'll come automatically." Naruto's elder self raised a hand, interrupting his speech. "Wait until I've explained everything and keep paying attention, Naruto. Next up, your vest and shirt combined complete the chakra cloak. It completely conceals all of your chakra. Even it's warm, do not take off the vest, understand? These two lose their function when they're apart. Now, your trunks." Naruto's short pants came to the knees. The pants themselves don't hold any seals, but your pockets do. And they respond to your fingers. Pour chakra into your thumb, pink, middle finger, ring finger or index finger. All summon different weapons. Important is that the fingers of your left hand summon different things than the fingers on your right hand. Try it out. Pour Pouring chakra in the palm of your right hand will result in summoning Ego Kaiki. The palm of your left hand summons nothing, until you will assign something to it. Naruto scowled while the older one gave a weird little laugh. I want you to locate the Ego Kaiki in your own time and assign it to the palm in your left hand. If my assumptions are correct, you'll find the result very exciting. Moving on. The black sandals hold no seals and I figured it completed the black look we both have. The black gloves, however, hold summon seals, just like the pockets in your black pants. These, however, summon explosive tags when you pour chakra in them, combining them with wind. Natured chakra should do something pretty cool. As the Azukage granted him permission to speak, Naruto observed, "What about all the pockets in my vest?" Namikaze Naruto observed as his younger self held a tiny metal symbol and said, "Ah, yes. They hold no seals, just scrolls. These scrolls are all empty. I will be teaching you how to seal techniques, weapons, clothes, food, drinks, and many other stuff in scrolls soon." "You like the Uzumaki crest?" Naruto raised his gaze from the tiny metal component he was holding, which was meant to fasten the black belt around his waist. "Uzumaki." The Azukage gave a head nod. "Our mother was Uzumaki Kushina and she originated from Whirlpool Country. The name Namikaze is already great and will never be forgotten in this world. I want to make the name Uzumaki big as well. Even though we've never met our mother, I know I love her and, well, respect her. We'll make the Uzumaki name big, right?" "My mother's name is Uzumaki Kushina," Naruto reiterated. "But then, why do you go by the name Namikaze?" Namikaze Naruto wasn't sure what to start with. Why he went by Namikaze, or what mysteries the black belt and the Uzumaki symbol on him represented. He was startled out of his sleep by the sounds of birds chirping. He looked down and saw that there was no pillow under his head. His neck and head were hurting, in fact. He looked around, noticing that he was outside, and took a few moments to just breathe and do nothing but wake up. The sky was mostly blocked out by trees, so he could hardly see it. The blonde let out a deep sigh and sat down, massaging his head in the hopes that the dull headache would pass quickly. "Man, where am I?" he asked, his eyes still half closed, feeling as though he could sleep for a long time more, but maybe it would be wiser to check in with his team first. He blinked and said, finally decided to wake up, "Huh? He was not even aware of anyone? Who was in attendance?" Then he saw it. "Geez, what the hell is wrong with you? You really think I'd let you wake up first if I wanted to kill you?" Naruto exclaimed as he leapt up and prepared to kick some ass. His personal shadow duplicate. Again, the real Naruto moaned, all right. I forgot about you, okay?" Since his own clone obviously possesses the same chakra presence, it stands to reason that he would not sense it. He recalled telling the Bunshin to keep an eye out. Something he should always do, his future self advised him. "Dispel yourself. It might get rid of this headache." Cage Bunshin laughed heartily. "Yeah, well, you have been sleeping on a rock all night." Naruto smiled as the clone vanished and recollected some of the training from the previous evening. His headache had vanished before he could blink. "Yes, that's right, mastery of a new technique. Let's give it a go right now." What's going on here? The unconscious bodies strewn across the incomplete bridge were enough of a clue that someone wasn't quite right. The lone woman on the bridge said, "Kakashi. Sensei," just as mist enveloped everyone else. "Well, it looks like I was correct." The copy.nin concluded. His two teammates and Tazuna, the client, looked up ahead and saw two shadows slowly approaching them through the mist. Momochi Zabuza is still alive. And he brought his friend along this time. The hunter.nin, as expected. When Sasuke at last saw the missing .nin and his partner, he growled. "He couldn't make it. Where's the loudmouth?" Zabuza asked, her voice as icy as Kakashi, and the others remembered it. "I wanted Haku to deal with that nosy brat." "Oh well, your other two will do just as fine, I'm sure." Thus, Haku is his name. If my memory serves me correctly, Naruto called out Haku's name the first time we saw Zabuza. Was he aware that Zabuza was traveling with Haku? It's unlikely that Naruto would have any bingo books, but it could have been mentioned in the bingo records. Kakashi sighed. "I intend to finish things quick this time, Zabuza." The demon of the mist laughed. "Is that so? I take it I'll get to see that Sharingan eye again, huh? Let's do this, then." He watched the hunter.nin perform seals with one hand, and his Sharingan eye grew wider. This one's a special shinobi, huh? Hijutsu, Sensatsu Suisho. While Kakashi was blocking Haku's Ice Needle attack with his kunai and shielding Sakura and Tazuna, Sasuke effortlessly leapt out of the way of the attack. Kakashi quickly turned to see Zabuza bringing his enormous sword down on Tazuna and Sakura. You don't have time to protect them, Kakashi. The sword missed its mark because a second Kakashi emerged from behind Zabuza and struck it with a kunai. Water splattered everywhere as Zabuza vanished. Kakashi whispered, Mizu Bunshin. I suppose with his mist around, it's easy for you to create them. While this was going on, Sasuke and Haku had a fight. Kunai met Ice Needle. Haku's voice said, You're fast enough to evade my attack. I commend you. Sasuke heard the Ice Needles from the previous attack, which were on the ground behind him, all sailed towards him again as Haku made a single hand gesture. However, this is as far as you'll go. Sasuke used chakra to propel himself forward, avoiding Haku and landing on all the Ice Needles. Oh, quite a talented one we have, here. Zabuza had reappeared next to Haku with the same unwavering grin, indeed. Finish things quickly, Haku. I won't be able to do the same in handling Kakashi. I understand, Zabuza.san. After practicing a new food and jutsu he had been practicing for days, Naruto was full of energy. Having finally mastered it, he was leaving for Tsunami's house in the hopes of catching a hearty breakfast, feeling pretty pleased with himself. In an instant, Naruto accelerated from a walking pace to a running pace as the house came into sight. He walked in, ready to take a jab at either Sasuke or Kakashi, but when he saw that there was no one there, he narrowed his eyes. Naruto murmured, Where is everyone? Softly. Upon entering the kitchen and then the upstairs, he discovered that nobody was there. Aw man, I missed breakfast and they all started training without me. Even Tsunami.san and that little brat are gone, Shay. He heard the front door slam shut and footsteps approaching as he sat on the bed in the room where he and the rest of his team had been staying for the past few days. This startled him. It must be Inari, Naruto reasoned. Perhaps he can, he thought as he moved toward the stairs and saw Inari crying. The child was staring at him with what surprised him. Hope. Pooh. Please. They took my mother, Naruto's mind suddenly clicked. Tell me where. Hijutsu. Maku Hyosho. He had no idea he would be entering a painful world 3 minutes ago when he heard those words. He was aware that Kakashi was preoccupied with that Zabuza guy, so he couldn't rely on him. All in all, he realized he was screwed because he couldn't wait for Sakura to suddenly acquire some shinobi abilities. Anyhow, where in the hell was Naruto? Haku's voice came from all around him, saying, Your eyes. It seems my technique has helped in you gaining your bloodline limit. The Sharingan. He was not actually in that mirror, even though he could see the masked boy in one of the many ice mirrors surrounding him, but I'm afraid it's already too late. Sasuke thought to himself, I'm beginning to see his movements. All I have to do is see more to get back at you. Haku could only move from mirror to mirror while using this technique, throwing ice needles in all directions. He could even simultaneously throw needles at all angles if the worst happened. But Haku hoped he could just hit the boy at the right pressure points with a new Sharingan. He had never been fond of taking lives. The youngster was avoiding most of his needles, though, so he was not cooperating. Kakashi, who was near Haku and Sasuke, was panting and holding his hand over a large wound on his chest. Zabuza had enveloped all of them in a dense mist that his Sharingan was unable to see through. I haven't been in such a risky circumstance in a long. He could still feel Sakura, his other subordinate, and Uchiha behind him, watching over Tazuna. I hope Sasuke is doing fine. I suppose using Kachiyose will be necessary to get things done quickly. All I can hope for is that Sasuke will arrive in time. I swear to you, I'll save her, I swear, Inari. Just a short while ago, he yelled those words to the young boy. He was now racing through the forest with the goal of getting to Inari's mother before it was too late. According to Inari, there were 2 of them, and they were most likely escorting her to Gato, their supervisor. They had to stay on the water to accomplish that. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. In an attempt to locate them more quickly, Naruto dispatched his shadow clones in various directions. Damn it, I had to sleep somewhere else with my stupid head, and lastly, after you wake up, carry on with your training. Foolish. Foolish. He was traveling at a very fast pace, as were his clones. Remaining silent was no longer helpful. He would save everyone, and now as the real deal, he was required to At that moment, a shadow clone materialized, and Naruto knew exactly where they were. But when he saw the shadow clone's memories, he came to the conclusion that Tsunami was most likely dead. Shit. Sasuke was in excruciating pain, holding both of his hands on his knees to support himself. He was panting and could only see with one eye. He had been struck by numerous ice needles all over his body, but he was able to escape being struck in vital areas. But he knew that if things kept going this way, he wouldn't be able to hang on for very long. It didn't really matter that he could now see some of his opponent's movements. Their skill sets were too dissimilar. Merely a new genin, and his death would be his first true mission already? His hands became clenched. He wasn't a Uchiha, though. The Sharingan was already with him. He was going to keep going until he faced Uchiha Itachi. In comparison to his brother, this opponent was insignificant. Regaining his balance, Sasuke gave Haku a menacing look. A surprisingly soft voice said, "Oh, it seems like you're still able to move." It was Haku. It would be wise to stand down and admit defeat, to avoid more suffering. Accept death as something swift. With two tomos appearing in each of his Sharingan eyes, Sasuke replied, "I won't die. This fight is far from over." Sasuke easily avoided all of the needles this time because he could see them coming at him before they even got close. "Those needles won't touch me again," he exclaimed, leaping from one place to another and accelerating his movement with chakra beneath his feet. In response, the other person said, "You're not realizing the position you are in. In here, I can hit anything I want whenever I want." This caused the needles to grow more quickly. That did not alter the fact that Sasuke continued to avoid each and every one of them. "I see. His eyes have grown so much that it's too hard to hit him. If that's accurate, then..." Sasuke's eyes grew wide when he noticed that Haku's reflection appeared in every mirror. "I told you there was no way out in here," a multitude of voices uttered. "There's nowhere to run to, for there is a needle waiting for you, everywhere." Sasuke's Sharingan did indeed detect ice needles approaching from all directions, so he clenched his jaw and gathered chakra. No matter what he did, his Sharingan warned him he would be hit, so... Gh. "There's no point bringing her in this way, Waraji," muttered a young man with a black hat as he turned to face the woman on the ground. Waraji scratched himself just above the eye patch covering his right eye and said, "I'm sorry, I felt like cutting something up. Besides, what difference will this woman make, anyway? She was too stubborn to be of any meaning, really." With a sigh, Zori reached for the sword dangling from his hip. He raised his sword above the woman, preparing to sever her in two, then blinkered in shock to discover that his weapon had vanished. "She's still alive, so we might as well finish things here. Not within his reach anymore?" With the loss of his sword, Waraji's eyes grew wide. "You bastards," the two of them said as they turned to face the blonde child who had dropped their swords to the ground. "How dare you hurt an innocent woman?" "Innocent?" exclaimed Zori. "She's the daughter of the man who opposes Gato. No one opposes Gato." Waraji hesitated before raising his voice. "This child is talented. He took hold of our swords without our knowledge. Furthermore, His eyes grew wide when Zori abruptly fell to the ground beside him. What, Zori?" He realized he was still standing there as he stared at the location where the blonde child had been standing. Why had Zori fallen? He fell to his knees and hurriedly looked to see if his friend was still alive. "You bastard, what did you do to him?" Naruto gave Waraji a scowl. Be glad he isn't dead. Since he had already been knocked out from behind, he was completely unaware of anything. Naruto approached the struggling Tsunami on the ground, her arms, legs, and back covered in numerous sword wounds. He muttered to himself, "I just hope she can handle the motion. There's only one thing I can do now, since I don't know any medic ninjutsu." He knelt down and placed one hand on Tsunami's shoulder while using his other to perform a seal. Hiraishin no Jutsu. After completing a series of hand seals, Kakashi heard a scream and questioned aloud. "Sasuke?" Dropping to his knees. Shaking his head, he threw his hands on the floor and cried, "Kachiyose. Doden. Suiga no Jutsu." Zabuza's voice echoed through the misted clearing. "It seems your boy is in a lot of pain, Kakashi. He won't survive against a killer like Haku." As his jutsu extended beneath the earth, the copy.nin replied, "Don't underestimate my students. He is Uchiha, the last of his clan. He won't die so easily." But it doesn't matter. Haku has never lost with that technique. You're failing as a teacher, Kakashi. It's a Shaw. He interrupted as a large number of dogs suddenly erupted from the ground and bit Zabuza wherever they could bite him. Uchiha? He's a Uchiha? A survivor of that unfortunate clan? No wonder he can last this long against Haku's. Shit. The demon of the mist turned to face Kakashi, who gave him a scowl. End of the line, Zabuza. How? Kakashi knelt down a little and gave a few hand seals before saying, my blood. Thanks to the wounds you gave me and the blood on your sword. My dogs were able to catch you through this mist. I've won this battle. Now, let me show you my original technique. Sasuke lost all movement and collapsed to the ground. Haku dispelled his jutsu and approached the fallen Avenger cautiously. Very skilled indeed, you've managed to avoid getting hit in lethal places, again. But, seeing that there are so many needles, this fight has come to an end. Despite his injuries, Sasuke was able to look up and gave his opponent a fierce look. It hurt too much for him to speak. But you shouldn't feel ashamed. I used my ultimate move against you, the one that allows for no escape. I only use it on my strongest opponents. You should be proud. A genin was able to push me to my limits. Now, should I end your life? Sakura. Chan? Naruto was standing behind Tazuna and Sakura, who both snapped around in disbelief. Naruto? Naruto questioned, what's going on here? When he noticed the mist on the bridge. I'm glad I put a seal on each member of the team, he said to himself. But is Sasuke invisible to me? Was I too late? Sakura bellowed, we're under attack. Zabuza and that hunter. Nin. They came out of nowhere. Raising 5 shadow clones, Naruto muttered, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Sakura and Tazuna were surrounded by 4 of them. As his clones started doing hand seals, Naruto said, wait here, I'll go help out. You stay with Tazuna, alright? He spun around and grinned confidently at Sakura and Tazuna. I'll go save everyone. That smile gave Sakura hope in her chest, and Tazuna felt a great sense of relief. Shishi engine. 4 clones surrounded them with a purple barrier. In case someone attempted to approach the barrier too closely, 1 shadow clone remained behind. Naruto focused on Sasuke's position and executed a single hand seal. Hiraishin no Jutsu. Sakura and Tazuna witnessed how Naruto disappeared, leaving only a faint yellow flash in his wake. Haku suddenly noticed the blonde boy he had met in the forest by Sasuke's side, just as he sensed a lot of chakra being gathered in the distance. Incredible. I never saw him coming, Haku pondered. Oh my god, Sasuke, you look like shit. Naruto squatted down and gave the Uchiha a shoulder pat. Though Sasuke was already unconscious, he said, hang on a little longer. You're powerful, Haku began. But I sense my master is in danger, I cannot fight you right now. Naruto snorted and glared at the boy wearing a mask. You think you can just kick my teammate's ass and get away with it? Haku, however, had stopped listening and was prepared to accelerate in order to get to Zabuza in time. Naruto leapt away, blinking. However, the blonde possessed much greater speed. Chidori. When a mirror of ice materialized in front of Zabuza, Kakashi's eyes grew wide and he lost all control. That's when he realized something solid was holding his hand. He cast a sidelong glance and noticed that Naruto had grabbed his wrist to break his jutsu. Through an ice mirror, Haku had materialized in front of Zabuza, where she witnessed Naruto saving her life. For a brief while, Zabuza was taken aback by everything, but then it dawned on him. Using the Chidori and the Sharingan, he greatly depleted Kakashi, causing the copy. Cat to lose control of the Doden Suiga no Jutsu. This set Zabuza free. Taking out his sword, he struck Haku, Kakashi, and Naruto. When Zabuza abruptly stopped, Kakashi was about to leap back since the Chidori had subsided and Naruto had released his wrist. I don't think so. Glancing up, Haku saw Zabuza's sword hovering a mere inch or 2 from his face. With his own sword impeding Zabuza's, Naruto angrily questioned, what are you thinking? Slashing your sword through your comrade like that? Gritting his teeth, Zabuza attempted to use his sword to overwhelm Naruto. It was also beginning to function. Zabuza grunted during the struggle and said, Haku would have dodged it, he's too fast to be hit by my sword. What's this sword? Haku and Kakashi leapt back. Haku's arm stopped Kakashi as he tried to move forward. Wait, the battle is already over. Kakashi appeared perplexed until he heard someone laughing behind him. The mist had cleared by now. The copy.nin witnessed the Shishi engine encircling Tazuna and Sakura, but he also witnessed a massive army under the command of a very short man who was laughing. Well, that has to be Gadu. What's this? The demon of the mist struggling against a kid. How low you've fallen. I've come to take over. You're doing a shitty job, Zabuza. Gadu cracked a grin. The short man gave his army the order, now, kill everyone. Zabuza and Naruto moved apart, staring dumbly at the advancing band of bandits. As he drawn his sword, Naruto murmured, really, are they serious? People like them facing shinobi like us? Zabuza laughed. He then turned to face Kakashi and said, they are. Zabuza, relieved that Haku was still alive, said, my mission is over, it seems. We no longer need to fight. He then reclaimed his sword and grinned maniacally. Let's cut down this army, Haku. Yes, Zabuza.san. Kakashi exclaimed, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, as he turned to face Naruto and several of his shadow clones. He also saw how Sasuke was raised off the ground by one shadow clone and the real Naruto, saying, I'll help out. Kakashi muttered, I guess I'll help, too. Kage Bunshin. It's safe to say that Gatu's army had no chance, and Zabuza killed Gatu. While Zabuza was having fun with a few destitute soldiers from Gatu's pitiful army, Kakashi approached Naruto and the unconscious Sasuke. Kakashi. Sensei, I have to take him to Konoha. With a sigh, the copy.nin knelt to see how Sasuke was doing. Kakashi turned to see the Shishi engine still in the vicinity of Sakura and Tazuna. I know some medic ninjutsu, I'll be able to make sure he's fine, but… You're right, we need to return to Konoha as soon as possible, he said. Everything's fine now, you can release them. Tazuna's safe, since Gatu's dead now. To their surprise, Naruto lingered to speak with Zabuza and Haku, but Sakura and Kakashi returned Sasuke and Tazuna to Tsunami's house. Zabuza.san, Haku.san. I have a favor to ask. Staring down at Naruto with a bored expression, Zabuza asked, a favor? What makes you think you can ask us a favor, kid? Naruto smiled at Zabuza and Haku and said, I saved your life, both of your lives. Since I'm going to become Hokage of Konoha, I want you two on my side. Haku appeared taken aback, and Zabuza laughed, kid, you mean you want us to come to Konoha? The blonde man gave a headshake. No, I would like to stay in contact, Naruto said, pouring chakra into his right index finger before abruptly removing a set of 20 unique kunai that were all fastened together with a metal string. He also reached into a pocket and pulled out a scroll. Take these kunai. They can summon me when you throw them. Zabuza's eyes got bigger. The elder shinobi asked, are you serious? But knew he was because of the expression in Naruto's eyes. What kind of shinobi are you? Ignoring the question, he carried on. He handed Haku the kunai and threw the scroll at Zabuza, saying, this scroll holds a technique I want the both of you to learn. Subsequently, Naruto displayed several hand seals. Kenpo. Buseiken. Teisatsu no Jutsu. He touched Haku and Zabuza on the shoulders with both of his glowing hands. This technique allows me to always know where you are. It works one way, but this technique is the one that I want you to learn, it's the one that's in the scroll I've given to you. Once the both of you have learned it, I want you to summon me by throwing one of my special kunai. Then, you can use the jutsu on me, too. Simply throwing the kunai will summon you, Haku responded. And this technique, can we trust you? Naruto smiled. I think you know you can. Zabuza let out a sigh. You're a strange kid. What makes you think we won't summon you right into a trap of ours? Because I trust you. Both Mist.nin ceased talking at this point. Listen, I just know you're trustworthy. In the future, we might need each other's help. So until then, I want you two to survive against the Hunter.nin coming after you. If you ever are in a bind, don't hesitate to summon me. Zabuza took the scroll open. Why do you want us to learn this technique? Naruto gave a shrug. Trust works both ways. I now know your whereabouts anytime. I want you to know where I am at all times, too. When I'm Hokage, I only want trustworthy people around me. You have some explaining to do, Naruto. Naruto stopped moving and pivoted around. The blonde sighed inwardly and bowed his head in greeting, but he had intended to slip into Tsunami's hospital room covertly and return to Wave without anyone noticing. Hokage. Sama. According to my resources, it is impossible for you to be in Konoha, but I know you really are Uzumaki Naruto. Explain yourself now. Naruto sighed, Hiraishin no jutsu. This was the time to tell the old man everything. That's impossible. I'm surprised you've even heard of the technique. I was thinking that you could be a shadow clone, but that isn't it either, is it? Once more, Naruto bowed, Hokage. Sama. He halted as he approached Tsunami and put his right hand on her shoulder while using his left to make seals. We have things to discuss. But first, let me bring Tsunami back to her family. You'll see for yourself. That I can do the Hiraishin no jutsu. When Sarutobi saw the yellow flash, his eyes grew wide. When he was granted access to the office, he hadn't anticipated seeing anyone else there, much less someone so present. This was probably the first time Naruto had felt this much chakra in one person, so he blinked. But then, in terms of chakras, he recollected how his own future self had felt. Strangers with chakras, huh? His future self taught him how to sense the amount of chakra a shinobi possessed, and he knew he had a ton of it himself. He knew he would be building on it because his future self would have many times more. It gave him a nostalgic feeling and also a lot of pressure. This guy's standing next to the third Hokage. He also had a ton of chakra. The older man extended his arm to greet the taller man. Ah, good morning, Naruto-kun. This is Jiraiya. When Naruto recalled what his future self had told him about the Toad Hermit, his eyes grew wide. That is, the perverted Toad Hermit. Sensing that the sage already knew who he was, Naruto gave him a single nod. I just received the mission report from Kakashi and you should know that he also knows about you bringing Tezuna's daughter here for treatment during the mission. The Sandame began. Now, he was very curious since you haven't been telling him about how you pulled that stunt. I myself haven't been telling him anything either, so expect a very agitated instructor after this meeting. With a nod, the blonde fixed her intense gaze on Jiraiya. He recalled how the man was highly respected by the elder Naruto. So, Hiraishin no jutsu. You have to be a seal specialist to be able to do such a technique. And to be a seal specialist, takes a lot of work and certain intelligence. Next to that, it takes years. The third carefully explained. Perhaps you should start explaining yourself, young one. Naruto began. Yes. It's simple, really, Hokage. Sama, Jiraiya. Sama. I've stood in front of the gates of the Kyuubi and touched the seal imprisoning the demon. Jiraiya squinted, and the third still did not quite get it. Apparently, it all starts with my father. He hadn't actually talked to his father yet. He was informed by his future self about Namikaze Minato and his appearance in the event that Naruto were to lose self-control and summon 8 tails of the Kyuubi. He meant very much to have the opportunity to talk to his father, but he did not intend to ever lose control. He will eventually discover a method to absorb the fourth of that seal within himself without utilizing any Kyuubi chakra at all. He had some convincing lies to tell right now. It seems that when I get angry or emotional, the chakra of the Kyuubi leaks out through the seal and onto me. When I get too angry or too emotional, the amount of chakra coming from the fox is dangerous. So dangerous that it hurts me. It has happened already before, and when it did, the fourth Hokage appeared in front of the gates of the Kyuubi as well. Jiraiya spoke up for the first time, causing Sarutobi to gasp. What did he tell you? Naruto smiled inside. Naruto let out a sigh. He looked up and saw Jiraiya nod understandingly. He is my father. He had little time before he faded away. Of course, it was a lingering bunchen of the Yondaime, put into the seal as an addition. But before he did, he taught me some jutsu, the Rasengan, the Hiraishin. It's unbelievable, muttered the third. Now you know you are the son of the fourth Hokage. The blonde continued, and the son of Uzumaki Kushina. I can also summon. Jiraiya's gaze grew strained. What do you summon? Toads and birds of prey. You? How? Stammered Jiraiya. Naruto exposed his underarm markings as he rolled up his sleeve. Your father created that? Naruto nodded, but in reality, his future self did. Yes. A combination fuin of 2 very advanced fuinjutsu. He called it the Dairenritsu of the Gamma and the Moko. I haven't signed the contract yet, so I can't just summon them now without getting killed. Naruto laughed nervously. At least not just now, not yet. Indeed, summoning without a contract in place can be fatal to one's own chakra. Jiraiya swallowed. Besides, whatever you called forth might kill you for calling them forth without permission. A big scroll hung on his back. He said, Hey. I guess you're not the fourth son for nothing. I can help you with the toad contract. But the birds of prey is a different story. I know nothing about them, to be honest. I'm sure your father didn't, either. He was the legendary professor of the shinobi, but Jiraiya and the fourth greatly outperformed him in the field of Fuinjutsu. All this is possible, Jiraiya? He asked. The Rasengan, the Hiraishin and Kachiyose no Jutsu? It is possible for the fourth to have created a Bunshin using chakra and pushed it into the Shikifuin, yes. It is also possible for a Bunshin to teach Naruto Jutsu. All this is possible and something my former pupil is very capable of. I believe young Naruto here, Hokage. Sama. Before giving in, Sarutobi looked from Naruto to Jiraiya and back a few times. Very well, if Kakashi asks you about all of this, tell him it is classified and that he can get the information from me. I want no one else knowing about this and you can speak to no one about you being the fourth son. With a frown, the blonde questioned, why is that? Ever since returning from the future, he had been curious about it. The fourth Hokage was a person known in all great countries. He was not a much liked person outside of Konoha. His downfall was hard on Konoha, but, good news, for all other shinobi nations. His power and his skill made Konoha much more powerful in many departments in comparison to other nations. If word spreads that he has a son, all and I truly mean all shinobi countries will retaliate. I assume most likely correctly that they would do anything in their power to prevent that another shinobi like the fourth will walk the lands again. Naruto gave a startled snort. He really was awesome, huh? Jiraiya laughed. Yeah, he really was. The third said, I think you're already following in his footsteps, Naruto. You'll be finding yourself to be quite awesome as well. I'll surpass him, I'll surpass my father and all other Hokage. Naruto laughed. The third grinned back, as did Jiraiya. Well, you're dismissed, Naruto. Jiraiya and Sarutobi faced one another as Naruto left the office. You've noticed? Jiraiya gave a head nod. His shinobi outfit, it's covered in numerous advanced Fuinjutsu. It's explainable if he somehow made it through instructions given to him by his father's Bunshin in the Shikifuin, but it takes many years to create such an outfit. The Hokage gave a head nod. Yes, I figured as much. He's not telling us everything. Jiraiya gave a snort of her own. For starters, when did he come face to face with his father? How long has he known the truth? The following day, after completing a D-ranked mission, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were strolling through Konoha's streets in the direction of the Hokage Tower. The explanation Kakashi received for Naruto's strange behavior during the wave mission was rather limited, but it was strange in some way that the elderly leader brought up the Hiraishin no Jutsu. Though it would explain a few things, Kakashi found it difficult to accept it all. However, he didn't get any information about Naruto's peculiar attire, Fuinjutsu, or other unusual skills that he possessed. What a dull mission. Naruto bellowed out of nowhere, can't we have more exciting missions like that last one? Sakura thought, exciting, as her thoughts returned to the mission in Wave. Kakashi. Sensei had to carry Sasuke the entire way back because he was so badly injured. While Naruto protected Tazuna and me on the mission, I was utterly useless. I need to get stronger too. And what became of that hunter? Nin and Zabuza? With his hands in his pockets and his gaze fixed on Kakashi's back, Sasuke abruptly spoke up, we've had a higher ranked mission before, right? As he walked beside Naruto. Sakura was strolling beside Kakashi, observing the Junin as he read a little book. We finished that one, so I don't see why we should still accept these D missions. Your abilities are improving, but your teamwork needs improvement, Kakashi shot back. A tiny bird soared overhead, and the Junin's head shot upwards. Why don't you two teach Sakura something new? I'll hand in the mission report by myself. After that, Kakashi disappeared. As he made his way to his own house, Sasuke exclaimed, I'm going training. Sakura started after him, saying, wait, Sasuke-kun, Kakashi. Sensei said you and I should train together. Not today. Sasuke kept walking without even turning around. The blonde who had gone alone smiled at what she saw. Hey, Sakura-chan. We could TRA. Huh? Despite sensing an odd chakra in his rear, he was only able to make out two shinobi passing by on the same street. The strange chakra resembles mine, but it's not from them, he said, looking up to see that the chakra was coming from a person in the tree above them. Sakura had moved to the side of him. Shinobi from the sand, what are they doing in Konoha? Sand? Naruto asked again, having just noticed the various indicators on their Hite.8. One was a girl with 4 short blonde pigtails, and the other was a man covered in purple makeup. He turned to Sakura and said, "Sure, weird bunch. Sakura-chan, wanna train?" Sakura walked slowly past Naruto and toward the sand. Saying, "Not today, Naruto. State your purpose," she abruptly demanded. Wondering why she would confront these two strangers, Naruto scowled at her. Sakura went on in a firm voice, "As a Konoha shinobi, I have the right to question any foreign shinobi in Konoha." The blonde Suna shinobi asked, "Are you stupid, girl? We're here for the Chunin exam, obviously, aren't you told anything?" The other Suna.nin remarked, "Never mind this, Tamari. Let's just leave these genin here." "But, you're genin, too. If you're here for the Chunin exam?" Naruto questioned, moving to stand in front of Sakura and the two of them. "Who are you?" "That's none of your business, brat. If you participate in the Chunin exam, you might find out," he laughed. Naruto pointed past him and straight into a tree, saying, "I wasn't talking to you, purple head. Who are you?" Tamari and Kankuru turned to see Gaara using sand to descend from a tree. "I am Sabaku no Gaara." Kankuru saw Naruto in a different light, and his eyes narrowed. This child sensed Gaara while Tamari and I couldn't. He's more intelligent than he appears. Naruto acknowledged the name while nodding, "Uzumaki Naruto." Tamari introduced himself. "Ah, I'm Sabaku no Tamari, and this is Sabaku no Kankuru. He's quite impressive." Sakura concluded, "I'm Haruno Sakura, so you three are siblings?" Kankuru sneered at the girl, "Obviously. Let's move," Gaara abruptly commanded as Naruto saw Tamari and Kankuru both flinch at his voice. Naruto turned to face Sakura as the Suna trio stepped away from them. "He's strong, that's Sabaku no Gaara. He has almost as much chakra as I have." Sakura gave Naruto a simple scowl. "More chakra than the two of you, has Sake.kun, Shanaru. Unreal. What is it? That boy, the frequency his body is moving in is. It is impossible. Something is wrong." From the tree, Kin gazed down at the boy with blonde hair and the girl with pink hair. "What do you mean, Dosu? Is he still there? Or is he still there?" Dosu asked, poking his ears through his bandages. "Those two are teammates of Uchiha Sasuke, right? Our target during this Chunin exam," he said quietly. He looked at Naruto and uttered, "That boy. Something's really wrong with him. My hearing lets me know this much." Zaku gave a snort. "Well, if you're afraid of him, I'll take care of the brat. You be sure to take Sasuke out, then." The bandaged sound genin just kept staring at Naruto, ignoring his teammate. "No, it seems like we won't be able to touch that boy." Hitaki Kakashi was generally a cool-headed guy. In fact, some could argue that he redefines the term nonchalant. Most people knew him as the guy who was always running late. It was therefore rather shocking to see him in a room where the Junin instructors were supposed to meet before anybody else. As they entered, Kurenai and Asuma exchanged a quick look and saw that the copy.nin was reading Icha Icha Paradise, a book, while perched in one of the room's few chairs. Anbu squads typically assembled in this room to get ready for top-level missions. Since most Anbu were stationed in Konoha due to the approaching Chunin exams, this room would be empty for the majority of the month. There weren't many chairs, but a large number of shinobi, including Junin instructors, were scheduled to meet here to participate in the Chunin exam as proctors or examiners of some kind. Which meant there was a chair for whoever arrived early. Kurenai and Asuma speculated that Kakashi was so early for that reason. To be honest, Kakashi was a little scared. All the Hokage had told him about Naruto's unusual behavior on the wave mission was that it was classified and had to do with his special powers. Kakashi did feel he had to know everything about him and his other students because he was his instructor. Yes, as soon as he felt it was safe, he would question Naruto about it directly. Right now, the third made it abundantly clear that it was classified for good reason. Many more Junin and Chunin joined the room over the course of the next few minutes, and the third Hokage also showed up in less than an hour. The third began, not bothering to explain why everyone was here. "We will do this quick, as I have many reports to sign today." He had assumed his followers were intelligent enough to avoid that. At the moment, we have 16 genin teams in Konoha. As the Chunin exams is held in our own country, we're allowed to implement 6 teams, rather than 3. If the outcome of this assembly proves that more genin have been judged adequate enough for the Chunin exam, I will be listing them off. Begin, Maida Guy. Guy Hef yelled as he bowed before the elderly man, I state team Guy skilled enough, Hokage. Sama. There were precisely 6 genin teams in the end as more Junin discussed their choices with the fire leader. The fact that this year's 3 rookie genin were also nominated shocked Sarutobi Hiruzen the most. Indeed, fascinating. Then the third gestured, as if to nothing, and suddenly the Anbu captain materialized. The highest-ranking Anbu commander was always assigned the codename Kira. Now, Kira.san will be informing all of you about everything in and around the Chunin exams. As Kira began to discuss how many genin teams each shinobi nation had sent, Sarutobi left. Sabaku no Gara. He would make a very reliable ally. He truly wondered how he was able to contain the killing intent he seemed to be releasing around him all the time. But he did receive some very important advice from his future self. Gara was a Jinchuriki, just like him. His elder self had instructed him to find every one of the remaining ones before the Akatsuki amassed them. Akatsuki. A group of deceitful followers led by an apparently unstoppable figure. If he wanted to be able to handle an S-ranked missing nin, he would need to keep training himself. Yes, he would have to face Gara before this Chunin exam could begin. Seeing as how his own siblings seemed to dread him, he concluded that Gara was usually by herself. It's time to surveil another Jinchuriki. Well, so far, he's the only one that seems better than average, but I wouldn't worry too much about him. He's probably still no match for the average Suna genin. And his name was? After spending the entire day scanning Konoha with Tamari, Konkaru reported. Uzumaki Naruto. Though I'm not sure if he's participating. Don't bother grilling Tamari either. She's already stated she doesn't expect too much competition in this exam. Konoha is famous for its clans, Konkaru. Especially the Hyuga and the Uchiha, although the latter only has 1 member. I'm sure Konoha will send their finest to show off in this exam. Baki, Konkaru's Junin instructor, warned. Every nation knows about the lone survivor of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke. If that brat is in the Chunin exams, be sure he doesn't get in the way. Snorted the puppeteer. No Konoha genin can beat a Suna genin, Baki. We both know that much. Though he would never say it to anyone, he was happy with the genin team he was assigned to work with. He was initially heartbroken to discover a fangirl and a dead last on his team, but both turned out to be better than he had anticipated. Marginally improved. The only thing annoying about Haruno Sakura as a banshee was that he could only yell his name. If he really gave it some thought, he could see that she wasn't all that adept at doing that. However, she had become better. Now that her chakra affinity was known, at least she possessed some knowledge of ninjutsu. He did, however, find it bothersome that she kept nagging him about fire techniques. It took him some time to discover that wind was Naruto's affinity. Sakura was obviously unaware of everything and everyone except for Kakashi, since he made no mention of it if he did know. When he first saw Naruto practicing, he had grimaced because he knew his Sharingan couldn't mimic Naruto's Futon Jutsu. Furthermore, he was certain that Naruto was aware of his presence at that moment. Yes, he had told himself up front that Naruto was a strong shinobi. He believed he had already demonstrated his superiority over Aburame Shino and Inuzuka Kiba. He was interested in learning how long it would take to outfight Naruto. He wondered if it would be minutes or seconds. This Chunin exam would serve as an excellent gauge of his progress. It was a rather disappointing fight for him against that strange fake hunter. Nin, since he had clearly lost that fight. However, that battle had strengthened his Sharingan, at least. Now he had much more vision. He was aware that Naruto possessed barrier type techniques and Futon Jutsu, and that Kage Bunshin was his. He was still reminded of the warning Kakashi had given him. Sasuke, don't imitate that technique. Even Junin struggled to control the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu and typically avoid using that chakra draining technique, though Naruto is an exception. He didn't get an explanation regarding the caution. If Naruto had so much chakra back then, he wondered. He had already learned the Chidori, a new and extremely strong jutsu, from Kakashi. Kakashi felt it would be beneficial, especially with his Sharingan this far advanced and his collection of lightning-based jutsu growing. Sasuke grinned. Certainly helpful. Sanagakure and Konohagakure no Sato are very different. Not everyone stared at him fearfully, At least not for a short while. It appeared that people would always be terrified of him. It turned out well. Sandstorms were rare in the Leaf, but they were rather common in Suna. Even though it appeared to be quite calm, he soon dispelled that admission as he kept moving through the streets. Such ideas were completely out of character for someone like him. Besides, he had the authority to completely destroy this village once he received the signal. While they were nothing in reality, his siblings were moving all over Konoha in an attempt to support their own nation, almost like pawns. Sabaku no Gara. The red-haired Suna.nin did nothing more than cast a sidelong glance to see who had called his name. He was to do as little as possible, that is, kill as few people as possible, until he got the signal. But Gara scowled when he noticed Konoha Genin, the blonde, standing behind him. "I remember you, Uzumaki Naruto." The Kyuubi Jinchuriki said, "I've come to talk to you." Gaara's reply was, "Talk? We've got nothing to talk about. We will battle, if you are in the Chunin exams." Gaara frowned in skepticism, but Naruto smiled and said, "I don't know yet. But I do know something about you, Gaara. You should know, you and I are very much alike." Sand Shinobi interrupted, saying, "Enough with this nonsense. You are annoying me. If you will not leave, I will be forced to kill you. So. You have a demon inside of you." After saying that, Gaara's eyes had grown wide. "Just like me." With his anger mounting, Gaara's hands clenched into fists. "Just like you?" Gaara asked, his patience running out. He already had the blonde trapped in his sand and was ready to kill the brat in front of him. Using his chakra, he created a massive hand out of nothing but sand, grabbed onto Naruto, and squeezed him until he died. Die? Sabaku Q. Sabaku Su Su. Gaara reversed his technique and, to his mild surprise, saw no body parts. He had not seen any blood anywhere. "I see. You're faster than I thought." Voice from behind Gaara. "It's not speed that prevented my death. It was Naruto. I am a clone." Gaara became more aware of his surroundings as he noticed multiple other Naruto clones. "What, real bodies? What jutsu is this?" The blonde shook his head at Gaara's outburst. "It is Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Don't bother trying to see which one is the real me, because I'm still hiding myself. Thanks to you, other shinobi are already on their way to investigate on the chakra release here." With a slight growl, Gaara contemplated whether to take on all these clones and eliminate the real Naruto or simply remain motionless and pay attention. With that, Naruto dispelled all of his clones and left Gaara alone. "We need to talk. We are both Jinchuriki. We can understand each other better than anyone. I'm not sure if you have questions, but I sure do. Unfortunately, we can't talk here and not now." With a snort at all the smoke surrounding him, the Shukaku Jinchuriki strolled through the deserted street. Just as the Anbu squad arrived atop a roof overlooking the same street, all they observed were the Suna Genin and smoke. "Questions?" Gaara said to himself again. "Interesting. Konoha is developing into a more fascinating place than I had anticipated." Sakura watched Sasuke leave with a confused look on her face after their Junin told them they had been nominated for the Chunin exams and it was up to them whether or not to take it. She was positive that Sasuke would take it, and she was also positive that Naruto, who was reading the scroll in his hands while Kakashi stood next to him and read his little book, would take it. And her? Was she equipped to take the Chunin exam? Did her abilities surpass Genin rank? Had her missions given her enough experience? Though she hated to admit it, she was fairly certain that Sasuke was above Genin, and even Naruto had demonstrated abilities beyond Genin level. Heck, that Kage Bunshin was a technique from Junin level. "Sakura-chan? You alright?" Sakura shot a quick, tense laugh while shifting her focus from the ground to Naruto, who was looking worried. "Of course I'm alright. Naruto, are you stupid?" Kakashi briefly looked away from his Icha dose, and Naruto just scowled at her. "Well, it's just that, you didn't ask Sasuke out and, you were kinda, mumbling to yourself." Sakura fixed her gaze. "I'm not kidding." A terrified Naruto blurted out. "It was just weird, that's all." The voice of Kakashi said, "Sakura." He cast a pointed glance at the forms Sakura was holding and said, "It's up to you to decide if you're ready for the Chunin exams or not. I only gave you the application forms, nothing else." The blonde standing between them cast a sidelong glance. "So, Sakura-chan? You wanna train?" Sakura turned to face Naruto after flashing a startled smile at Kakashi. "Yes." Kakashi held up his hand and said, "Just a minute. I need to talk to Naruto in private. It won't take too long, Sakura." She sat down on the ground after watching her teammate and mentor leave. She had no idea that, of all people, she would be training with Naruto to determine whether or not she was a skilled shinobi. The fact was, though, that she thought Naruto was the only person who could compete with Sasuke. Even the class second best Kiba seemed less than stellar. Strange. When did she start to have such high expectations for Naruto? So, the copy ninja began. "I'm sure you already know what I want to talk about, Naruto. We haven't had the chance to really talk about the mission in Wave. You never told me what happened and what techniques you used. The only information given to me by Hokage Sama was that you used the Hiraishin no Jutsu." "Yeah, I know the Hiraishin no Jutsu. I've learned it in the same way I've learned the Shishi engine, Kakashi Sensei." The brunette replied. "But I can't tell you more than that. Hokage Sama told me not to say anything else as it is." Kakashi concluded, "Classified, yes. I want you to know, though, the meaning of a team, especially one like ours. We need to trust each other completely. You, me, Sakura and Sasuke. If we want to work as a team, we need to know all about each other. As your teacher, I need to know what you can do, about everything that you can do." "I know, Kakashi Sensei. I will tell you everything. Just, not yet." Naruto gave a nod. "I will tell you this, my affinity is wind." Kakashi then turned to face the waiting Sakura and said, "Yes, that I already knew. I'm more observant than you think, Naruto. Anyway, Sakura needs some confidence. I think you can give it to her." The Jinchuriki appeared bewildered. "How?" "Train with her. But, don't hold back. Show her where she stands and then, teach her. In her eyes, you've grown immensely. She'll believe she can do the same." Kakashi clarified. "If you ask me, she's good enough already for this Chunin exam. But a little boost won't hurt anyone. You know Fuinjutsu, right? Her affinity is fire. Can you figure something out?" Naruto was beaming already. As he and Sakura made their way to an unidentified training field, Naruto was chatting away. "So, you've learned the Kaden Gukakyu no Jutsu, huh? So that means that stuck-up bastard taught you something, right?" Sakura gave the blonde a fierce look. She paused, turned her back on Naruto, and sighed. "Naruto, don't call Sasuke-kun a bastard," she exclaimed. "But it wasn't Sasuke-kun who taught me. Kakashi Sensei did." "Huh? But that means he took that mask of his off for you?" The genin with the pink hair shook her head. "No, he didn't. He just showed me the seals and told me how to use the chakra. I was actually waiting for it too, at the time." As he considered the technique Sasuke was so skilled at, Naruto appeared to be lost in contemplation. "Doesn't it hurt? Breathing out fire?" "Normally, yeah. But Kakashi Sensei told me my chakra control was really good. He said I used the perfect amount of chakra so no harm comes to me when I breath the fire out," Sakura clarified. When they finally arrived at one of Konoha's training grounds, he exclaimed, "Whoa, you're awesome, Sakura-chan. I want you to use your fire technique against me." The young Haruno halted his steps and fixed his gaze on Naruto's back. "Nay, Naruto. What is your chakra affinity?" He gave her a small smile as he cocked his head slightly over his shoulder. "You don't know? Mine is wind. So, let's see what happens when we use fire and wind against each other." She swiftly reprimanded, getting over her shock at discovering Naruto had the wind affinity. "Are you stupid? Your wind jutsu would simply make my fire jutsu stronger." Naruto scowled. "We'll see about that." Sakura shook her head after giving another scowl. "Fine, I'll show you." Intermission. Kaden Gukakyu no Jutsu. Fuuden Renkuden. Sakura's fire-breathing technique defeated Naruto's wind-breathing technique as predicted, sending a powerful stream of fire in the blonde's direction. Sakura's eyes widened as her fire breath transformed into a massive fire blast, completely enveloping Naruto, and she dashed to where her teammate was. Naruto. She saw Naruto standing in the middle of a tiny crater, completely unharmed, as the smoke cleared. "No worries, Sakura-chan. You were right, wind is really useless against fire." How can you be completely fine?" Naruto sulked and said, "You sound disappointed." "Oh. Of course not, I was worried sick." Naruto smiled smugly. Well, I have a secret technique. Hijutsu. I turned your advantage into my advantage. Sakura bit her lower lip. Are you going to explain it? Naruto appeared to be gleaming with self-assurance. He looked at Sakura critically and exclaimed, "Ah, Sakura. Chan. The best secrets are the ones you never told. How come you look so tired?" The Gukakyu no Jutsu, it takes a lot of chakra. I can only perform one. So, it's kind of a last resort technique for me. Sakura continued. But, Kakashi. Sensei said that Genin normally can't perform this technique. But wasn't Sasuke's Gukakyu no Jutsu far more potent than Sakura's? Naruto pondered. Well, you need to train so you can at least use 3 of those jutsu in a row. 3? Are you crazy? I don't have as much chakra inside me, Naruto? Well, then let's get you some more. When a very tall person arrived, both Genin abruptly turned around. Jiraiya. Sama. A startled Naruto exclaimed. Sakura said, Jiraiya. Sama? Once more, one of the legendary Sannin? Yup, that's me. I was watching you two and I'll offer you some training? You two up for it? Jiraiya cracked a grin. He looked at Naruto and gave a single nod to the large scroll strapped on his back. There he is. After just a few days, he was already struggling to control his own rage. He would frequently lose his temper when on their own property because fear made him react in a particular way. After all, he was angry because of fear. However, this was distinct. She inquired about it with her teacher and younger brother, but neither one had any information. She was asked about any notable shinobi in Konoha by Baki, though she was unable to name any. Then Kankuro had mentioned Uzumaki Naruto, the blonde child they had just met a few days prior. Gaara would have been in the same room by coincidence at that moment. He reacted, to put it mildly, violently. Their apartment was no longer there, so they had to move. Tamari began to approach the Konoha Genin, thinking to herself, he has to be the reason Gaara is having such a hard time. Tamari overheard the blonde say, so, it seems the same, huh? To no one in particular. Indeed. She checked again, and when Tamari saw the blonde talking to no one at all in the streets, she blinked. Still, she did hear a reply from a different voice. The blonde leaf.nin was being followed by a large number of villagers who either ignored him or glared at him, but none of them were observing him closely enough to realize he was talking to himself. Was he, or was he not? A moment ago, the peasants were giving him a fierce look? After a few moments to consider what was happening, Tamari hid in a tree with a view of the street. It seemed like Naruto was still talking to himself. Her early observations were accurate. While some of the villagers gave Naruto a spiteful glare, the rest of them were blatantly ignoring him. It was obvious that they all hated him. This situation is so different, yet so similar. That was when she made her decision. Look, it works. How about we move on to the next thing? We should work on sounds. Right now we're probably looking like 2 complete morons. Naruto gave a foolish smile and shrugged. I don't mind if they think of me that way. It's actually better, that way. Uzumaki Naruto. The Konoha ninja turned and grinned amiably at Tamari. Ah, you're Gaara's sister, right? Naruto slowly spoke, eyes on the drawings on the scroll on the floor, Fuin Bunshin no Jutsu. Using written seals instead of hand seals to create a clone. With chakra infused into the written seals, it is actually a summon of a clone of myself and it seems the same as Kage Bunshin, but other than that, what is its purpose? I have no idea, another Naruto said, examining the scroll. But the real Naruto went out with one of them to see. A third Naruto walked out of the kitchen and said, it seems useless, since he's been working on this for weeks already. In Naruto's apartment, the 3 Kage Bunshin were ambulating around. He should be focusing on perfecting his Yuken techniques. Still, this Fuin Bunshin no Jutsu is easily performed and can be implemented in our shinobi outfit, resulting in easy jutsu access, for all Kage Bunshin. He grinned. Which means we only have to gather chakra to perform the Fuin Bunshin. Since it's been established it's already the same as Kage Bunshin, usage is obvious. Maybe it is implementable, but Naruto's never added anything to his shinobi outfit before and his skill in Fuinjutsu isn't that high yet. Which brings me to his next experiment, the Jiken. It's a highly advanced Fuinjutsu, fixated on the eyes. Once performed, it's permanent. The rank of this Fuinjutsu equals that of the Shiki Fuin. He'll need Jiraiya. Sama to figure out if that works or not. Something that big comes with a downside. It's probably why he hasn't tried it out yet. To her own dismay, she reintroduced herself, saying, "Yes. Sabaku no Tamari." It never pleased her when people were unable to recall her name. "I wanted to talk to you." Naruto nodded and then cocked to the left, asking, "About Gaara. Tell the others I'll be back soon." Tamari regarded the boy in front of her with a somewhat bewildered expression before scowling. "Who are you talking to?" "Huh?" was the answer. "To my clone, of course." The frown of the female Suna.nin deepened. "There's no one there." Once more, Naruto scowled. However, a smile gradually appeared on his face. "Oh, this is interesting. Dispel yourself," he commanded from what appeared to be an empty spot beside him. Tamari noticed a slight breeze and then some smoke in the area where Naruto appeared to be speaking. "Wait, was that actually something?" Naruto exclaimed. "Okay, let's talk." He was feeling very confident. The Fuin Bunshin is incredibly useful. Jiraiya was walking toward the Hokage's office. He had a lot on his mind, so he made the decision to take his time. Namikaze Minato was a seal specialist with a unique method for making seals. He was also an expert at creating seals. He acknowledged that he occasionally had problems deciphering the seals of the fourth, but eventually he did. But the seals that were applied to Naruto's clothing, he simply didn't get it and probably never would. He was certain that it was not Minato's style. It appeared that those seals were even more intricate than Minato's, though he didn't want to acknowledge that. He felt afraid at the thought. Naruto would have to pay special attention to the blonde child if someone, even someone with greater Fuinjutsu skill than the fourth Hokage and himself, was assisting him. Incredibly mindful attention. With deliberate pace, the Toad Hermit ascended the stairs that led to the Hokage's office. The child picks things up quickly as well. Although Futon is his primary element, he already knows how to seal other elements into scrolls so he can use them as well. In addition, he has extraordinary hand seal speed. Someone must have been teaching him that skill. It should be impossible for a new genin like him to master jutsu so quickly. "Jiraiya, I've been waiting." The third Hokage was actually standing at the top of the stairs, and the legendary shinobi scowled. "Shouldn't you be busy signing your paperwork, Sarutobi Sensei?" In response, Hiruzen shot him a serious look. "Certain things are more important at the moment. Follow me, Jiraiya." Following instructions, he soon found himself in the former Sarutobi's office. He saw the third sit down, and then he saw the third's viewing orb on the desk, beside a huge stack of paperwork. He briefly broke out in a sweat. Being a Hokage is bad. The old man put his hand on the glass ball and said, "Our Naruto is very open about certain things he shouldn't be open about. I've chosen to observe him every now and then, and what I saw today did not please me. He has spoken to Asuna Shinobi about being a Jinchuriki. Most likely, the Kazekage now knows Konoha is housing a Jinchuriki. Thanks to Naruto, though, we also know Suna is housing one as well. Sabaku no Gaara is a Jinchuriki and he is in the Chunin exams." Jiraiya expressed the opinion, "I must say, Naruto's doing an excellent job of gathering information. Although he shouldn't be sharing secrets. What else did you see?" "That alone was enough to worry me, Jiraiya. Not even Shinobi his own age, in Konoha. No, he is a Jinchuriki, but now, Suna knows he is. He must be told he is prohibited of speaking of it. Seeing that you've taken the task of being his sensei, I want you to inform him. As far as I know, Hitaki Kakashi is his Junin, right? I'm nothing official to him, except a godfather, old man. But don't worry, I'll tell the brat." He then stopped. He exclaimed, startled, "You can use that glass ball of yours to view the bathing houses, can't you?" The third clenched his throat. "Now then, how about telling me about what you found out about the boy?" "The boy's good. He's Chunin level and I am not joking around. That outfit of his, I can't sense him thanks to that. Usually, when a shinobi performs a technique, he or she has to gather chakra, right? It's a fact. When he does it, his outfit makes sure no one can sense that chakra. It's amazing. I haven't seen a lot of what he can do, but what I've seen is impressive. There's one thing that's really bothering me, though." The Hokage gave a cautious nod of his head. "He's not even trying, he's holding back a lot. And when I say a lot, I mean a massive shitload. The kid is as secretive as his dad was." Sarutobi gave a head nod. "I figured as much." While Kakashi had been training Sasuke, Sakura had been training with Jiraiya alongside Naruto. The copycat was amazed at Sasuke's growth from his beginnings as a genin to his current state. He had a good feeling that this month the young Uchiha would be promoted to Chunin. He could already see that Sasuke had 2 tomos in each of his eyes. Naruto was next to Sasuke and was already familiar with the terrifying Hiraishin no Jutsu. He was also informed by a small bird that Sakura had been training with the blonde, so, yes, his team would be among the best in this Chunin exam. Kakashi. Sensei. When Kakashi realized that Naruto was standing right in front of him, he nearly dropped his book in shock. Did a genin, one of his students, ambush him covertly? Then why was he unable to see him? He muttered to himself, "It seems like I could be hearing things," as his one active eye returned to Icha Paradise. "No, you're not." With one swift motion, he closed his book and stuffed it into one of his pockets. "Show yourself, Naruto." The voice came, angry and clearly amused. "Ah, I'm right in front of you, sensei. I think your sight is failing you in your age." "How? What jutsu is this, Naruto? Only my Sharingan can see you. Is this my Zaigakure no Jutsu?" Kakashi asked, as he unveiled his Sharingan and saw Naruto standing directly in front of him. With a very lively grin, he cheekily replied, "I'm not telling. It's classified." The Naruto in front of Kakashi then dispelled, saying, "Definitely not the jutsu you just named, though. But now I know the Sharingan can see me." "A clone?" was all Kakashi could say. "What kind of jutsu are you making, Naruto?" Prior to entering the building where the Chunin exam's first test was being held, the 3 of them had made the decision to get together. Along the way, Naruto seemed to chuckle now and then, as if someone had just told him a joke, and Sasuke and Sakura exchanged confused and wary looks. Naruto shivered, Sasuke stopped walking, and Sakura just stared at the group of genin being held back by 2 Chunin proctors as they made their way up the stairs to the 3rd floor. "Hey, if you can't even handle that much, you should quit being a shinobi, let alone try to become Chunin." A young genin, not much older than them, was lying on the ground, clearly having been struck by one of the Chunin, as Team 7 saw. His outfit was a green jumpsuit. Sasuke had picked that moment to step in between the Chunin and the genin and say, "Shay. How pathetic." He then turned slightly to face his teammates and said, "This genjutsu. You noticed, didn't you?" Sakura said as she moved in Sasuke's direction, "Obviously. This is the 2nd floor, after all." "Genjutsu, huh?" Naruto pondered. "My clothing detects the presence of a genjutsu by making me feel chilly. Clever, future me. It's easy to see how it was made. I experience this when I enter an unfamiliar, active chakra source." As he looked through his clothes for the genjutsu Warner, the blonde thought, "The seal that activates needs to be refilled with my chakra." With a bored expression, Sasuke asked Naruto, "Oi, dead last, you coming?" The Chunin decided to attack Sasuke at that precise moment, but Sasuke had already anticipated it and had kicked the Chunin back against the door behind him. Sasuke exclaimed, unimpressed, "Don't try anything stupid, Chunin." It was obvious that the Uchiha believed this Chunin to be weak. The boy on the ground was taken aback by Sasuke's sudden acceleration. Though he had also considered interfering with the Chunin's attack, the Uchiha quickly outwitted him. "Uchiha Sasuke.kun, right?" Before Sasuke turned to Lee, he was daring the other Chunin to attack him too, yes? The boy bowed and turned to face the other members of Team 7, saying, "I am Rock Lee." Naruto erupted in laughter. Sakura looked horrified, and Sasuke scowled. "Then you must be Haruno Sakura. Your name means we are meant to be together," he told himself. "It's true." Sakura's only word was, big brow, which made Naruto giggle even more. Naruto laughed and said, "Fuzzy eyebrows, ha ha ha. Now I know who he meant," before abruptly becoming serious. "He's a valuable ally." He cast a quick glance at Lee's associates. And they are, too. Just as Lee was about to scowl at the blonde, one of his teammates came up behind him. "Oi, Lee. I thought you said you didn't want to stand out. What are you doing?" As Lee danced towards Sakura, she responded by shoving her fist directly into Lee's face. "My true love. Shanaru. Stay away from me." With ease, Neji had put an end to Lee's flight and got him back on his feet. "This is Kakashi's team, interestingly enough. Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and..." He turned to face the smirking blonde in the corner. "Although I'm not sure of his name, I can already tell it doesn't matter." But Uchiha Sasuke, or rather, his Sharingan, is the real deal. Lee stopped his team, and they all started for the next floor. There is something I must do. Naruto was laughing once more as they entered a large room that served as the entrance to the exam's first test. The pink-haired girl abruptly rounded on Naruto and said, "Why are you laughing all the time, Naruto? These exams are serious." "I'm sorry, Sakura-chan, it's just that I was thinking about that guy, Rock Lee. I'm trying to forget all of that. Stop talking and stop thinking about it," she said. "Those big bro." A voice said, "Excuse me," as she finished speaking. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke raised their heads to see the person they had just been discussing. Sakura clenched her right fist, saying, "Gah, you want another one?" "Eh? Oh." Lee rubbed his sore cheek, appearing flustered. "No," he said, realizing how much that punch had hurt him. He was certain he had never taken a blow like that. "Uchiha Sasuke. I am Rock Lee." Everybody on Team 7 scowled. You do realize that he had previously introduced himself? They all thought at the same time. "I wish to fight you. Even after realizing I'm a Uchiha, do you still want to fight me?" boasted Sasuke. "You must be crazy." "Exactly, because you are Uchiha, I can prove a point." Sasuke gave a shrug. He turned on his Sharingan and said, "Fine. Show me your moves." At that moment, Naruto appeared somewhat relieved. As he leapt to stand face-to face with Sasuke, Lee said, "So those are the Sharingan eyes. I will not hold back now, Uchiha Sasuke. Bring it." They moved very quickly indeed. Observing the battle between Kakashi's prize student and his own student, Rock Lee, amazed Guy. It would have been easy for Lee's sensei to watch the sparring match from behind, out of sight. Lee was having a hard time hitting Sasuke with any kind of attack. "That's not too bad, Kakashi. Your child is physically fit, but it was clear that the Uchiha was getting quite exhausted from its movements. Lee would probably be the better of the two if he lost the weights." Lee would shout, "Uchiha Sasuke-kun. You are a worthy opponent, in between blows. I never thought you'd be this good, really." Sasuke said as he dove under Lee's subsequent kick and sidestepped Lee's roundhouse kick. Just wait until I'll be the one attacking." That was followed by a backward leap to elude another roundhouse kick. "This Lee character exceeds my expectations," he thought to himself. "I can't find an opening," as he landed a short distance from Lee. Bowing was the boy with the thick eyebrows. "Uchiha Sasuke-kun. I shall now take this match seriously." Sasuke scowled. "Really?" But Sasuke remained motionless and Lee appeared terrified. Guy. Sensei. With a 360-degree jump, Sasuke put some distance between himself and the man who had materialized behind him. "Oh my god, I had no sense of this guy at all." Sasuke was still staring at Guy, who had just vanished, when Lee suddenly took a blow to the face. "Lee, you were just about to break a rule. You know what that means?" Turning around, Sasuke saw Guy towering over Lee. This guy may even outpace Kakashi in speed. "Guy. Sensei, I apologize. This means I must walk backwards 15 times around the village on my hands. If I fail to do so, I shall try it again, but then adding 100 push-ups after every 10 steps." Sakura's eyes grew wide at the absurd punishment, and Naruto appeared to be considering it briefly, resting his right hand on his chin. "Well, that kid is crazy." Sasuke was staring at the two lookalikes in front of him, panting a little. "You are his sensei?" inquired Uchiha. "Why yes, young man," exclaimed Guy. "I am Maeda Guy, teacher of Rock Lee." Sakura stared, thinking, these guys really like introducing themselves. Naruto exclaimed, "You guys are pretty fast." Out of nowhere, he smiled, "But I've seen a whole lot faster." Lee and Guy simply grinned back. "Trust me, boy, you haven't seen us at our fastest." The blonde gave a tenfold smile in return. "I hope so. If not, you might as well give up on this Chunin exam right now." Naruto appeared to be laughing hysterically, as Sasuke and Sakura scowled at him. Guy and Lee exchanged a radiant smile as they looked at one another. We'll show you why we will never quit." Naruto gave a head nod. "These two. They will be strong allies," he said, approaching Sasuke and giving him a pill meant for soldiers. "Let's get going. We have a Chunin exam to finish." Sasuke's eyes grew very wide. Sasuke realized early on in the first test that in order to succeed, one had to cheat. He thus turned on his Sharingan while he watched a random Hyuga turn on his Byakugan. But the instant he did, he nearly toppled over in his chair. There were 100 Naruto clones in the room. Even though everyone was shouting, Sasuke was not hearing anything. All he could see in the classroom was how they were all yelling at each other. What the heck is this? How can Naruto be so stupid? He looked at the same Hyuga at random as before to see if he was seeing anything, but it was obvious he wasn't. This clone of Naruto was apparently only visible to the Sharingan. So many. Nearly 4 clones were stationed at each student. The youthful Uchiha was certain that the genuine Naruto was receiving random responses from all the clones. It was also apparent to his Sharingan that these clones were able to move through objects. Very much like the standard Bunshin, but undetectable. This jutsu is clever, Sasuke thought. Sasuke decided to use his Sharingan to mimic Naruto's movements in order to copy the correct answers while attempting to ignore all of the clones of the manga character. Who would have imagined me trying to imitate Naruto? He waved his hands, saying, I should feel ashamed. He also moves so sloppily. Sakura knew Naruto would fall in love with this woman the moment Mitarashi Anko smashed through the window into the room. She turned her head and quickly shook her head, grinning at Naruto's obvious excitement. Anko called out to the remaining genin in the classroom, not bad, Ibiki. Not many left, but still too much. I'll be cutting this little group in half, be sure of it. Alright, follow my you goddamn midgets. They pursued the unique Junin into an enormous forest, full of trees that appeared capable of even scratching a few clouds. This here is the forest of death. Quote. Anko cast a shadow over the quiet. Only a few of the group were staring fearfully into the forest when she glanced at them. One of them was not even gazing toward the forest. That child. She watched as it was caught with the same rapidity that Anko had thrown the kunai. Just as she was about to use Shunshin to get behind the child, she noticed something, and hesitated. The young person wasn't even glancing at me, how could he have noticed? Naruto just laughed. This yours. Anko gave a brief, barking chuckle. She used Shunshin to make herself appear next to Naruto and snatch back her kunai, saying, not bad, you ugly brat. The Jinchuriki was warned multiple times about the presence of Fuin Bunshin, but the kunai would never have attacked him even if they hadn't received those warnings. Still, he took a step back. Ugly. Stepping next to his blonde teammate, Sasuke said, quit showing off, Dobi. I've seen your clones. He considered asking Naruto what technique it was, but changed his mind. After all, he wouldn't want to be picking up knowledge from a dead last. The Uzumaki rolled his eyes and said, of course you have. You and Kakashi are the only ones who can, after all. Oh, so you knew the Sharingan can see through all of your techniques. Then, you also know it's useless trying to come up with techniques that can. Sasuke. Naruto interrupted. The blonde shot a sardonic glance at his teammate and pointed at Anko, who was frowning at him, saying, she's waiting to continue her explanations. The Uchiha folded his arms, turning his head away. As I was saying, you fill in these forms and you're allowed to die. As soon as his group passed through the gate and entered the forest of death, Naruto laughed. Guess what, guys? Sakura and Sasuke both gave him a weary expression as they gazed at him. The team member with the pink hair questioned, what is it now, Naruto? The blonde laughed so hard he could barely contain himself. I know which team carries which scroll already. I've got a few clones trailing every team, too. Sasuke actually grinned, but Sakura appeared stunned. So, trailing them doesn't mean you know where they are. You're with us, you stupid idiot, they can't let you know. By the time they've traveled all the way to you, their position's already changed. And that's ignoring the fact your clones probably have the same intelligence as you, so they won't be able to find you. Naruto smiled and said, whoa. You sure like to bomb my techniques, huh, Sasuke? But you're wrong. As soon as my clone dispels, I get their information. Chihehehe. We're winning this thing, easy. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged a startled look and then looked back at Sasuke. Quote. Sakura stammered out, so, what do you know so far, Naruto? Sakura gave Naruto a sharp look, and Sasuke shot back, well, it's a bit alarming, but... Apparently, There's this grass shinobi who's only out to test out Sasuke here. Sakura gave Naruto a head bump. This is no time for jokes, Naruto. Naruto absent-mindedly rubbed the back of his head and said, I'm not kidding. He's heading straight first, but it's going to take a while before he's here. That guy's good, too, faster than me. He kinda looks like a girl, though. Sasuke shot back, everyone's faster than you, Dobi. Without turning to face him, Sasuke said to Naruto, I'll deal with this grass shinobi as soon as he comes close. Let's just find a scroll and finish this test. Anywhere close. The Avengers was never going to acknowledge that he needed Naruto's assistance in anything. Naruto abruptly shifted his head slightly to the right and said, I have nothing yet. Behind me, a signature from Chakra. Already so soon. See if Sakura or Sasuke catch wind of this. Swearing suddenly, Sasuke grabbed a kunai and threw it at a tree behind Naruto, saying, We've got company. The young Avenger smiled and followed the enemy genin, calling it pathetic. Don't interfere, he's alone. I'll deal with it. After conjuring a cage bunshin, Naruto instantly vanquished it. His female teammates sent him a glance, not understanding. Oh, well, what you just saw me do was sharing information with my other clones. All the information I have, a newly created cage bunshin also has. So all my Fuin bunshin now know Sasuke is fighting a shinobi from Rain. And I know, he was cut off by himself. Clearly, one of the clones that was pursuing the Rain ninja team that Sasuke was fighting had dispelled itself to inform Naruto that, see. Now I know this guy Sasuke is fighting does not have the scroll. Sakura took a deep breath. Gosh, I never imagined Naruto could be this helpful. With a sly snort, Sasuke landed in front of Sakura and Naruto. The damn coward ran away. He's injured, but I can't afford to leave you two by yourselves. If any of you get killed I won't become Chunin. Sakura appeared a little offended, but Naruto broke out in laughter. Well, anyway, Naruto began. That guy didn't have the scroll. I know which way to go to steal a scroll from a team of familiar people. They're not too far away. Who? The Konoha Joker chuckled as he turned to face Sakura. I'll give you a hint. It's the team with the laziest shinobi you know. Naruto halted abruptly as Team 7 began to move. Also, Sasuke. In response, the Uchiha grunted. It seems this grass shinobi isn't the only one after you. One my bunshin just dispelled to let me know 3 shinobi from the sound are also after you, you're a popular guy. Somewhere in the Death Forest. Naruto.kun. The blonde gave a single head nod, saying, you know my name. Yeah, you're definitely fishy, mister. The grass shinobi laughed in front of Team 7's lone genin. Strange, as I recall, your team was dispatched in an entirely different area of this forest. With a furrowed brow, the Kyuubi container questioned, and you would know how. Not really responding, the grass.nin said, ah, very sharp of you. Naruto took offense at this. This eerie ninja carried himself with far too much confidence. Who are you? If you can defeat me, I'll answer you. Naruto let out a sigh. I assume you're not some kind of clone. Orochimaru gave a chuckle. No, I'm not, why do you ask? Orochimaru watched as purple walls suddenly appeared around his world. What? Naruto smiled at the shinobi in front of him and said, Shishi Engine. You're stronger than me. I don't care who you are or what you want from Sasuke, but, you're not moving another step closer to my team. Orochimaru began to approach Naruto slowly and said, you insolent little. Naruto extended his hand and said, hold up. He then laughed loudly in Orochimaru's face, saying, I am just a cage bunshin. The Shishi engine is also just performed by cage bunshin. There's nothing you can do here but wait. Ha 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 ha, he exclaimed, adding another laugh to make his point clear. Right before Naruto dispelled, his head was suddenly snapped off from behind. When Orochimaru's gaze strayed from the 4 cage bunshin practicing the Shishi engine, she discovered that they were all shielded by the same barrier. You have a few tricks up your sleeve, Uzumaki Naruto. Once the chakra runs out of these shadow clones, I'll make sure to kill you. A peculiar tension seemed to linger between their team members. While it might seem normal given the team members, Hyuga Hinata found this to be unusual. The young woman had seen so many of their conversations that she knew something was wrong between the two of them. They were Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino, 2 people who didn't get along very well, even when they weren't taking a Chunin exam. No, this was something else entirely. Alright, stop it already. When Kiba stopped yelling random things and leaping from branch to branch, Hinata didn't seem all that shocked. That was just her teammate's impetuous nature. Perhaps all of Inuzuka was like that, she reasoned. But what happened next took her by surprise. It's impossible for a dead. Alright, Akamaru. Last minute, just to be sure, Hinata mentally repeated what Kiba had said, but didn't Kiba see Naruto-kun as the very last person? Did Naruto-kun experience any mishap? Suddenly, Shino said, peculiar. Hinata winced, forgetting that the Aburame was standing on the same tree branch as her. Compared to Kiba, he and she had leapt one more. My bugs seem to be telling me the same thing, if it is what I think Akamaru is telling you. Kiba would typically launch into an interminable tirade against his colleague. Thus, to Hinata's surprise, yeah, he says Naruto's chakra has been around us since the start of the first exam. But that's impossible. Since when does that dead? Last no tracking ninjutsu. As Shino replied, Hinata heard, not tracking ninjutsu. Were her teammates genuinely engaged in a normal dialogue? Naturally, Shino's bugs were highly specialized in chakra. This chakra is as organized as a familiar jutsu we all know, the Bunshin no Jutsu. I assume we are somehow being followed by invisible clones. Quite a technique. Kiba sputtered, but that's impossible. It's Naruto, damn it. The canine looking boy glared at the floor. But he was aware that Akamaru was correct. Without a doubt, Naruto's chakra was all around them. So, these Bunshin are just watching us. Then, to their utter amazement, Naruto's voice emerged from the clearing. Yup, even though Hinata was unsure of the source of the voice, she leapt back. She used her Byakugan quickly, but all she could see was a ring of chakra clouds surrounding her. Kiba said, "You can see him, Hinata. That damn bastard." Aye. All I see is chakra," she said, self-conscious. Shino answered, "But organized, I'm sure." The Hyuga woman clarified, "Not organized, but concentrated. I can see clouds of chakra." The bug user gave a head nod. "Uzumaki Naruto, I take it." He blurted out, "May I inquire, why are you following us?" The reply, coming from behind them, was, "I'm not following you. I'm protecting you." She couldn't help but look warily at her younger brother as she took in the horrific carnage in front of her. Jinchuriki were uncontrollable monsters and extremely dangerous shinobi. Well, that was her initial belief prior to her encounter with Uzumaki Naruto. She had really been taken aback by the peculiar blonde Konoha.nin. Retrograde. Following the blonde, Tamari came to a small clearing close to the street they had just crossed. Naruto mumbled, "We can't really talk here." The blonde guy dared to put his right hand on Tamari's shoulder, and her eyes widened as he said, "Being a Jinchuriki means no privacy at all. So, I'm taking you somewhere." She was going to respond because she was a no-nonsense girl when her situation had completely changed from before. He employed Shunshin. Naruto grinned. "Alright, this should do." Looking around, the female Suna shinobi realized she was inside an apartment. A dingy apartment. Tamari did not find Naruto's smile amusing. "This is my home. I'm sure you understand that these excellent living quarters come with the privilege of being a Jinchuriki." "Not at all. Anyway, about Sabaku no Gara. I understand your brother completely, Tamari-san. We're the same." Tamari hissed, "He's not like you at all. You're friendly. You're completely different. Gara's never nice like this." The man said, regretting a little bit, "I don't know much about him. I don't even know which demon is inside of him." Tamari paused. Although she wasn't sure if she should tell anyone about her brother, the man in front of her seemed incredibly reliable. Odd, when did she start believing in people? Still, was this guy really that real? Was he also a Jinchuriki? Did he not tell the truth to obtain information? As she looked up to see Naruto talking, she said, "I wish to learn more about Gara, Tamari-san." He lifted his black jacket just enough to allow Tamari to see the ceiling on his stomach, saying, "I myself hold the nine-tailed Kyubi. Here, I want to help your brother. I wish to befriend him." With a swallow, Tamari stepped back and crushed a ramen bowl beneath her feet. "Ah, don't worry about that. I've got like hundreds more of those." After examining the bowl's remnants, the sand ninja made a decision. My brother. He holds the one. Tail, Shukaku. He can't sleep at night, so he's very unstable. He can't sleep at night. How come? Tamari said, her eyes piercing and enraged. My father, the Cage, told me the demon eats away at his personality when he sleeps. So either way, it's bad whether he sleeps or not. It's unfair. My brother can't help it, he's like this. Naruto gave a head nod. He looked Tamari in the eyes and said, it seems his seal isn't complete. Although I'm not a real Fuinjutsu expert yet, I do know quite a lot. But I know someone who's really good in it. I can help. I promise. Tamari-san, I'll fix it so he can sleep. Finish the flashback. With a Gaara, Tamari began. Her brother with red hair was looking at the scene of carnage in front of him, probably content for the time being. Gaara said, let's find Uzumaki Naruto. He and I have unfinished business. When Kankuro heard his younger brother say that, they had just discovered the scroll they required. What? Gaara just ignored him as usual and proceeded to walk in the direction he thought Naruto was going. Glancing across the clearing beneath him, Naruto saw his two comrades and a shadow clone of himself making their way toward the dazed forms of Team 10. Nara Shikamaru smiled. This isn't that bothersome for a change. I was looking for your team. Ino screamed, you must be crazy, you big forehead. Don't worry, Sasuke-kun. We will only kick your teammates' asses. Shikamaru squinted his eyes at Naruto as Choji remained silent. That dead last, he is silent. Quite different from him. The woman with the pink hair from Team 7 shot back, shut up, you fat pig. We'll stomp you down to the ground easily. We know you have the Earth Scroll. You'd better give it to us. This infuriated Shikamaru. They are already aware of the scroll we possess. How do they know that they don't have a Byakugan user on their team? From Sakura, the Nara turned to face Sasuke. Here, he is the issue. We must first defeat him. I'll fight Sasuke because I know that Ino is into that guy and that she's probably going to work against us. Let me try first. Shikamaru's gaze grew wide. Did Sakura simply yell back what he believed she had said? With his arms folded, Sasuke questioned, are you sure? I'll jump in as soon as I don't like where things are going. As Team 10 looked on, Naruto folded his arms just like Sasuke did. Go ahead, Sakura-chan. Show us what you've learned. Impossible, Shikamaru observed. Of all the teams, I thought their synchronization would be the worst. Since this doesn't feel like Genjutsu, they've become a much stronger team. However, nothing compares to our synchronization because we are Ino, Shika, Sho. Sakura took out two small papers and adhered them to her wrists using her kunai holster. Shikamaru noticed that a piece of paper was adhered to her palms on each hand. Those look like seals. Ino yelled, bring it, forehead. Sakura yelled, here I come, pig, and charged Team 10. As soon as Shikamaru started performing hand seals for his Kage main no jutsu, he noticed Sakura abruptly disappear in front of them. What the heck, Bunshin? A diversion. Shikamaru dodged Sakura's blow from behind in time, rolling out of the way. He witnessed Sakura deliver a roundhouse kick that went straight for Ino's head. Sakura disappeared once more as Ino leapt backward and hurled multiple kunai at her position. An additional Bunshin. Choji let out a sudden yell. Shikamaru, behind you. Kaden, Gukaku no Jutsu. When Sasuke realized Sakura's fireball was the same size as his eyes grew wide. What the heck? He glanced at Naruto and noticed the blonde smiling. Shikamaru positioned his arms in front of him as a shield since he realized it was too late to avoid. That is, until Choji yelled, Nikuden Sensha, and pushed him aside. Shikamaru bounced backwards a few times before he was able to sit up and observe his opponents. He cleared his throat. Thanks for attacking me, Choji. With his jutsu out of the way, the larger boy turned to face Shikamaru. He scratched the back of his head and laughed. Well, that fire jutsu would have knocked you out. Sakura smiled, seeing what her technique had produced. Shocked, the woman from Team 10 stood. What the hell, forehead? The rosy-headed one glanced in Ino's direction. She looked at the seals on her hands and said to Naruto, looks like I have the advantage. Even though I used less chakra, the fireball technique had a profound effect. It's brilliant to use wind chakra to apply these seals. I had no idea Naruto would be so intelligent. Nikuden Sensha, Sakura exclaimed as Choji approached her, realizing that Ino was about to use Shintention. As she got ready to move, however, a couple of feet away from her, the Nara said, "Sorry, but I can't allow you to move." Kage main no jutsu, success. Just as Sasuke and Naruto were ready to step in, Shikamaru snapped, "Same goes for you," and got up from his kneeling position. "You two are trapped by my shadows as well." The Uchiha turned to face Naruto and noticed Shikamaru's shadows surrounding his feet. Oh my god. Another Naruto materialized behind Shikamaru just as Choji was drawing near Sakura and Ino was about to use the Shintention on either Sasuke or Naruto. Taking the Nara by the collar and turning off the Kage mane, he hurled the boy with the black hair into a tree and said, "Yo, Shikamaru. Nice try." The blonde from Team 10 exclaimed, "Huh," after canceling her jutsu. Meanwhile, Sakura had bypassed Choji's meat tank technique. Naruto and Sasuke remained where they had been. "A shadow clone, huh?" Shikamaru asked, getting clean. "Is it just me who is getting hit?" Ahead of him said Naruto, "Huh? How did you know we're both shadow clones?" The young Nara was concerned about this. The true Naruto isn't present, then. Oh no, I didn't realize he would be so annoying. Naruto turned his back on Shikamaru and gave Sasuke a nod. "You want to handle this, Sasuke?" The Uchiha answered, "Since we'll be having company, might as well warm up some." "I won't hold back." Sharingan, the indolent genius remarked, noticing Sasuke's scarlet eyes. He has thus turned on his Kekai Genkai. "This is going to be so much work," he said, looking at Ino and feeling relieved that she was still doing fine. Choji had only twice employed the Nikuden Sensha, and consequently the Baiken no Jutsu. He too ought to be alright. His eyes were fixed on the Uchiha, determined. "Let's defeat this Uchiha. Want me to help, too, Sasuke-kun?" Sakura had changed drastically. Her hair was now worn in a high, broad ponytail with two long bangs on either side of her face, resembling the second Chunin examinator but longer. Still, she was dressed exactly as she usually was. As she landed next to her teammate, Ino said, "Shikamaru, I'll take care of the massive forehead, alright?" Sighing, Sasuke moved forward one step at a time. "I'll handle the other two, Sakura." The two Naruto in the clearing simply sat down on the ground with their arms folded. "Just let me know when you need me, okay?" When the Uchiha saw Shikamaru and Choji together, he inquired, "How long?" Naruto chuckled, "I figure it'll take a few minutes. I wouldn't worry too much about it, though." Sasuke said, "Che, let's do this," and disappeared. Sakura and Ino charged at one another, giving each other identical hand gestures. Bunshin no Jutsu. When the two females in the clearing dove into the trees, Shikamaru and Choji were standing behind each other. "He's faster than us, Choji. But he's not stronger. Just let him get close and hit him. You're stronger than him, alright." Shikamaru was prepared to unleash his shadows on anything that moved, while the larger of the two nodded his head and exclaimed, "Baiken no Jutsu." The two members of Team 10 then felt a breeze coming from above, and when they looked up, they saw Sasuke moving in their direction. Kaden, Hausenka no Jutsu. A number of tiny fireballs were hurled in their direction, but they were able to avoid them all. Sasuke touched down where they had previously stood. Ignoring Choji, he headed straight toward Shikamaru. In response, the Nara threw a ball of smoke at Sasuke's feet, effectively blocking his vision. The Uchiha growled and leapt away, determined not to set himself up for a trap. But as he leapt back, he saw Choji coming at him from behind. The Avenger did a quick backflip to clear the meat tank, then watched as it crashed headlong into the cloud of smoke that Shikamaru had just produced. He had to move quickly to avoid being caught by ground shadows as he landed. Kage main no Jutsu, quite a handy technique, the Uchiha thought to himself as his Sharingan showed him exactly how to avoid every situation. When the smoke cleared, he landed on a tree branch and saw Choji standing there. "I take it that Shikamaru has moved on." Out of sight, Shikamaru tried to come up with strategies for defeating Sasuke. He glanced ahead to see Sakura pursuing Ino. His Sharingan can see through Henge and Bunshin easily. I don't know much about those eyes, but I'm guessing they also help with movements, as he was easily avoiding getting captured by the Kage main," he said. We need to finish this quickly because Sakura is overwhelming Ino as well, he said, turning to face the last member of Team 7. And last but not least is Naruto. He comes in last, but it's strange to know that the real Naruto is only observing us from a distance. I'll also need to be prepared for the fact that he has a tendency to just jump in at any time. Meanwhile, Sasuke had turned his attention to Choji. Choji wanted to wipe that smile from his face and asked, "You're not very fast, right? Try to dodge as long as you can." Then Sasuke let out Kaden, Hausenka no Jutsu, once more while making a hand seal. Shikamaru's eyes grew wide when he witnessed his friend and teammate dash behind a tree in search of safety, only to have it burn right through. After taking a single blow, Choji discovered a rock powerful enough to repel Sasuke's attack. He would have known where I was if I had used Kage Main no Jutsu. He was attempting to entice me away. Sasuke murmured, "My Sharingan can see chakra, Nara Shikamaru." Out of nowhere, suddenly, a huge fireball was rapidly moving toward Shikamaru. Kaden, Gukaku no Jutsu. Sasuke leapt ahead of Shikamaru, dodging him by leaping out of the now burning bushes, and kicked the Nara in the head, but only just. Only to have a huge hand grab hold of his leg. Buben Baika no Jutsu, Sasuke exclaimed, looking shocked to see Choji clutching his right leg with a hand as large as his entire body. "You're not attacking my teammate." A moment later, Sasuke was thrown to the ground, but he quickly got back up. He then glanced at Naruto, who was still grinning broadly at everyone, and said, "So you can grow anything you like whenever you like. I didn't know you could do that." Naruto got up and said, "Sasuke, I wish I could help you with this, but those two work pretty well together." He gestured behind Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Choji. Somewhere up in the trees, Sakura and Ino were still engaged in a taijutsu battle. "We've got some company." Sasuke simply smiled, seeing 3 shinobi from sound approach them at a leisurely pace. "Protect us." Team 8's a bug user turned to Kiba, who had mimicked Naruto's remarks. "I can assume these clones of yours are unable to touch anything, since they are consistent of chakra alone." He began, "And it seems you believe we need protection. As I see it, though, your own team seems more ill-prepared than ours. Wasting chakra like this won't help either of us, or do you disagree?" The boastful voice said, "Don't worry about me. I've got a lot of chakra." Shino virtually confirmed, "That you have." The master of Akamaru exclaimed, "Wait, what? You're actually agreeing with the dead last, Shino? You've gotta be kidding me. Stop stalking us, you freak. We don't need protection from someone who's weaker than us. And you're creeping out Hinata, too." Hinata gave a short yelp. "See," Shino answered, "I think you are the only one who is creeped out, Kiba," and before Kiba could reply, he went on. "In any case, since he is unable to do anything but observe, we should start moving again." As he faced the 3 newcomers, the youthful Uchiha exuded excitement and said, "Now I get to really test my Sharingan." Sound.nin, how about we skip introductions and get right to it? The bandaged sound shinobi in the center answered, "Only if you were Uchiha Sasuke." "I am. My name is Dosu, I'm here to test you." Sasuke gave a snort. "I thought I told you to skip introductions." The other male member of the sound team abruptly spoke up, raising his arms and directing his palms toward Sasuke. "Man, this brat's annoying, Dosu. Here, catch, Zankuaha." Sasuke was the only target of the enormous wind blast that tore across the clearing, but he easily dodged it. The team's female member yelled, "Zaku, don't just start attacking. Let's take our time. These are all Konoha shinobi, so they can't be too strong, can they?" Dosu seemed to be the team leader, saying, "Kin is right." He stopped and fixed his gaze on Naruto, saying, "We have plenty of time. Let's see what this Uchiha kid can do. However, you." When Naruto was addressed, he appeared perplexed. "Me? What is your name?" "Uzumaki Naruto," the blonde asked, sounding very perplexed. When had people shown an interest in him? "Why?" Dosu began, "I already know you are a fake. I have a request, but my ears told me that much," he said, nodding to the blonde. He gave Zaku a menacing glance and said, "We are not here to kill. Only to fight. Please, do not interfere with our fight." "Naruto, the ever. The Brawler asked, why not? The bandaged shinobi said, you are too powerful. I can estimate a shinobi's strength quite easily. Yours is a power I can't yet understand. In time, I will. In the meantime, I have just this one request. In return, we will not kill. You have my word. With a sigh, the blonde member of Team 7 folded his arms and appeared to give Dosu a serious glance before he reluctantly nodded. Cross the line and I will interfere. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged a look that said, are they stupid? Naruto isn't all that powerful. Sasuke inquired, are you done yet? I wish to test myself as well. Dosu turned to face Sasuke after giving Naruto a nod of gratitude. Yes. Disregarded by both the Sound Team and Team 7, Team 10 had gathered under a tree, oblivious to the impending conflict. Nay, what do you think of this, Shikamaru? Ino responded. Knowing you, you probably found out a lot by all of that. Choji concluded. The lethargic boy with black hair began, it's strange, but... Seeing the bewilderment on his teammates' faces, he began, I think we should consider ourselves lucky that Sound Team came. He stopped Ino from babbling about Sasuke by holding up a hand and saying, we all know Sasuke's strong. Sakura seemed to have improved as well. I'm not saying this to hurt you, Ino, but if I had to judge your little quarrel just before, she was winning. Ino snorted in disgust, and Choji appeared to giggle a little. That bandage guy from the Sound, he's strong. Shikamaru said, pausing, I have noticed a few changes in Team 7. Mainly, Naruto. Ino gave a little gasp. You can't mean. Yes, indeed. The Nara sighed. I think he's right. Naruto's improved a lot as well. This is too troublesome. He approached one of the shadow clones holding up the barrier and said, you little brat. How can a genin like you know a high-leveled jutsu like this? It seems very unlikely. Oh yeah, this grass genin is really angry, all the shadow clones said to themselves. The shadow clone in front of Orochimaru exclaimed, that's none of your business, male. In any case, a portion of the barrier was keeping him safe. You should learn some manners, Nagato-kun. The grass genin let out a sudden explosion. And another shinobi, a male by Naruto's standards, no less, took its place. I guess there's no helping it. You've forced me to use my real body and you're even forcing me to use a high-leveled jutsu too. Another Cage Bunshin, this one on the other side of the barrier, cried out, what? You're going to try to get out of the Shishi engine? The Snake Master sighed wearily, I'm not going to try, Naruto-kun. He turned to face the Cage Bunshin in front of him and said, I guess I'll tell you who I am, since you don't seem to recognize me. Perhaps then you'll give me the respect I deserve. I am Orochimaru. The Cage Bunshin all became furious at that point. Orochimaru. Orochimaru laughed briefly and said, ooh, so you do know me. There are some you have to get rid of immediately. That's what his future self had said to him. Orochimaru bit both of his thumbs and performed a few hand seals before planting his hands on the ground and saying, I'll show you how to get past the Shishi engine. Kuchiyos, Rashomon. A massive tower erupted from the earth, adorned with a picture of a devilish creature and spiked on top. The barrier was torn apart by the tower's sheer size, but it held in place. The tower was already beginning to burn where it struck the barrier. I know you're thinking it's pointless to make this, but... Orochimaru strode right up to the Rashomon. One of my skills is to be able to walk in and out of my own jutsu. It would be possible for Orochimaru to get past the barrier by entering the Rashomon. Unfortunately, all of the Narutos were dispelled before he could fully enter the Rashomon. Wait, Orochimaru. Stepping out of his technique, Orochimaru looked at the lone boy standing behind him. You look different, Naruto-kun. With a fierce determination, Naruto confronted Orochimaru, channeling the energy of the Sage and Kyuubi chakras. Now that I know who you are, I will kill you. The snake.nin cackled, a genin. Kill one of the Sannin. As amused as I am, I have other matters to attend to. Orochimaru lost sight of Naruto and discovered him when he noticed the blonde's fist in his face, saying, you're not going anywhere. You will fall here. When Naruto yelled, what? And instantly fled from everyone, Sasuke and Sakura appeared to be very perplexed. Anyo, Sasuke-kun, where do you think he went? Inquired the Haruno. The Uchiha said, facing the 3-sound.nin, no one cares. I've got something more important to give my attention to. Dosu appeared to laugh a lot. You were lucky I am a man of my word, Uchiha Sasuke. With the absence of the strongest of your team, we could kill you here, easily. Sakura corrected him right away. You idiot, Sasuke-kun is the strongest member of our team. Sasuke appeared to almost smile at this. The bandaged nin replied, foolish girl, be silent. You know nothing about power. Zaku, Kin, let's bring these two fools down. Activating his Sharingan with a sly grin, Sasuke watched as Zaku prepared his hands. Kin appeared to take something from her pockets, and Dosu exposed a large metallic arm. Get ready, Sakura, they might start attacking you too. Zankuaha, Zaku shouted as he directed his wind blast toward the earth, causing a huge sand cloud to erupt around him. Your turn, Dosu. Sasuke, his Sharingan nearly useless, looked around him, but all he saw was sand and dust. He had also lost sight of Sakura. With a metallic arm aimed directly at his face, his opponent charged at him, saying, shit, Sakura. Get away, I'll fight all of them myself. After dodging the bandaged man and emerging from the dust cloud, the Uchiha saw Zaku smiling at him. Zankuaha. As Sasuke turned in midair to barely avoid the wind blast and touched down, he was surrounded instantly by multiple bells. From a few meters behind him, he heard Kin, the female sound team member, say, it's over, Uchiha Sasuke. At that moment, the bells surrounding him began to ring. Sakura had been pulled from the battle by Team 10 in the interim. With great force and without mercy, Orochimaru was thrown into a tree. What? How on earth can a genin hit so hard? That might even be more powerful than a Tsunade hit. The snake, like man, panting, struggled to get himself up between the broken pieces of what had once been a tree's bark. Uzumaki Naruto, I know you're not related to the first Hokage, so how come you're so strong? With a Orochimaru, Naruto began. We won't be talking now. The sound leader, who was rapidly tending to his face after being punched by Naruto, chuckled briefly and said, I see. You plan to take me down. His killer intent passed over Naruto a moment later. How about I kill you, you meddlesome brat? It goes without saying that Naruto was not at all impressed with the killer intent. He therefore attempted to get closer to Orochimaru and give him a kick to the ribs, but Orochimaru was nearly airborne when he was thrown hard to the ground by his left leg. The blonde was unforgiving, not letting go of Orochimaru's leg as they continued to level the ground together. Naruto began swinging Orochimaru into a nearby boulder, watching the enormous stone shatter, while chanting, no mercy for the wicked. You are the one who'll cause me a lot of trouble. The boy was simply moving too quickly, leaving no time for any replacement technique. He really did inflict all the damage that was done to him. With gradual effort, Orochimaru stood up and fixed his gaze on his adversary. What? How can you be so fast and so strong? Guess. With Naruto now behind him, Orochimaru's eyes grew wide as he used a Rasengan. Behind his back, Orochimaru fell through the air and hit a tree once more. Impossible, exclaimed the snake.nin, leaping to his feet. It seems I'll have to get truly serious with you. Still charged with Kyuubi and Sage Chakra, Naruto gave a growl. Bring it! Orochimaru exclaimed, Kuchio's no jutsu, as he rose to the top of a massive snake. With no delay, the snake dove towards Naruto, prepared to engulf the small genin. Only to have one hand, Naruto's single hand, stop him. Orochimaru was shocked to see how Naruto threw both him and the snake aside like a tiny pebble. What? This isn't taking place. With a series of hand seals, Orochimaru dispelled his summon. Sene Yashu. Orochimaru was about to attack the blonde when a plethora of snakes appeared out of his sleeves, but once more, he was taken aback to see the snakes instantly burn away as they got close to Naruto. I see, Kyuubi's chakra is protecting you. A second later, Orochimaru was horrified to see a shadow clone to his left, right, front, and back, all of them using the same wind release technique. Fuden, Renkuden no Jutsu. He raised his head to see a fifth clone also doing the Renkuden. The body of Orochimaru was directly targeted by the 5 wind blasts. When the smoke cleared, Naruto sent his clones to the area where the wind techniques had struck, but he saw no Orochimaru. He could still feel Orochimaru's chakra in Sage mode. Shit, He went underground. His thoughts went. He swore as he felt something. He travels fast underground, but not as fast as me. He instantly let go of Sage Mode and allowed the Kyuubi chakra to rest. Simultaneously, it appeared as though a communication was received by one of his shadow clones. The blonde appeared to think to himself, Sasuke's caught in a genjutsu, huh? I'm sure he'll be fine. Besides, Shikamaru's team will probably help him and Sakura out, anyway. Then he turned to face upward. I can sense you. Dropping to the ground, Mitarashi Anko landed in front of the blonde. You drove Orochimaru away. Knowing that Anko hadn't witnessed the fight, Naruto shrugged. Was that his name? I guess I got lucky, then. Lucky doesn't quite describe what you were, kid. He probably sensed me arriving. Anko murmured. Which way did he go? After realizing he didn't really have an option, Naruto appeared to consider whether he could leave Orochimaru to this woman and run the risk of the snake escaping. She is dubious of me and anticipates that I return to my team, he said, gesturing to Orochimaru's underground journey. She let out as she began to jump away, saying, get back to your team, brat. It's dangerous for a single genin during exams like these. Naruto turned to face his team after glancing at her as she walked away. Might as well check how Sasuke's doing. Through the clearing, Sakura heard her teammate murmur, Genjutsu, huh? Just seconds after the fight broke out, Ino and Shikamaru had dragged her into a tree. While they were doing this, Choji had been watching over them. Shikamaru, watching the fight below, whispered, what the hell is he thinking? He's up against 3 sound nin. And their leader's not someone to take lightly. He glanced at Sakura. I'm not going to help your teammate, Sakura. After taking a deep breath, the girl with pink hair returned her attention to the fight. She didn't sound very confident when she said, he doesn't need any help. Don't worry, they promised not to kill him, right? With a startled expression, Sakura and Team 10 all quickly turned to face Naruto, who was standing on the same tree branch as them. Incredible. He seems to have materialized out of thin air. The youthful Nara pondered and observed that he had seemed extremely near Sakura. Whispering, since when can you sneak up on people? Was Ino's last gasp. Choji said, shaking his head, you're so different. The Akamichi refocused on the battle. Look, something's happening. Sasuke had begun approaching Kin, the girl, and said, I thought you knew I had the Sharingan. Zaku appeared curious about what the Uchiha was doing, while Dosu remained standing in the cloud of smoke. My eyes can see the chakra for your genjutsu and all I have to ignore is the sound your bells are making. As long as I have these eyes, I can always see what's really happening. The young Avenger then vanished, reappeared behind Kin, and kicked her in the direction of Zaku, who merely laughed and extended his arms. Zankuaha. Sasuke, unable to believe what he was seeing, stood motionless as Zaku aimed his weapon through Kin's body. Gotcha, you bastard. Kin struck Sasuke squarely in the body, trapping both of them behind a tree. Dosu praised Zaku, saying, good work, Zaku, as he hurriedly drew near Sasuke and Kin. Sasuke moved fast to push the now conscious Kin out of the way and narrowly avoided Dosu's blow. He leapt away from the man with the metal arms and landed safely away from Dosu and Zaku. 1 down, 2 to go, he exclaimed, but then all of a sudden his surroundings blurred and he experienced a headache unlike anything he had ever experienced. He fell to his knees and started to throw up. Dosu snorted quickly as he moved in the direction of his target, saying, it is over now, Uchiha Sasuke. You weren't too bad. If we were to fight one-on-one, perhaps your chances of victory would be slightly higher. Dosu appeared to have turned toward the tree the others were in, but Zaku was still holding Kin. Uzumaki Naruto, I have promised not to kill and you kept your promise of not interfering. As thanks, since we have more, I will leave you this earth scroll. Dosu was facing Naruto when he leapt from the tree. Thanks. Dosu gave a single nod and looked at Sasuke, who was still throwing up. He looked at Zaku carrying Kin and said, he will be fine in a few moments. We will leave now. Naruto strode over to give Sasuke a back pat as the sound nin departed. Not bad, Sasuke. Shut up, exclaimed the Uchiha as he stood up. I'll defeat him next time. Yeah, the blonde said, realizing Sakura was getting closer to them. 10 teams stayed up in the tree. Now that we have both scrolls, we might as well turn back to the tower. Sakura turned to Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, who had now leapt out of the tree, and said, "Hold up." Naruto was standing by Sasuke. "We need the Heaven Scroll and you have one. Now that I don't have to fight Sasuke-kun, I'm sure we'll be able to handle just you and Sakura, since," Ino cracked a grin. "You're already caught by Shikamaru's shadow. It's annoying, but we have to finish these tests," the Nara said. "Shikamaru, did you know that I'm also a shadow clone? And how can I point at something behind me?" Shikamaru was shocked to see the shadow clone could even move. When Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji turned to face the roughly 30 Naruto clones behind them, they exclaimed, "So are all of them. You don't want to fight us now, do you?" Shikamaru let go of his cage mane and sighed. It was worth a try. With a laugh, Naruto banished all of his clones. And to think, the real me isn't even anywhere close to this place. When Team 10 said this, they appeared terrified. This guy, this Naruto, I feel bad for him, now that Gaara's looking for him. Tamari said, "Well, maybe they're just gonna talk." As she and Kankuro trailed behind Gaara. They were whispering, of course. "Naruto's a Jinchuriki too, you know." Kankuro let out a whispered, "What? How do you know? And why haven't you told me anything?" Tamari took a moment to study the ground. "He is different from Gaara. I feel like I can trust him." Still speaking in a whisper, Kankuro exclaimed, "Tamari, I can't believe you're trusting a Konoha.nin. Especially someone who's the same as Gaara." To make sure their younger brother hadn't heard anything, they both glanced at him briefly. "Look, I've spoken to him. He says he can help Gaara." Puppeteer fixed his gaze on his sister. "Since when do you speak to people? You're either attacking them, meaning you're beating their asses, or you're ignoring them and at the same intimidating them." "I guess you don't know me well enough," Tamari scoffed. "Let's just wait and see what happens. This Naruto might actually be able to do something." Kankuro laughed for a moment. "Yeah, he might be able to survive a few seconds longer than Gaara's average victim." "Ah, you could give me a little more credit." Naruto abruptly stepped in between Kankuro and Tamari, causing them to both jump. As he landed on his butt, Kankuro managed a loud, "W. What the hell?" Tamari just landed on her feet, a few feet away from the other blonde, and exclaimed, "Naruto." The Leaf.nin mimicked his teacher's greeting, saying, "Yo. Naruto." The three shinobi exclaimed as they turned to face Gaara, who was now glaring at the newcomer. Gaara's siblings were taken aback when they noticed hesitation in Gaara's body language. Gaara made up his mind and shook his head. "Dai, Sabaku Q." Naruto held out a hand and said, "I won't hold back, Gaara." "Fuden, Gufu Suahedo." Naruto's palm unleashed a strong gust of swirling wind that caused Gaara's sand attack to launch in various directions. Naruto's horizontal tornado actually sent him into a tree, shocking Gaara as it passed through his desert coffin. He helped himself up, panting, and saw that his shield of sand was insufficient to withstand that attack. How? He was in pain, but not as badly as he would have been had his shield not absorbed most of the blow. Naruto said, "I want to talk, but it seems I'll have to beat you up a bit." A moment later, his eyes resembled frogs. In an instant, Naruto was behind Gaara and gave him a forceful blow to the stomach. Naruto struck Gaara in the stomach once more to continue his attack, exposing him to an entirely new realm of agony. Gaara staggered to his knees and looked up at the blonde. The red-haired boy realized he couldn't stand up from the pain of those 2 hits and asked, "How can you be this strong?" That was how much stronger his opponent was. Temari's and Kankuro's mouths were hanging open as they stared at the one-sided match. In stark contrast to the circumstances, Naruto once bowed, saying, "I need you to be my ally, Gaara. I am strong and I can make you strong as well. Follow my lead, Gaara, as a fellow Jinchuriki who knows the world of pain." The blonde woman extended a hand. "Are you ready to talk now?" He glanced at his own hand as he considered how to handle this situation while looming over the breathless red-haired Suna.nin. He could already sense the other 2 sand ninjas behind him casting doubts. Gaara was still not making any move in his direction. Naruto said slowly, "Look, I'm here to help you, not to fight you." In addition to looking up murderously from his painful position, Gaara was simultaneously transforming his right arm. With a growl, Naruto leapt back. He muttered, "So it's going to be like that," and did a couple seals. Fuden, Hitofuki Togi, was the last thing Naruto said before unleashing a wind-natured blast that appeared to be concentrated on Gaara's body, more especially, her right arm. His right arm was ripped off completely when it struck him. Naruto became a little agitated and said, "I can keep doing this and you can keep growing it back using your sand, but I don't have all day." Temari and Kankuro realized Naruto was unquestionably the stronger of the two after hearing that statement and the accompanying murderous intent, so they moved between the two Jinchuriki. Temari cried out, "Stop this, Naruto." With a melancholic smile, the blonde leaf. Nin looked at Temari. "I promised I would help your brother, Temari-san. You're not helping him by killing him. This is not good. Gaara is really hurt. I've never seen him treated this way by anyone." Kankuro gave the Konoha shinobi in front of him a stern look. "This guy, who the hell is he? Against him, not even Baki has a chance." Naruto calmly inquired, "Where is his seal?" while maintaining his gaze on the other Biju container. In response, Temari hesitantly said, "Oh, on his stomach." His eyes went from Gaara to Temari and Kankuro. "I need to perform a jutsu on his seal. For that, I need him to be calm. Can you two get him to stay calm, in any other way that I'm doing?" Skeptical of this man, Kankuro questioned, "What kind of jutsu?" "I've done some research, but it seems that once a Biju is sealed, it's really complicated, but mostly dangerous, to tinker with the containment seal." The young man began, "I've never heard of a containment seal as incomplete as the one on Gaara, making him unable to sleep, but I know of a solution, definitely." Kankuro was pondering. "You haven't answered the question." Naruto gave the puppeteer a smile. "I plan on using the Gogyu Fuin. It completely separates the Biju's chakra from the Jinchuriki's chakra. It's actually easy and I wonder, since you obviously have Fuinjutsu users in your village, why it hasn't been used on Gaara." Naturally, both Suna Nins remained silent. Gaara can easily sleep with the Gogyu Fuin, since the Naruto was pondering which demon was inside Gaara. Shukaku won't be able to do anything with the Gogyu Fuin on Gaara's seal. "You are sure?" Startled, Temari and Kankuro turned to see Gaara was still breathing heavily. However, he was no longer changing. "You can stop her, you can stop her," whispers. He was hurt to hear Gaara's voice so filled with pain. "I promise, Sabaku no Gaara. I can stop all of it." Sakura and Sasuke were pursuing another leaf. Nin. A few hours prior, the shadow clone of Naruto had vanished to inform the real Naruto that a certain Yukushi Kabuto was on his way with his group. Meanwhile, they were chatting away inanely. Kabuto, intrigued by the tale, inquired, "So, after those sound shinobi had ended the fight, they just gave you a scroll and left? Odd. They must have been impressed by your fighting abilities." Sakura began, "Well, their leader actually seemed to respect our other teammate, Naruto, a bit. It was really weird." "Naruto, huh?" inquired Kabuto again. "That shadow clone you two were traveling with was some kind of replica of him, right?" Sakura spoke for Sasuke the entire time because he was too upset about losing to say anything. "Yeah, but he hadn't even fought with Naruto." Kinyuta Dosu, Kabuto pondered. "That kid has always believed in honor in fights too much. One day, it will prove to be his undoing." Sakura continued, "I didn't think those three were capable of killing, but he promised not to kill to Naruto." Sasuke, she said, hesitant to say anything more. "But it was 3-1, so it was unfair to begin with. If it was 1-on-1, Sasuke would have easily won. If Uchiha Sasuke is unable to manage little Zaku and Kin, then he appears to be quite the disappointment." The glasses. Wearing Genin thought, Dosu's stronger, but not a match for a future vessel of Orochimaru, one would think. "So, where's your other teammate, then?" The pinkhead exclaimed in frustration, "No one knows, no one really cares." Recalling what Naruto had told her prior to their entrance into the Forest of Death, she interrupted herself, "He's got clones. Tell no one, not even other Konoha ninja, about my clones. He's using that Kage Bunshin technique too much, if you ask me." She corrected him. "Hey, I think I do okay." Turning around, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kabuto saw Naruto approaching them after seemingly launching himself from a nearby tree branch. Kabuto's narrowed eyes were hidden behind his spectacles. I felt nothing at all from him. He is competent. Sakura was glaring at him, and Sasuke was frowning at the blonde. But all he could see as he touched down was the stranger. Who are you? Ah, Yakushi Kabuto. Nice to meet you, Uzumaki Naruto. Kabuto grinned. Naruto gave the man a brief look and then gave a hesitant shrug. He shook the older nin's hand and said, yeah, nice to meet you, I guess. You traveling with us, are you waiting for a chance to steal one of our scrolls? Naruto. Sakura firmly corrected. Sasuke was nodding in agreement with his blonde teammate, but he still said nothing. Now that they had both scrolls, there was no way they were going to let some shady shinobi take them. Kabuto was already too nice for the Uchiha. The Yakushi calmly replied, pulling a few scrolls, obviously heaven and earth scrolls, out of his pockets. Ah, two fair guesses, but the first is the correct one. Naruto's eyes remained narrowed. He had vanished for a while, actually managing to shake my Fuin Bunshin off as he traveled away from his own team. He sighed. My Fuin Bunshin have been tracking this guy's team from the start and have seen how they have taken their scrolls. He was obviously moving in the direction of my team, but why? He doesn't appear to be acting maliciously. Naruto said, all right, let's get going. We're making bad time. I wanted to be the first to finish this test, damn it. Kabuto laughed. There are veteran genin around, if you can call genin veteran. Your team is a rookie genin team. You can't expect to best the others. Staring at Kabuto's back was Sasuke. Aren't you a genin veteran, if such a title exists? Kabuto cast a sidelong glance. I am, I suppose. But that's why I am accompanying your team to the end. The Uchiha quickly answered, we don't need your help. We've got both scrolls and we're all fresh. You've got other motives. Kabuto laughed once more. I assure you, I have not. I'm just trying to help out fellow Konoha ninja. Naruto, the blonde in the front, simply sighed at the talks going on behind him. In the distance, his shadow clones were battling some random rain ninja who intended to ambush them with some meat genjutsu. It's better to keep your mouth shut. He glanced at Kabuto and said, this guy doesn't need to know anything about me. There's just something I can't trust about him. As soon as they got to the tower, they split up with Kabuto and went inside to find out which other teams had passed the test. They did this by calling upon Yumino Iruka using the Heaven and Earth scrolls. They were a little taken aback by the sheer number of Konoha teams in the vast space. However, after some consideration, they realized that since the Chunin exam was held in Konoha, more Konoha teams had most likely entered this exam. Among them are the teams of Shikamaru, Shino, Gaara, Lee, Dosu, Kabuto, and themselves. 20.1 participants left in all. Out of those, 12 were Leaf.nin. With a quiet snort, Naruto acknowledged that, thanks to his Fuin Bunshin, he already knew how everyone in this place battled. As the third Hokage began discussing how the Chunin exam was purportedly a means for the nations to demonstrate their might to one another and how it helps to avert wars. The blonde was recapping instead of listening. The group led by Shikamaru. He was always aware of Nara Shikamaru's laziness. Now that he had seen how Shikamaru and his group had retrieved a scroll, Naruto realized that intelligent people were frequently lazy. Shikamaru was unquestionably the team's strategist. Leading the team as the Mind Walker, Ino took charge of the group. Her methods were slow and extremely dangerous. The team's strongest player, Akamichi Choji, was also the slowest. With this team, Shikamaru and his shadows were all he had to worry about. Shino's group. The reserved one had always been Aburame Shino. More about the boy than he had known during the Ninja Academy years, Naruto now knew. He employed a lot of bugs. A very challenging foe. Inuzuka Kiba was an ideal tracker, particularly when his dog Akamaru was included. Then there was Hyuga Hinata, the teammate member who was insecure. Despite her insecurities, her Byakugan also rendered her a formidable foe. Since they had taken out a scroll near the beginning of the exam, he hadn't seen much of Shino's team. The group of Gaara, like him, Sabaku no Gaara is a Jinchuriki, controls a large amount of sand. Sabaku no Kenkuro employed Kugutsu no Jutsu, while Sabaku no Tamari unleashed wind techniques with a large fan. What a gifted group they are. Lee's group. Rock Lee moved extremely quickly. Not as quickly as him, though. To the best of his knowledge, the boy had only demonstrated taijutsu to Naruto. Hyuga Neji might be the most skilled player in attendance. He controls his dujutsu, the Byakugan, flawlessly. Naruto had seen in the Forest of Death that one blow from that guy could very well mean the end of the fight. 10. 10 was a weapon specialist as well as a weapon summoner. Yes, the ideal blend. The group of Dosu, their last names escaped his knowledge. Dosu's metallic arm amplifier allows him to use sound as a weapon. He manipulates the sound and allows it to attack his opponent, seemingly focusing mostly on the eardrums. Kin is a genjutsu practitioner who also uses sound to trick her opponents by ringing small bells. Without using hand seals, Zaku can launch wind blasts through the palms of his hands. The group of Kabuto, by placing his hands on his opponents, Yoroi can drain their chakra. Masumi has the ability to flex his body in any direction, much like a snake. And Kabuto was unquestionably the team's medic. Nin. He was also the team leader, as he had noticed. Kiba's words, "Oi, quit dreaming, dead, last," startled him out of his reverie. "I was talking to you." Naruto rubbed his head, feeling quite lightheaded from not paying any attention to what was happening. "What is it, dog breath?" he murmured. "I said, why the hell were you following us the entire time?" With a sigh, the blonde saw that everyone was making their way to the stairs in the corner of the enormous room where they had gathered. He pointed to the others and said, "I told you already, didn't I? Where are they all going? Idiot, weren't you paying attention? We're all supposed to go up there and wait to see who has to fight who." "Why?" Kiba gave himself a forehead smack. "You didn't listen to anything, huh?" He uttered in imitation of Naruto's earlier exhale. "Look, it seems there are too many guys left here, so they're going to cut it in half. One-on-one fights and the one who wins stays in the Chunin exams. Scared, dead, last. Hey, this is going to be easy." Kiba gave the blonde a scowl. Akamaru, who was sitting on Kiba's head, growled once, saying, "You're delusional. You're probably the weakest around." "Nah, you're definitely wrong on this one, Akamaru. Naruto is Naruto, he'll always be the weak clown." Naruto just smiled and went up to the waiting area with the dog. "Like boy. These folks, all of them, are very strong." Sakura turned her back to the flashing board as Naruto, who was standing next to her, spoke. "I wonder who I'll be fighting. I can't wait." The girl with pink hair exclaimed, "Shouldn't you be nervous, Naruto? All of these genin aren't rookies like us." Naruto shrugged and gestured to the other two Konoha rookie teams. "Well, they are. If I were you, I'd hope I'd get paired against one of them." "But," Naruto cracked a grin, "since I'm not, I hope I'll get paired against the strongest one present." Sakura scowled. Had Naruto insulted her just now? She was unsure. Well, the strongest one here is definitely Sasuke-kun. She saw her blonde partner scowl. If that's the case, then this is going to be boring. In order to display the names, the flashing board stopped flashing. 10. 10 and Sabaku no Gaara. Hidden behind Sakura and Naruto, Sasuke muttered, "Asuna.nin versus a Konoha.nin. This Gaara seems pretty powerful." Gaara made it visible to all of the participants in the room that he was in control of the fighting area by using his sand to carry him there. 10. 10 leapt to her feet. Lee yelled after her, 10. 10. You will win. Guy appeared to be applauding her. The referee, Hayate Gecko, coughed and said, "Well, then." 10. 10 and Gaara were fixed on one another. One, though, was glaring. "Start this match." 10. 10 leapt backwards to begin, and to her slight surprise, her opponent had not moved. All the Sand Shinobi could do was observe her. His mind was elsewhere. Retrograde. Gogyu Fuin. The blow to his stomach hurt, but not in a physical way. No, it hurt his head, made him dizzy, and nearly knocked him to the ground, but he was able to stay upright. All Suna.nin were taken aback by what transpired next. "Gaara, are you alright?" Gaara felt Temari's hand on her shoulder. What?" exclaimed Kankuro. "Your sand, what happened to your shield of sand?" Temari was just as surprised as her sibling. "It seems that his Suna no Tate isn't around anymore," she exclaimed, observing her own hand on Gaara's shoulder. Gaara was still holding his head and panting. Naruto clarified, "I've severed the link between him and the demon inside him." Naruto then began searching through one of his many pockets, saying, "It seems that technique wasn't Gaara's, but Shukaku's. Hey, if you're used to a strong defense, you'd better be careful." In reality, he just called upon something by placing chakra into a pocket. "I want you to have this." Temari's eyes lingered on the weird metal string that held kunai in Naruto's grasp. The handles of it were sealed. "Kunai. Yeah, Sabaku no Gaara is my ally. Hey, I want you guys as my allies. These kunai have special jutsu on it. It summons me when you throw it." Temari's and Kenkuro's expressions suggested that they weren't quite convinced. "Even if that's accurate," Kenkuro uttered first. "What if we summon you right into a trap?" Naruto merely replied, "That's impossible." The blonde turned to face Gaara and said, "Very impossible. You'll be able to sleep now. Once we're out of this Chunin exams, I'll teach you the Gogyu Fuin, the way to seal the connection between the demon and yourself. And I'll teach you the Gogyu Kain, the way to once again open that connection, should you ever need it." "Why are you doing this?" The blonde turned to face Kenkuro, who appeared to be utterly clueless about the whole thing. The blonde sighed and got started. He looked at Gaara and said, "I need allies, I need comrades, people I can trust around me. I've heard some disturbing news. When I saw Gaara, I realized he was just like me. Born alone in this world, hated and feared by the people around you. The two of us can understand each other better than anyone else can. No offense, since you two are his family." "Together," they muttered, "none taken." Naruto grinned and said, "I've seen you now, and I trust you. All I need now is for you to trust me." Finish the flashback. It was really painful. Gaara actually had to use his chakra to let the sand surround him shield him from all of Ten's projectiles because he was no longer protected by the Shukaku's automatic defense. To tell the truth, though, he was happy, very happy. Now he could go to sleep and dream. Ten's attacks were all ineffective, and Gaara was growing weary of having to defend himself all the time. Sabaku Q. Ten realized she wasn't making any progress as she avoided the sand hand. She threw 2 scrolls on the ground, touched them with her hands, and poured chakra into them, thinking to herself, "Okay, time to kick this up a notch." Kuchiyos. Sushoryu. Thousands of weapons began to rain down on Gaara, and his eyes widened a bit. Suna no Mayu. He erected a sand dome around himself and descended beneath the surface, allowing the Suna Bunshin to follow him and trick the girl into attacking it. Ten observed as every one of her armaments ricocheted off the dome. She watched as her opponent deactivated the technique while she waited. She threw all of the weapons, which had strings fastened to her fingers, back at the boy as soon as she saw him again. "Take this." Sabaku Q. While still in midair, Ten observed as all of her weaponry crashed into the boy, but she also noticed that another one, a clone, was coming at her from behind and was throwing another sandball in her direction. "Oh no, I was duped. I was going after the clone." The Gaara's sand hand grabbed Ten and threw him to the ground. Gaara just kept walking in her direction, refusing to let go. Forfeit or die. Gaara noticed something as she watched the defiant glare Ten gave him. "It is not at all my intention to kill her." The voices had vanished from his mind. He wasn't being told to kill anyone. Ten snarled when she realized she was completely immobile. "Fine, I forfeit." Gaara let her go with a small sigh and turned away. "This feels good, strange." The referee exclaimed, "Winner, Sabaku no Gaara." Ten picked herself up after the match, not entirely happy with the result. The following names were written on the board. Naruto Uzumaki. Akado Yoroi. As he made his way down the stairs to the battle zone, Naruto took his time reviewing the data his Fuin Bunshin had compiled about his opponent. To the best of my knowledge, he must make physical contact with his opponents in order to drain their chakra. I can just kill him with taijutsu because I have so much chakra. I won't have to worry about him getting close to me. You're a rookie, right? His opponent yelled at Naruto. I'd give up if I were you. I've been genin for a few years now. Naruto snidely said, but, that says more about you than it does about me, now, doesn't it? Hayate Gecko gave one cough. He was able to manage to say, please begin the match. Without any delay, Naruto charged ahead and struck Yoroi square in the face. Naruto kicked Yoroi in the side with his left leg just as he was about to fall to the ground. Yoroi's body attempted to sail sideways after taking the blow, but Naruto persisted and kicked again, this time with his right leg, slamming the elder genin into the ground with his right foot directly in Yoroi's face. Following the brief onslaught, which consisted of 3 straightforward attacks, Naruto leapt back to observe his opponent's next move. He must be capable of more than just depleting chakra, right? The referee, meanwhile, was shocked to witness the blonde rookie attack with such speed and without pausing. Yes, those were merely test attacks. Maybe this kid isn't all that bad. With a glare at Naruto, Yoroi picked himself up, blood streaming from his mouth. You're gonna pay for that. Naruto gave a head nod. Ah, yeah, as soon as you manage to stand up. Yes, Yoroi was struggling to stand and was on one knee, supporting himself with both arms. When he eventually stood up on both legs after a few seconds, Naruto had already completed his hand seals. Fuden, K's shuriken. After cursing, Yoroi dove under the wind shuriken, only to see Naruto's sandal quickly coming toward him. When Yoroi was kicked into the wall, the referee winced. Naruto skipped the waiting this time and proceeded with hand seals right away. Since you're supposed to be stronger than me, I might as well not hold back. Catch, old man, Fuden, ni Kuuatsu. Hayate Gecko held out both hands and felt a powerful gust of wind blow past him. A massive explosion erupted from Yoroi's position, and everyone watching was stunned. Naturally, only the more experienced shinobi and dujutsu users knew the true story. When the smoke cleared and he saw Yoroi lying completely unconscious on the ground and the wall had collapsed, Naruto smiled. Hayate Gecko declared, "Winner, Uzumaki Naruto." Wow! Releasing 2 strong wind gusts, each rotating in a different direction, and causing them to collide simultaneously at a single point. It must have hurt, Kakashi thought to himself after using his Sharingan to watch the attack. Upon realizing that Sasuke had also been observing with his Sharingan, he thought, too bad I can't use Fuden ninjutsu. The same goes for Sasuke. Every day, Sasuke's curiosity about Naruto's abilities grows. Naruto. I had no idea he was that strong, Sakura exclaimed, looking perplexed. But since I'm not really surprised, I guess I actually knew. Whoa, I guess he has improved, huh? Exclaimed an astonished Ino. He kicked that guy's ass. Go Naruto. Shikamaru said, disregarding Ino's screams next to him. I think that guy was actually pretty good, too. Man, what a drag. The last team member said, it's strange to say this, but I definitely don't want to fight Naruto. I couldn't follow his movements since his first attack. Unbeknownst to him, he was in fact scarfing down his chips a little more quickly than normal. Kiba was shocked on the other side of the waiting area. Holy shit, what the hell? It seems he has improved greatly these last few weeks. Could it be his sensei or his teammates that brought forth such improvement? Shino, Kiba's teammate, grumbled. I can hardly imagine him growing so substantially on his own. Astonished by the fight, the Hyuga heiress muttered, N. Naruto.kun. Tsurugi Masumi, Uchiha Sasuke. The names on the flashing board that followed were those. Naruto yelled, leaping up the stairs back to the waiting area, Yo, Tem. Good luck. Fortunate. Sasuke let the words reverberate in his mind. To whom do you think you are speaking? Please, begin the match. Sasuke, in contrast to Naruto, waited for his opponent to move before launching an offensive. You're a Uchiha, huh? Sasuke smirked and said, yeah, so what, you're gonna give up now? He looked up thoughtfully for a second, then said, just because I have the Sharingan doesn't mean you don't stand a chance. Oh wait, it does. He jumped and gave a few hand seals at that point. Kaden, Hausenka no Jutsu. With Sasuke hurling small fireballs at him, Tsurugi slithered around them all. Oh, as Sasuke halted his attacks and landed on the ground a few feet away from his opponent, he thought, interesting. The Leaf.Nin with the glasses yelled, come at me, Uchiha. The young Avenger laughed, you can bend your body any way you want, huh? Which means you just want to choke me to death or something as soon as I come close. He continued to snort. Fine, try it. Rushing forward, Sasuke delivered a right hook that struck Tsurugi square in the jaw. Tsurugi's neck twisted back as he had anticipated, but Sasuke dodged Tsurugi's now failed headbutt with ease. Rather, Tsurugi's head met Sasuke's left foot squarely. Sasuke simply responded with a roundhouse kick, causing Tsurugi's entire body to twist around as his neck twisted back once more. Sasuke swept both of Tsurugi's legs out from under him and then gave him an elbow in the stomach, saying, "Hey, you're too slow to counter me." Sasuke swiftly delivered a few hand seals as Tsurugi thrashed through the air. But nice try, Kaden, Ryuka no Jutsu. His stream of fire was sidestepped, much to his surprise. Tsurugi laughed and hurriedly walked up to Sasuke, saying, "Your attacks aren't that powerful, you know. But then, it's a little hard to hurt a body like mine." "Is it?" With Sasuke now behind him, Tsurugi's eyes widened as he felt one of his kunai strike his shoulder and then his knee. As Sasuke leapt over Tsurugi, who was screaming in agony, he remarked, "You can't move so smoothly now, can you?" Sasuke threw another kunai right through Tsurugi's left foot before he even touched down. Tsurugi yelled, "Don't underestimate me," while also laughing. "These wounds, I can move them to a less annoying spot with this body of mine." Tiredly, Sasuke sighed. Sasuke folded his arms, seeing how Tsurugi repositioned his wounds, saying, "You're really stubborn. Wounds are still wounds. I'll just make more." Tsurugi was breathing heavily as he prepared to take on Sasuke once more. Sasuke sighed and spread his arms, saying, "Che. Useless. You can't do anything except move your body around like that." The genin took a slight crouch, holding a kunai in each hand, and lunged towards Tsurugi, saying, "Enough. I'm gonna finish this." The crowd witnessed a very bloody battle as Sasuke constantly swung around Tsurugi, slashing him whenever he could while also avoiding every blow that was directed at him. That is, the one-sided, violent conflict. Sasuke halted his kunai attack, leapt clear, and came to rest near the referee. Tsurugi fell to the ground as if on cue. "Well, referee, how about you call this to an end? That idiot's not going to be moving anytime soon." He was in excruciating pain, but he remained conscious. "Or I can throw another kunai." Gekko furrowed his brow. "Winner, Uchiha Sasuke." Observing the scene below, one Hyuga Neji thought, as expected of a Uchiha, I suppose. Maybe he could turn out to be a formidable foe. Neji's teammate Rock Lee felt that he had grown. "A genius, but I think I can outsmart that genius." Sasuke turned to leave, but not before pausing to look at the medical personnel carrying Tsurugi away. He noticed that the flashing board had stopped on the following names as soon as he began to move again. Hyuga Neji. Lee Hyuga. Interesting. At the very least, I'd like to watch that. I must say, my eternal rival. Your students are quite talented. I expected much of the young Uchiha in your team, but the other one surprised me. I wonder how your final student will do. Kakashi, looking at Sasuke and Naruto, murmured slowly, "I'm still getting surprised. I have no idea about Naruto, but I know exactly how strong Sasuke and Sakura are," he thought to himself. "You were great, Sasuke-kun." The individual in question sighed as he made an effort to ignore Sakura's and Ino's bothersome applause and advanced directly in the direction of Naruto, who was leaning over the railing and watching the impending battle. "In the vicinity. I've been waiting for this, Neji." "You've been waiting for a moment that has already been repeated too many times, Lee." Neji let out a sigh. "I'm not going to hold back." Rock Lee abruptly sat down and took off the weights around his ankles, exclaiming, "Me neither." The referee had not even given the all clear to begin play. He was staring at Lee when he said, "Well, whenever you're ready." The Hyuga then sighed somewhat weary. "It doesn't matter whether you remove those weights or not. The outcome is the same, Lee. You will lose against me. But I know you, it doesn't really matter what I say, you're still going to fight me." Lee noticed that Neji had turned on his Byakugan when he looked up from the weights on the floor. "Yes, Neji-kun. You'd better take me serious now." With Lee's increased speed, the Hyuga genius easily avoided the surprise attack by performing Shunshin. Neji calmly said, "You'll get tired," while he evaded sporadic attacks. "As soon as you slow down, I'll be the victor." His teammate retorted, "Not this time." As he launched an overhead attack, Lee barely managed to jump away as Neji stepped back and immediately swung his hands in the direction of his attack. He mocked, "That was close, Lee." Lee rushed to appear a few feet in front of Neji and exclaimed, "No, it wasn't." I'm too fast for you. Neji shook his head, closing his eyes. For now, perhaps, I see you're also smart enough to stay out of my hockey field. Neji saw that Lee was bracing himself. I am going to show you a new move. Lee gave Neji a thumbs up while beaming. Neji's eyes widened slightly as strange chakra surrounded Lee, saying, be ready. Yosh. First gate. Second gate open. HMPH, your Renge won't work on me, I can still follow and dodge your movements, Lee, you shoal. The voice called out to him, third gate, open. Neji took an involuntary step backward and used his Byakugan to observe. What? Lee's skin turned red. What is this? You have actual chakra around you. Third gate, you can open more, he asked. Lee crouched a little more and proceeded to open the harm gate, the fourth gate. Lee rushed forward at that point, but Neji instantly countered, saying, Kaden. As he stopped spinning and realized he had knocked Lee back a little. He growled, not liking this at all. I can't follow his movements, I have to be completely defensive now. Kaden, was the only thing Neji could say quickly before Lee disappeared from view once more. Once more, the fight ended with Lee being blown backwards and barely hurt. Neji had to instantly resume his heavenly spin after stopping it because Lee had decided to launch a more forceful attack at this point. You can't keep that forever, Neji.kun. He answered, and you can't keep staying this fast forever. Lee retreated as Neji yelled, this will just be a match of who gets tired faster. Seeing that your technique takes much more of your stamina than mine does from mine, this all seems rather futile. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll change that now. Fourth gate, as though something was hurting, but he went on. Fifth gate, release. This time, he was kicked upwards before he could even initiate his Kaden. Lee began to wrap his bandages around Neji, who screamed in agony. Lee roared as he hovered over Neji, I'll show you my final technique. The bandage was tightly held by Neji, preventing the Hyuga from moving even though they attempted to. Shit. Then it happened. Neji was so desperate that he used all of his strength to blast the bandages off of Lee's body and shoot chakra out of his opening points when he felt a brief twinge of pain. Lee was moving again, and his eyes grew wide, so. Kaden, Ura Renge. The explosion in midair was enormous. As both genin were launched to opposing sides of the arena, everyone in attendance remained silent. Experts understood that a Hyuga would be difficult to harm once they were in their heavenly spin. But nobody was certain against such a formidable attack, the Extreme Lotus. That must have hurt like hell to take the Kaden directly, especially for Lee, who already had 5 of the 8 inner celestial gates opened. Holy shit, exclaimed Naruto. That attack is dangerous. No kidding, Sasuke said, stepping beside the blonde. Lee.san, Sakura exclaimed, clearly taken aback. After checking the 2 contestants, Gecko declared, both contestants are unconscious. There is no winner for this match. Subsequently, the assembly grew quiet as Lee gradually stood up, struggling to breathe. I'm not done yet, I can still go on. Whoa, Hayate thought, this kid is too much, upon realizing the child had survived the severe blow. With that, Hyuga Neji was clearly out of the game. Seeing as your opponent is unconscious, you are the winner, Rock Lee. Lee looked at Neji's motionless body, his eyes growing wide. Goo. Neji. Guy, Lee's teacher, grinned and said, Lee, you were amazing. Yosha, you were great, Lee. Guy. Sensei. Lee collapsed to the ground at that precise moment, his movement limited by the Celestial Gate's use. Guy was there to retrieve him and take him to Shinobi, the medic. Sakura, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naruto observed the flashing board stop on the following names. Kinyuta Dosu, Kankuro no Sabaku. Both of the competitors exuded confidence as they descended the stairs. You performed well, Kakashi exclaimed, glancing at Sasuke and Naruto before turning to Sakura. The Junin then took a little orange book out of a pocket in his Junin vest and said, I'm sure you'll impress me too, Sakura. So, anything peculiar happen in the Forest of Death? During the second test, the elite Junin already knew Orochimaru was present. Additionally, he had learned from Anko that while pursuing Orochimaru, she had encountered Naruto by himself. Not really, nothing interesting, Sasuke and Naruto both answered. Sakura gave a snort, you've gotta be kidding me. Amused, Kakashi said, oh, You have something to say, Sakura. She gestured to the fighting area and said, well, we fought that guy from the sound, that's now fighting the sand ninja down there. That guy, he's good. On Gecko's left and right, in the meantime. Dosu, the sound nin with one eye exposed and bandages on, began, I can hear your every move, puppeteer. Don't think your petty tricks will work on me. Kankuro laughed and said, Che. Don't talk so big, bandage guy. Let's see what you can do. Abruptly, Dosu blasted his metal arm into the earth and used his other hand to execute a hand seal. Auden, Shinryu. What? Kankuro began to tremble violently, and then the tiny arena filled with the sound of creaking wood. Shit. The bag Kankuro was carrying detonated, revealing another Kankuro on his back. The real Kankuro was clearly present, and as he leapt back, the trembling Kankuro leapt back too, changing into a puppet and attaching the chakra strings that originated from the real Kankuro's fingertips. The Sand Shinobi demanded, what did you do? He disliked being in the dark. Dosu chuckled briefly and touched his metallic arm, saying, ah, this arm. It grants me control over sound. I can attack anything with sound and, as sound as vibrations, I can break that puppet of yours easily. Jumping up, Kankuro yelled, HN. Try that again, then. And started moving his fingers. Dosu squinted as the puppet that was Kankuro reached out. Upon releasing its hands, dozens of piercing arrows were hurled in his direction. Dosu moved to avoid, growling. He's quick, the puppeteer said, watching as he touched down. I'll manage, it won't be easy to corner him, he said, moving his fingers once more as smoke bombs were hurled in Dosu's direction. Dosu said, smoke, in his voice. I'm sure I told you already, I am a master of sound. I have no need to see. Suddenly finding himself behind Dosu, Kankuro gritted his teeth. He hurriedly positioned his puppet, Karasu, between himself and his adversary. Though he was late, he was annoyed by Dosu's laughter. It's over, Suna Shinobi. Kankuro took a few steps back and braced himself. He said, what are you talking about, idiot? You haven't even high. And fell to his knees as Karasu collapsed around him. Dosu didn't react the same way as everyone else watching the match because he was accustomed to the sight. They were taken aback when Kankuro began to throw up on the floor. He began to approach Kankuro slowly and said, my sound has reached your ears, Sabaku no Kankuro. It has also rendered your puppet useless. He came to a stop upon hearing Kankuro move. Because of his keen sense of hearing, Dosu was able to avoid a sudden attack from Kankuro's puppet, which was brandishing a long sword and transforming into its head. As Dosu dove under the puppet's many blade, wielding limbs and dove around its attacks, he muttered, interesting. Even when completely fallen apart, you can still control the pieces. A great puppeteer indeed, but... Dosu approached Kankuro, slaloming around all of the puppet's limbs, and grabbed him by the neck. Auden, Shinryu. Kankuro lost consciousness as the puppet, the entire thing, fell to the ground behind the Odo.nin. You were a worthy opponent. Hayate Gecko declared, winner, Kinyu to Dosu. On the waiting balcony above, feeling a little shocked, Tamari exclaimed, I can't believe he lost. He lost against another genin. His opponent was good. In response, Gaara caused their instructor, Baki, to turn his head in the direction of the red-haired Jinchuriki, who was standing behind them. Gaara appears to be unique. Tamari Sabaku, Abumi Zaku. Good luck. Temari's eyes grew wide, and she spun around quickly to make sure she understood. She noticed that Gaara was frowning and glancing at the ground rather than her. She pivoted and readied herself. Thank you, Gaara. After that, she leapt to the combat zone and squared up against her adversary. Meanwhile, Baki had his mouth agape as he gazed at Gaara. What? Did Gaara really just say that? Tamari landed in front of her opponent below. Zaku smiled and gave the girl a single nod, saying, a chick, huh? Don't worry, girl, I'll go easy on ya. The referee gave a single cough and winced at Temari's intense expression. You're allowed to start the match. Tamari said. Zankuaha. Leaping out of the way, Tamari watched as the blast struck the wall behind her. Wind blast. With his arms hanging by his sides, the sound genin exclaimed, that's about right, yeah. I use so much sound, it's practically wind. You afraid now? With a simple smile, The blonde sand ninja started to taunt her opponent. Is that the best you've got, weakling? A weak little breeze like that won't even scratch me. She watched as he forced a smile and shook his head. He pointed both of his palms at Tamari, saying, "All right, bitch, how about this? There's no escape for this one." Zanku Kyokua. Zaku threw a tremendous wind gust at Tamari, using all of his strength. However, Tamari just reached for the fan that was fastened to her back, uttered, "Kamaikijuki," and swung it in the direction of the impending blast. Zaku became extremely alarmed as he realized that his wind blast was now coming back at him directly. "Oh no," he exclaimed, before being violently thrown against the wall behind him. The counterattack from Tamari knocked him out. "TCH, that was easy. Using wind against me was a really stupid thing to do. Winner, Sabaku no Tamari, Shino Aburame and Choji Akamichi." "Oi, oi, you gonna be okay, Choji?" With a nervous laugh, the Akamichi patted his teammate on the shoulder while keeping his other hand full of chips. "I'm just glad I'm fighting someone I know, somewhat. Shinko is strong, Choji," Shikamaru forewarned. In between, Asuma, their Junin instructor, said, "Everyone's strong in this exam. But I'm sure Choji will do his best to win, right?" He reiterated Asuma's previous assurance, saying, "Of course. There's a barbecue waiting for me after all of this, after all." Choji leapt to the battle zone and confronted the youthful Aburame directly. "Well, then, start the match." Following the referee's instructions, Choji leapt towards Shino and exclaimed, "Baika no Jutsu." He then changed into a different person in midair and shouted, "Nikuden Sensha." Shino saw Choji's body, which had gotten bigger, come hurtling toward him. He allowed Choji to collide with his own person while grinning behind his high collar. As a result, Choji destroyed Shino, exposing Shino to be nothing more than hundreds of bugs. After turning off the meat tank technique, Choji set out to find the true Shino. Shino slowly reformed from the hundreds of bugs. The bug user asked, "You mostly use taijutsu, right, Choji-san?" "Then, I should inform you, physical attacks deal little to no damage to an Aburame, as our bodies are different from the usual norm. So you're the real Shino after all. As we speak, my bugs are already surrounding you. I should tell you, my bugs are special, they eat chakra. As soon as they are upon you, this match will be over." Observing all the insects on the ground, Choji smiled. "Well, I guess I am special too, if eating chakra is," he exclaimed, doing a hand seal and clasping both hands together. As he opened his mouth, all the bugs on the ground were attracted to Choji. "Bugs are healthy, I'll eat all of them." "I see," Shino said, clenching his fists once and using chakra to cause all the bugs near Choji to explode. "It seems like a deadlock, but when my bugs get too close, the chakra they hold will be added to yours since you will eat them." He also gave a single hand seal and exclaimed, "Mushi Hanshoku." Then there were bugs everywhere, both in the air and on the ground. "Perhaps you're able to eat quite a few, but I don't think you'll be able to evade most," Shino said, "and this time, I'll be attacking your vulnerability. Because, when you use your Soshoku Jutsu, you are wide open." It was not long before Choji lost consciousness. Winner, Aburame Shino. "Hey, where's that guy?" Naruto received a frown from Sakura and Sasuke. "What guy?" inquired the girl. He put his hand to his chin and said, "You know. That four eyes guy, Kabuto. I don't see him anywhere. He disappeared. Weird." Exasperated, the pink-haired Genin shook her head. "He quit. Didn't you pay any attention earlier? He said he was too tired to go on." At that, the blonde scowled. "Too worn out? He didn't appear at all worn out. Is he afraid of anything?" Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto turned to face their sensei, saying, "Sakura, you better get down there. Look. On the display boards, Tatsuno Kin, Haruno Sakura." Glancing downward, Sakura recalled the girl she had to battle from their earlier meeting in the Forest of Death. She employed genjutsu to subdue Sasuke-kun. Kin yelled, "Are you gonna come down here, Pinky? Or are you chickening out?" Sakura leapt to her feet, snorting loudly, and smiled at the girl. "You're the one who's going to chicken out." With a fixed gaze on the two girls, Hayate Gecko gave one nod. "All right then, both contestants, begin." Sakura felt a few things flash through her mind in an instant, and she got ready right away. Kin had thrown several bells behind her that were fastened to strings that came from her hands. Unlike you, teammate, you do not have that Sharingan. You've already fallen for my genjutsu. Sakura made the decision to run forward, but as soon as she did, Kin began to greatly increase. She was facing a group of about 30 people. Now, which one is the real me? As soon as you show an opening I will put you down. Kin laughed. Then Sakura suddenly lunged forward, striking Kin square in the face. She gave Kin a second blow to the stomach before finishing with a kunai to the throat. Sakura shot back, smug, "Hey, what opening? How? You were in my genjutsu. I have excellent chakra control. I know exactly how to disrupt my own chakra flow. Your genjutsu was just too weak." Sakura's smile broadened slightly. "Now, forfeit." "Never." Sakura struck Kin in the back of the head with the blunt end of the kunai as soon as she began to struggle, knocking her unconscious. A cough broke the unexpected quiet. Winner, Haruno Sakura. Yamanaka Ino. Inuzuka Kiba. Alright, Akamaru, looks like we lucked out. We're fighting a former classmate. We already know all about her, huh? Kiba's Junin sensei, Kurenai, narrowed her eyes at the smug smile on Kiba's rival's face. "Never underestimate your opponent, Kiba." Kiba yelled over his shoulder as he dove to confront Ino, who was already below. "You've got to be kidding me, sensei. Ready to lose, Ino. You should know you stand no chance against me. I ranked close to your precious Sasuke-kun, after all." The blonde woman asked, "You? Close to Sasuke-kun?" With a loud laugh that made Kiba cringe. "Not even close. Just for making that absurd comparison, I'm going to show you who's closer to Sasuke-kun between you and me." The dog. Like boy yelled back, Hey, it's not like I want to be close to that bastard." Right away, Akamaru had leapt off his head and stayed behind, but Kiba rushed forward, saying, "Damn it. You're gonna pay for even thinking that." Kiba leapt over Ino and landed behind her as soon as he saw that she was holding her hand sign in front of her. "I know that jutsu of yours. You gotta hit something that's not moving, right? Well, guess what? I ain't standing still." Kiba's shoulder knocked Ino to the ground, causing Ino to wince in pain. The girl was dwarfed by the Inuzuka, who had a toothy grin on his face. "You'd better stay on the ground, if you don't want to get hurt more." That's when Ino hurled a blow, up bag in Kiba's face. However, it was not a potentially harmful explosion. Kiba screamed and stuck out his nose after falling on his butt. Kiba was furiously rubbing his nose, which was far more sensitive to smells than the average person's. "What the hell is that smell? Arg," he exclaimed. "Ninja tools, Kiba." Ino laughed, standing taller than Kiba at this point. She laughed, placing her right hand on her hip and gloating, "That smell belongs to a certain flower that can paralyze certain parts of your body. The smell itself, yeah, is pretty horrible. I wouldn't want to use it as perfume." Akamaru. "Attack her." The dog was already moving, but as it got near Kiba, it collapsed to the ground. With a laugh, Ino raised her hands and pointed them at Kiba. "I've made the flower into powder and it's currently floating all around me. Like you, Akamaru is now affected by the paralysis effect, making your legs unable to move. It usually doesn't work that well, but I was lucky when you were my opponent, Kiba, since your sense of scent is that much more advanced than that of the average shinobi." Now, her smile broadened. Shintention no Jutsu. Gazing expectantly at Kiba, Gecko saw him pointing his arm toward the arena's ceiling. "Referee, I forfeit." Gecko nodded, saying, "I see. Winner, Yamanaka Ino." Naruto remarked, "Whoa, she fights really dirty. I didn't know you could use flowers like that. Hey, who'd have thought? Kiba is just a moron. Only morons would fall for such cheap tricks." Sakura said nothing in response to Sasuke or Naruto. She was taken aback by how easily Kiba, one of the strongest members of their class, had been defeated by her rival, Ino. Naruto smiled. "The last match, huh? I hope it'll be good. Nara Shikamaru and Hyuga Hinata." Hyuga Hinata, she obviously has the Byakugan. Like any Hyuga, the youthful Nara thought to herself as she faced the bashful girl. "It appears that I will launch my attack first." Once more, the voice of Gecko said, "You can start the match." The Byakugan has 360-degree vision, Shikamaru was aware. Now let's see how quick she is. Shikamaru dropped to his knees and executed the Cage Main no Jutsu. With her Byakugan activated, Hinata made a beeline for Shikamaru, narrowly avoiding being discovered by the Nara's shadow in the process. Hey, she can avoid it without even having to focus. With a fake smile on her face, Shikamaru leapt away from Hinata and threw a few easily avoided kunai at her. Shikamaru could tell as the explosion tags went off that Hinata had sprang clear of the blasts. She has to get close to beat me. Any blow delivered in that Juken style has the potential to end the match. Even though Hinata could see right through the smoke and knew where Shikamaru was, she had leapt back and waited for it to clear. I can't let those shadows get to me. It's over when he catches me. It appears that Shikamaru can win this battle with a single move. Then Hinata had made up her mind. She dashed over to Shikamaru, who was taken aback by Hinata's character's sudden vigor. It appears that she has made up her mind to proceed with the Chunin exam after all. Shikamaru was trying to maintain a certain distance by jumping away from the Hyuga girl, but Hinata was easily sidestepping and jumping over his shadows as he got closer. Shikamaru leapt over Hinata as she approached and tossed a kunai casually over his shoulder. But this time, neither a smoke tag nor an explosion tag was affixed to it. Better still, a flashbang tag. Hinata hadn't closed her eyes in time and realized too late. She discovered she was immobile a moment later. Hinata felt her own hand grab a kunai in her holster and observed how it was held against her neck. Cage main, success, she exclaimed. Man, was I lucky you didn't notice the flash tag, This could have gotten really troublesome because I only had that one. With a sigh, he turned to face the referee before turning back to Hinata. Sorry, Hinata, looks like you'll have to forfeit. Hinata was unable to move at all. Yes, I give up. The arena where the second test had concluded still held all of the remaining conscious genin. In front of them stood the third Hokage and all the other Junin instructors of the genin. Congratulations, genin. The third and final test of the Chunin exam will be a short tournament of sorts. Similar to this preliminary exam, you will have to fight one another once more, this time moving up against another opponent who has also won his or her match. In the end, there will only be one left. Instantly, Naruto inquired, so, that one will be promoted to Chunin. The Sandaime smiled at the blonde. Perhaps. Even a genin who has lost the first match can, if shown adequate skills, become Chunin. The elderly man continued, explaining that a number would be drawn from the box that Mitarashi Anko was holding for each participant that remained. Who would fight whom in the upcoming month would be determined by that number. The matches for the third test were Nara Shikamaru and Haruno Sakura, Aburame Shino, Yamanaka Ino, Kinyuta Dosu, Tamari no Sabaku, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Shabu no Gara, Lee Rock. Sasuke and Naruto were beaming at one another. The blonde exclaimed, "This is going to be awesome." "Yes," Sasuke replied, "but definitely not for you." Sakura did nothing but watch them bicker incessantly. Naruto against Sasuke. Why are friends picked to battle against each other in combat? Dude, I have to fight yet another girl. Shikamaru nags him as he turns to leave. Why me? As they all departed, the others thought back on their altercations. Naruto. The blonde turned to see that the third Hokage had called for him as he and Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi were leaving. You and I need to talk.
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.